All right, all right, all right. Get started here. Give me just. All right, we should be live. You guys seeing me? Chat popped out. All right, it is Friday, January 23rd, 2026. It's 3:38 p.m. on the East Coast, and we are starting our long coverage of this major winter storm that we've got underway. Is everybody ready? Is everybody ready? This is no longer a pre-thing. This is real. This is happening now. We're already starting to get some reports in of freezing rain and ice accumulation in Texas. So we're right here in the middle of it. I told you yesterday that the data had locked in, and since then, last night, the model runs have only reinforced what we already knew while revealing some critical details that change the conversation in specific areas. And we'll talk about that today as we allow people to kind of pour in here. How's everybody doing? Once again, just going to let people pour in real quick. Let that notification get out there. And as we've got people coming in, I would like to remind you that it does help if you share us out there on social media. So if you've got Facebook, if you've got TikTok, Instagram, or whatever else, go ahead and share this out there. A lot of people don't know that we do this, and we'll be live on the air throughout the duration of the storm. You know, we'll take breaks to sleep. We'll hand it off to y'all bot and all that good stuff. But for the most part, we're going to be here for free and commercial free for pretty much the entire duration of the storm. Why have the snow totals crashed in Northern Virginia? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that right here in a minute. First thing I'm going to do is just go through the HRRR. I think the HRRR model is going to be what we kind of pay attention to the most as far as trying to forecast a little bit or do some nowcasting. But other than that, I think that we're going to really try to hone in on actually looking at the radar and the satellite and seeing some of these reports coming in. We got a lot of people tuning in from Texas and Oklahoma, thankfully. I can see you guys here on the WeatherWise map. And we're going to be relying heavily on the audience during this whole thing. So ryanhallyall.com/submit is where you can go to submit photos and videos. Also, you can, give a little text update in your location here on WeatherWise. You can send stuff to me on Facebook. You can send stuff in on Twitter. We're getting all of this in, but the best and easiest way is honestly through ryanhallyall.com/submit. At some point here in the near future, we'll have WeatherWise set up to where you can submit a report without, it'll be a separate module, I guess you can say, from the, what do you call it? The y'all mode share location thing. Yes, we do have some freezing rain reports in Lubbock already. Did you guys get a notification? Or did you guys just come from the video? No notification? Yeah, I noticed that's weird. I don't think notifications got sent out. But we'll trust that YouTube does their thing here over time. Hey, Frank, did you change the thumbnail? It changed the thumb yesterday. It did? Something other than you did? Hey guys, how's it going? All right, if you're just now tuning in, we are going to be live for several hours today. We're letting people kind of pour in. YouTube's being slow with the notification thing today, but I believe that pretty soon here we'll go through the HRRR. We'll talk about timing and impacts. And then I think we're going to just switch over to reports and watching the radar and watching this thing build out in real time. Yeah, something did? Okay. That's annoying. I don't know. That shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen without somebody approving it. That's going to be annoying if it, keep an eye on that. It might try to change it again. If it does, there's something that I can turn off. All right. All right, so this is the latest HRRR model. Let's go through it. Let's go through it frame by frame. This is what the, by the way, I'm leaving your all's dots up on the map. If you want to see your dot on the map, go to weatherwise.app and share your location in the y'all mode menu. But this is what the radar could look like today around right now. And so this is pretty much what it's looking like right now. We've got freezing rain coming together between Midland and Oklahoma City, especially around Lubbock, where we've got some freezing rain reports coming in right now. What's it going to look like, though, around 7 p.m.? This is going to be an explosive development that's going to be really interesting to watch on radar. What's going to happen here is we're going to have some thunderstorms forming down here in portions of Texas between Fort Stockton and Austin, and those are going to roll on up into the the freezing rain zone here, and then that's going to get lofted on up into the snow zone. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens between Lubbock, Wichita Falls, and Oklahoma City tonight. I do think that we're going to have a pretty significant icing event tonight, even though the main one will be tomorrow. We are going to be all snow, though, up here in Wichita, up to Hayes. And then things are going to get really interesting. As the snow and the storm expands out to the east, we are going to watch Little Rock start off as significantly heavy snow. And we're going to watch that happen probably around 11 p.m. tonight. Snow is also going to be starting around in Tulsa and Bentonville around that time. And we're going to have heavy snow in Oklahoma City at 11 p.m. The latest HRRR run is actually quite a bit south as far as the beginning of this storm goes. So I think it's safe to say that Oklahoma City, for the most part, after this first bout of freezing rain that we get this evening, will be all snow through the duration of this event. And this will be one of the all-time big uns for Oklahoma City. Because it's at times it's going to be heavy snow, especially on this back half. Notice how there's two pieces of energy, essentially. Let me zoom out a little bit. That first one comes through, and then the second one really is going to lay it on. It's not going to stop snowing in Oklahoma City until after 1 p.m. On daggone Sunday. So that's going to be plumb wild. Another thing that's going to be plumb wild is all this ice. I'm concerned, man. I'm concerned about Dallas. I'm concerned about areas all the way down to San Antonio, maybe close to Houston. I'm concerned about the entire state of Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and of course, Mississippi. Areas south and east of Memphis are going to be in the running for potentially up to an inch of ice. And that's going to be bad. That's going to be bad if that actually happens. So get ready for that. We're also going to watch that freezing rain move up into Nashville and Jackson, Clarksville, Bowling Green. Over here in my neck of the woods, we're going to switch over from snow to freezing rain around 3 or 4 a.m. And we might even go all the way over to all rain during the day tomorrow. That would be a best case scenario. But man, there's going to be this corridor right here. You see how, let me zoom out a little bit and show you this again. You see how it just trains over the same area? There's not going to be a break for some places with the freezing rain. Y'allbot's already calling me. Y'allbot, what's up? I got you.
Hey Ryan, not sure if you saw this yet, but the chat's confirming notifications completely failed to go out for most people. Now heads up on a couple major developments. In Oswego County, New York, they're reporting zero visibility from the lake effect snow and actually calling in barricades to block roads. Plus, we've got viewer reports of multiple wrecks near Junction, Texas. So the ice is already causing travel chaos south of Lubbock.
All right, thank you, Y'allbot. So yeah, I don't know what happened. The notifications didn't go out, I guess. I don't know. I don't think there's anything we can do to fix that. We do have 20,000 of you in here already without notifications for the most part. Maybe they'll go out slow over time. But one thing that you guys can do to help us get out there is share our link, put us out there on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and all that good stuff. I think we'll be all right. We'll reach people because we're going to be here for a while, and it looks like people are slowly but surely filtering in. But yeah, it sucks. The notification system didn't work. Volume is low. All right, so we're going to keep pushing, and we're going to keep going forward here with our future radar. So once again, big warm nose right in here. This is going to keep it all rain in Birmingham. We're actually going to have some decent thunderstorms potentially down there between New Orleans and Mobile and Montgomery. Some of those thunderstorms are going to get lofted up into the shallow, cold air that's hanging out near the surface around Jackson and Monroe, up into central portions of Mississippi, and we're going to have thunder ice. Thunder ice. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that we're really thinking that we're going to have thunder ice. Anyways, another thing that's going to be happening around this time is the snow's really going to start piling up in Washington, D.C. It's going to be snowing heavily in Washington, D.C. By 7 a.m. Sunday. And we're going to have lots of snow trying to move up into New York City. The latest HRRR looks pretty promising for the I-95 corridor between Washington, New York, and Boston. This model is warmer than a lot of the other ones, and it's still keeping New York City all snow all the way up to 1 p.m. on Sunday. It does show a little bit of a changeover in Washington and Baltimore, but I mean, this model has a little bit of a warm bias, so I don't know how long that'll stick around. But I think that we are looking pretty good. If you like snow, if you want a bunch of snow in D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston, so far so good. We'll watch the trends today. But man, the ice looks pretty serious out here from northeast Georgia up in this northwest South Carolina into the mountains of North Carolina and portions of southwestern Virginia and southern West Virginia. Specifically right in here. That's where we're most concerned about the potential ice effects. And I see y'all. There are a lot of you watching in this area, so we're going to keep you updated. We will see ice starting to accumulate as early as, what is this, Saturday night? Sunday's going to be the big day over here. Sunday's going to be the big day, but I really don't think we'll see as much ice over here as we do to your west. On the west side of this warm nose, we're going to get more ice. On the east side, we're going to get less ice, but it takes less ice to cause problems. So we've got so much vegetation over here. We've got power lines running through the hills and with trees all around them and stuff. Just a half inch of ice is going to cause very serious problems over here. And there will be a couple places that get more than a half inch of ice. So get ready for power outages. But man, we're all snow up here. How are my friends doing in Indianapolis, Columbus, Pittsburgh, St. Louis? Yeah, you guys don't have any ice to worry about. None whatsoever. We're getting a little bit close in Louisville and Cincinnati, but the closer you are to the ice without actually switching over to ice, the more snow you're going to get. And I think that one of these towns, Evansville, Louisville, or Cincinnati, is going to end up with more than 14 inches of snow. Maybe all three of them. I'm in the Weatherman Challenge on the Kentucky Sports Radio thing. I submitted my prediction for Louisville, 13.7 inches to the 10th of an inch, 13.7. Now, Lexington is also on the list there, and I played it low. Look, you see how close the warm air is getting to Lexington here? If that warm air makes it a little bit closer and we get some sleet in Lexington for any significant amount of time, that's going to cut the totals down significantly. But if that doesn't happen, then honestly, Lexington is in a spot that could end up with more than a foot of snow. It's very possible. But my official prediction on the competition for Lexington was 7.9 inches, edging on the fact that I think that this column of warm air that'll be funneling up on the western side of the Cumberland Plateau might be a little bit thicker than what some of these models project. And I think that will be mostly snow in Lexington, but there might be some sleet that gets in there and hurts snow totals. But if that doesn't happen, Lexington is going to get buried with snow. A little bit more confident in the sleet mixing in Bowling Green and Clarksville. Clarksville, you're another place that, like, if it wasn't for this little band of sleet that's going to come through, you'd get a foot of snow out of this. But this warm air is going to ruin it. And in Nashville, I don't think there's even a slight chance that you could ever imagine getting a bunch of snow out of this. But we're actually pretty worried now about Nashville getting a lot of ice, more than a half inch of ice potentially. In a place like Nashville, that's going to cause a lot of problems. The really populated areas are going to experience a lot of problems, even with not a lot of ice. That makes sense. So we're going to see over an inch of ice, and hopefully that will happen in mostly rural areas. Obviously, we don't want it to happen anywhere. But we're going to see similar problems with just a half an inch of ice in a very populated area because there's just more stuff to get damaged. There's more transmission lines. There's more infrastructure to get hurt by the ice. Yeah, put that in there, Jared. Yeah, Jim Cantori is in the KSR Weather Challenge too, and his numbers are pretty close to mine. He's a little bit lower on the Louisville side. Yeah, has everybody got their milk and bread? Has everybody already got their milk and bread? Milk and bread check. Are we gonna have some milk sandwiches tonight? You know what? I should do that on stream. I should show you guys how to make a good old fashioned milk sandwich. There ain't nothing like a good old fashioned Big Daddy Snowstorm with a milk sandwich. You know what I'm saying? It's up in Fast Track. Okay, let me see if I remember how to do that. Submissions, by the way, if you want to send stuff in, you can do that on ryanhaulyall.com/submit. Oh, and it worked, Jared. He was right up on top. Right up on top. Okay, so here is the KSR Weather Challenge. All of the weathermen in Kentucky and Jim Cantori are in a challenge to try to predict the exact snowfall total in both Lexington and Louisville. And whoever wins this gets to send $10,000 to the charity of choice. We're going to do Team Rubicon, disaster relief. So if we win, right? So you can see that we are quite a bit different than everybody else. I'm playing the warm nose in Lexington, but I think that we're all in agreement that Louisville's probably going to end up with a lot of snow. Meteorologist Andy Hill, we were consulting on this last night, and even he is quite confident that Louisville will end up with some of the higher totals. That's not how you play Price is Right. Well, whenever I submitted my predictions, I didn't know anybody else's. Like, this was all anonymous. Now, I think Jim got to see the list, and I think he prices righted us. But yeah, this will be fun. This will be fun. I really like the Kentucky Sports Radio thing that they've turned this into something fun. I've never seen anything like this before. It's awesome. All right, this is a picture from Matt. And once again, if you want to send stuff in, go to ryanhaulyall.com/submit. Meteorologist Andy Hill's calling. What's up, dude?
Hey, Ryan. I just wanted to talk a little bit more about that forecasting competition before you scroll away from it. But I love that it was actually really fun last night getting together with you and like just thinking about how we could not game the system essentially, but we did think that a lot of people in this, and they're all meteorologists, would go for this consensus forecast and snowfall, even though these places are right next to each other. We needed to figure out a way to make it stand out, right? So I do think Jim saw our forecast. Either that or he's got the same smart brain we do together to come up with that lower end snowfall for Lexington. Because of that, the warmer air in the column above your head, I do think that the sleet will impact it there. I'm hoping that some of the tracks that the models are showing will do exactly that. Right now, the NAM 3 kilometer is the one that most closely matches our forecast, which is not generally a good thing for us. But I'm otherwise happy with this forecast, and I do think it stuck exactly where I wanted it to. I think what we've got over Jim right now is I think he's underplaying the Louisville snowfall, and we should get him on that. Even if he prices rights us on the Lexington snowfall, I think we've got him there with an extra few inches in Louisville. So that's my take on that, and I'm pretty happy with the forecast and that it showed up exactly like this. I have a lot of experience with Weather Challenge forecasting. I have 11 trophies actually from the Weather Challenge itself. Which is a fun competition. So this is cool to see this in play with the meteorologist. And I think it would be really interesting if we did something like this as we are the hosts of it, right? And we had meteorologists submit to this, and we had this whole thing that we could do on the side for any future winter storm that we cover on the channel, because that would be pretty interesting. I really like this format. I really like what KSR has done here and the way they're presenting it. So I'm excited to see how it plays out, and I would love to play off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was really fun. Like me and Andy were nerding out last, really like working on like, all right, how are we going to do this? What's the game plan? And I think we came up with a good forecast, and you know, win or lose, it's going to be awesome. It's for charity, and I've already got like I told Matt Jones, I was like, let me call in if I win or if I lose, and I'll do like the post game sports style interview. You know, it's like, you know, the team, we gave it everything we got. Me and Andy, we got in there, we put our heart into it. You know what I'm saying? That's the best we can do. Like I'm gonna do that on the air, even if we don't come out on top. But the legend Chris Bailey is on that list, which is somebody I grew up, watching. So there's a lot of good people in there. Let's see here. All right, so yeah, we're going to go over the latest totals. Wait, what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do first? Ice or snow? Ice or snow? Do we got more? Let me turn on the shared locations. We got a lot of people watching. It looks like the vast majority of the people that are watching right now are in the snow zone. I'm honestly concerned about the lack of people here in our major ice zone. Hopefully, we've got people paying attention down here. Hopefully they're preparing, and they're not watching this yet. But there's actually a pretty noticeable hole right here. Yeah, what do you guys want to do? Snow? Okay, yeah, we'll do snow first, and then we'll talk about the ice. Let's go over the latest totals. We'll look at the NBM, the National Blend of Models, and we will also take a look at the AI Euro, which I actually really like as far as how it's setting up the snow totals. So let me turn off the locations just briefly. We will switch over to the National Blend of Models. I would say that this is going to be your high-end totals, right? So if I can get the color table to load correctly. Oh, by the way, if you've got y'all mode on WEATHERWISE, we now have my color tables in there. So if you enjoyed the way that my snow maps looked yesterday and in the videos, and if you enjoy the way my precipitation type looks, then you can actually have that same thing as long as you've got y'all mode in WeatherWise. All right, let's load up the latest. Hold on, give me just a second. What does the aqua color indicate in front of storm? What do you mean? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about. I have two questions for you. What's your prediction for Winchester, Indiana? And why does all the snow miss Winchester? Where is Winchester? Is it north of Indianapolis or south? If it's north of Indianapolis, I think that we're looking at less than 6 inches more than likely. Oh, Y'allbot's calling. Hello, Y'allbot. What's up?
Hey, Ryan. Before you get too deep into those NBM numbers, we just got some official boots-on-the-ground intel from the chat in Texas. A viewer, Real J. Morrow, works for the DFW Road Department. They're switching to rotating 12-hour shifts right now to battle that ice. That's real-time confirmation of the prep down there. Also, Ground Truth out of New York confirmed 10.6 inches of snow in Orwell, New York, over the last 6 hours. We knew it was bad in Oswego, but now we've got numbers. And heads up, folks in coastal NC, Carteret County, are feeling left out. Might want to reassure them it's mostly just rain for them. Oh, and the milk sandwich hype is real. Viewer Made of Fire wore a milk sandwich shirt to the grocery store yesterday. Folks are really leaning into it.
Nice. Anything else, Y'allbot?
That's the main scoop. DFW is gearing up for the ice fight. Orwell's snow is piling up, and Carteret County can breathe easy with mostly rain. Anything else you want to dive into?
Oh, we're good. Thank you. Gosh, I'm going to have to refresh my app. Why is this not a named storm? So I don't name the storms. There are some places, like some media entities, like the Weather Channel, they will name these storms. I think they named this one like Fern or something. But yeah, like that's not a real thing. That's just a Weather Channel thing. All right, let me refresh this. Fortunately, I'm gonna have to do that. But yeah, I think if you guys want to name it, we can. What's going on here? if I go to like an older run of this, it works fine. But for some reason, the more recent runs of the snow accumulation on the NBM is not working. Did something change? Give me just a second, guys. We'll do snow totals in a moment, I promise. Maybe we will start with this. Let me go over to this other thing real quick. All right, I'll refresh this. Euro AI, most recent run. Boom. Okay, yeah, this will just have to do. Okay, so this is going to be like the low end, right? So I'm going to show you two different model solutions, and this will be my version of like 4 to 8 inches. Whatever this one shows is going to be the low end. There will be a couple of places where you can actually take 2 or 3 inches off and get the low end. And then we'll go over to the NBM. And in my opinion, that one's probably overdoing it a little bit, but that'll be the high end. There is a range. Like, it is actually impossible to correctly predict the exact snowfall totals for your backyard. I don't care who it is. If somebody ever tells you that they can do that, they're plumb full of it. So a range is the best way to go. And usually it has to be a pretty big range if it's going to be accurate. But we're narrowing stuff down pretty well. I think on the low end, Oklahoma City is probably a good candidate for 11 to 12 inches here. Tulsa, 10 to 12. I think Fort Smith could get more than a foot of snow. Bentonville, Mountain Home. This area right here is going to get hammered with snow. Now, that could move north or south 20 miles probably, but for the most part, if you're nestled quite centrally in there, I think you're good. I think you're going to get a bunch of snow. This goes all the way back to Wichita Falls, Childress, Plainview. 4 to 8 inches is going to be possible back here. Little Rock still looks like 3 to 6 inches for you. The sleet and the ice is going to cut back on this a lot. It's possible that you get 6, 7 inches of snow falling, and then it gets compacted down to 3 inches because you get a bunch of rain and sleet on top of it. And what happens there is, 6 to 8 inches of snow may have fallen, but you've only got 2 on the ground, it looks like. So yeah, that's what's happening down there. Same story in Hot Springs and Memphis. Same exact thing in Hot Springs and Memphis. Memphis, I think we've got a little bit more of a problem with the freezing rain over here. So get ready for that. We also are going to have a significant problem with freezing rain in Nashville, but about 3 to 5 inches of snow is going to be possible over the course of the storm. Clarksville, 5 or 6 inches. Evansville, Louisville, Lexington, Cincinnati, somewhere in here is going to get buried with a foot of snow. I think there's a good chance that it's more aligned with the Ohio River. That's where we get those higher totals. But hey, look, the AI European model, which is a model that I love, is showing 11 inches in Lexington. So if I had to do a big range for Lexington, I guess I would have to say 6 to 12 inches. And it's very possible that you end up on the low side, but if you're a snow lover, I am rooting for the high end for you. Over here in my neck of the woods, Pikeville, Kentucky, 4.5 inches of snow is going to be possible. I think that over time it'll snow 8 inches here, but half of it's going to get melted away or compacted by sleet and ice. The big problem for us in southeast Kentucky, up into West Virginia, from Charleston to Beckley to Pikeville, all the way down to Monticello, is going to be the ice. If we get more than a 1/4 inch of ice up here, which is possible, in some isolated areas, we will have prolonged power outages and very treacherous travel. 6 inches in St. Louis sounds good to me. 7 to 8, maybe 9 inches in Indianapolis sounds good to me. Cincinnati, I think that you guys are probably going to get close to a foot of snow. If you get less than a foot of snow, it's going to be like 10 or 11 inches. You're another area where I think that it's possible that we see more than a foot of snow, maybe even 13, 14 inches. Columbus, 8 to 10 inches is going to be possible for you. 3 to 6 up here in Cleveland. 10 inches is very possible in Pittsburgh. And then the farther east that we go, the less impressed I am with the performance of the European AI model here. I think that there's going to be a corridor of much heavier snow than what's showing up on this model. But Boston is a good candidate for a foot of snow here. New York City, 10 inches, 8 inches in Philadelphia, 8 inches in Washington and Baltimore, potentially 3 to 6 inches in Richmond, and then down there towards Lexington, Virginia, maybe 6 inches as well. Remember, this is going to be your more conservative forecast. I'll show you the more bullish one here in a second. Mostly ice in the Carolinas, but there's a couple places up here in northern North Carolina that might squeeze out an inch or two between Wilkesboro and Henderson. So get ready for that. There might be a trace of snow at some point in Huntsville, Alabama, but it's mostly rain down there. Don't worry about the snow at all. Even if you're in Dallas, which I think we'll be lucky to see an inch of snow, but we're going to see a lot of ice. So that is the latest on the snow totals for the European AI model, which is what I'm calling the low end. Now let's look at the fun stuff. Let's blow it out of the water and let's see what is possible on the high end. This is going to be the fun part. Let's look at the late, and here's the, actually, I don't know how fun this is going to be because I haven't looked at this. Oh man, the weather, I think that there's a bug. I think there's a bug because, yeah, I don't think this is accurate. Somebody screenshot this one and put it on Facebook. That right there, that'll get a lot of engagement for you. Close to 10,000 inches there in Oklahoma City. Yeah, something's wrong here. I don't even know what in the world's going on. Yeah, I would definitely lose the challenge if we got 8,000 inches in Lexington. Yeah, right around frame 22 of the most recent NBM. Something changed. And I don't know what it is. But it ain't right. Okay, well, what about 19Z? Let's go back one run here. Oh my gosh, it did it on that too. 18Z. Go way back to 12Z. Okay, so this works. Okay, well, we'll roll based off of this for now. We will get that fixed. This is still quite relevant, these numbers here. It's just not the most recent run. But you can see that the numbers are a little bit higher, especially over here in Boston, where I think 2 feet of snow is more than possible. Okay, on the high end, 2 feet of snow in Boston. Yes, sir. Providence, 21 inches. Albany, 19 inches. New York City, 16 inches. 100%. That is very real and possible. So 8 to 16 inches would be a good range there. I know that's a big range, but honestly, if you're from New York, what's the difference between 8 and 16 inches? You've definitely had worse than that. You've had more snow than that. And they both cause a similar amount of problems in New York City. That's a much bigger difference for areas farther south. If I was like, oh, Nashville, you guys could get 8 to 16 inches, that would be a huge difference. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do think that on the high end, New York City could get 16 inches of snow. High end for Philadelphia, 13, 14, 11 or 12 in Washington and Baltimore. So 6 to 12 inches in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore for sure. Yeah, so anywhere between 8 and 8,000 inches, according to the most recent run. So yeah, technology's getting really good. We're able to really nail it down, you know? All right, so let's keep going. Pittsburgh actually gets thumped in the latest national blend of models. And when I say NBM, we're talking about the national blend of models. This is all the models averaged and smushed together. So we're talking about 14 inches there in Pittsburgh, close to 12 in Columbus, 11 in Dayton, and we actually get all the way up to 13 in Cincinnati, over a foot in Lexington, 13 in Louisville, 13.3 in Evansville, Indiana here, and we're all the way up close to 10 inches in Indianapolis. One of the things that I believe is wrong about the national blend of models is the thickness of this band of snow. I think it'll be a little bit less. It'll be a little bit more thin, I guess, at the end of the day. So there's going to be a sharp cutoff between the areas that get 3 to 6 inches of snow and the areas that get 6 to 12 inches of snow. And I don't know if it's this far back. So Indianapolis, you'll be closer to being on that periphery. Same thing for St. Louis, but 8 inches is definitely possible. Big time bullseye here around Tulsa. This model is showing 15 inches of snow in Tulsa, over a foot in Joplin, close to a foot in Springfield, 13.3 in Bentonville. If Bentonville, Arkansas gets less than a foot of snow, something's wrong. For the last 4 days, every model has consistently shown over a foot of snow in Bentonville. I think that it's been quite variable everywhere else. The one place that has been consistent is Bentonville. So if we end up with less than a foot of snow in Bentonville, that'll be a sign that we've got to get better with our forecast models for sure. The date says January 27th. Yes, that's when it ends. So this is through January 27th. So does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. It's how much snow is going to fall from now through January 27th. You posted a screenshot? Yeah, get that Facebook engagement, y'all. 6,000 inches coming to a town. Hey, listen. Like, I can spit out graphics like that all the time. If there's any milk and bread companies watching and you want to boost sales every once in a while, I can turn that on and we can work something out. Can you guys imagine how much of a boost in revenue? And I know it's like a joke, but like grocery stores are killing it right now. Grocery store managers are rock stars right now. Like they are absolutely like, I would just about bet if we could see like the inside of like the headquarters of Target, they're trading managers like NBA stars right now. They're trying to find the best ones and they're offering them like big deals. Kroger, yeah. Walmart. This is their Super Bowl, 100%. 100%. Do Atlanta? All right, Atlanta. No. No snow for Atlanta. Unfortunately, Atlanta might be a place that gets in on some ice. So we're going to talk about ice now. We're going to talk about ice accumulation. We got to get a little serious here because, like, I would like to call myself someone who is trying to combat some of the hype on social media. Now, don't get me wrong. I play into it a little bit. I like having fun with my job. But there is some like crazy, like dumb hype out there on the internet. And some people are trying to scare you for no reason. And some people are kind of conflating messages and posting unrealistic stuff. So I try my best to not use hyperbolic language too much. But in a case like this, where we're talking about this ice storm, I have to. And unfortunately, a lot of times what happens in that situation is the words that I say don't get taken seriously because I get lumped into the same group of people that's just talking a bunch of nonsense on Facebook. What I'm getting ready to say is real. Okay, it's verifiable. It's coming from the culmination of all the meteorologists in the United States. I'm not making anything up. I am putting everybody's data together and just putting it into a nice little package so that you can understand it. Okay, so let's talk about this ice. Let's go back over to this other thing. By the way, we've got 1,000 of yous sharing your locations right now on the map. If you want to get your location on there, go to weatherwise.app. And let me clear this. And let me actually load something else. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is the latest ice accumulation index. Does this still work? Is this still lined up correctly? Hold on, give me just a moment. Okay. All right, so this is the Sperry-Piltz Index, the ice accumulation impact scale. And basically what we've got here is a widespread ice storm, and I'm going to go through all these different regions and explain what they mean. We've got a lot of people watching right now in the level 2 zone. So you see this orange zone that goes all the way back to Midland, down to Austin, and then it kind of comes up here to Nashville. Nashville, actually, wow, the southwest side of Nashville now is included in a level 3. We'll talk about what that means here in a moment, but this goes all the way up into my neck of the woods, Pikeville, Kentucky, down towards Somerset, Bowling Green, Clarksville, Knoxville, up to, let's see here, Atlanta, Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina, Fayetteville, North Carolina, Salem, all these places that are highlighted in the, not the red and not the yellow, but the orange. Here's what we can expect as far as the ice goes. You ready? So we're assuming that winds will be somewhere in the 10 to 20 mile per hour range. So in this area, we are expecting potentially some scattered utility interruptions, typically lasting 12 to 24 hours. Roads and travel conditions may be extremely hazardous due to ice accumulation. So once again, this is Atlanta. This is a lot of Middle Tennessee, like Clarksville, Murfreesboro. This is Eastern Kentucky. And this is back towards Dallas. Let's see who's calling here. Y'all bot. Let's answer. Hello, y'all bot. How's it going?
Hey Ryan, looks like you might have nailed it on the grocery store chaos. We've got an insider in West Tennessee, said they sold almost their entire next week's load today. And another viewer's reporting police are stationed at stores now. Hey Ryan, doing good, but we've got some breaking intel for you. That grocery store chaos you talked about earlier? confirmed. One chat viewer, a distributor in West Tennessee, says they sold their entire next week's load today. And get this, another viewer's got police stationed at grocery stores just to keep things calm. Plus, on the roads, we've got a confirmed vehicle rollover in Ontario County, NY. Car upside down. So that travel threat is ramping up fast.
All right, thank you, y'all bot. Thanks for keeping an eye on the chat. That's actually really useful. Okay, so we definitely have a lot of groceries being sold. So we're also gonna keep you updated on the economy. We're if you're tuning into this live stream, the goal is to monitor the heck out of the situation. All right, and I don't care what the situation is, we're monitoring it. So that's what we're doing. All right. So let's get back into this ice thing. I'm trying to be serious here because this is like real stuff. Scattered utility interruptions, 12 to 24 hours, roads and travel conditions may be extremely hazardous due to ice accumulation. This is what we're talking about in Dallas, Clarksville, Tennessee, Bowling Green, Atlanta, and a lot of places that you guys are watching right now. So whenever we talk about a historic ice storm of epic proportions, this is not you. We're not talking about you, all right? This is going to be an impactful ice storm for you, but you are not the headline, all right? We get closer to being a part of the headline in this level 3 zone, which is where we expect severe disruptions. This is where we can see numerous utility interruptions with some damage to main feeder lines and equipment expected. Tree limb damage is excessive and outages can last 1 to 5 days. So let's go back to the map and see who's in that zone. Now we're talking about Gainesville. We're talking about Greenville. We're talking about Charlotte, North Carolina. Raleigh, Durham. We're talking about Richmond, Virginia now, actually included in this enhanced risk area for significant severe disruptions from the ice. So if you are in the red zone here, or the dark orange, however you see it, that's what we can expect. Also, this goes back to, how do you say this? Natchitoches? Or is it Nacogdoches in Texas? I always get this mixed up. But you guys are included in that area. Shreveport, Louisiana is included in that. And Florence, Alabama is actually included in this. The southeast side of Memphis is included in this. And very concerningly, a good portion of Nashville is included in this. And just a reminder of what this means, we do expect that some places in that zone will have power outages for 1 to 5 days. 1 to 5 days. All right, so what about level 4? This is where we expect to see widespread damage. Prolonged and widespread utility interruptions with extensive damage to main distribution feeder lines and some high voltage transmission lines. Structures outages could last 5 to 10 days. So this is going to be in this magenta zone down here from portions of Tennessee back down into Mississippi, a small sliver of Arkansas, and then into northeast portions of Louisiana. This includes the town of Monroe, where we've got a viewer right now saying, please check on me tomorrow. We will absolutely do that. But we've got lots of viewers down here. And I know this because we are always talking about this area during the spring. I can't tell you how many tornadoes we've tracked through here. And it is unfortunate. Like, this is supposed to be when y'all are getting a break. Y'all are not supposed to be the main character in winter storms, but here we are. Literally, Rolling Fork. We all know what happened in Rolling Fork. Rolling Fork is inside of the catastrophic potential damage zone for the ice storm. What an unfortunate thing. But Vicksburg, Mississippi, you're included in this. Yazoo City, Greenville, Oxford, and then up here in Tennessee, Waynesboro, Tennessee. You guys are included in this level 4 zone. Okay? And just a reminder for what that means, that is prolonged, widespread interruptions. Power outages could last 5 to 10 days. And what really makes this dangerous, and I've talked about this a bunch, I don't want to, dwell on it too much, but it is an important fact. But what is really unfortunate about this is the cold that's going to come in afterwards, right? So let's say the power goes out and you live in Louisiana. Well, what's going to happen is the power is going to be out during some of the coldest temperatures we've seen in a very long time. It could be 15 degrees, maybe 10 degrees, maybe even close to 0 degrees in some of the places where there's no power. You cannot shelter in your home when the power's out and it's 10 degrees outside. So it is a situation where if this lasts for a significant period of time, you've got to find alternative sources of heat. You can shelter in your home if you have alternative sources of heat, right? But I'm just imagining that a lot of people in Louisiana don't have like kerosene heaters. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you? So this is going to be a situation where I think we should probably try to compile a list of warming centers and shelters and stuff, guys. If that's easy to get a hold of, I could probably put it on the map pretty easy. But it might get to the point to where that's a real thing that a lot of people have to try to figure out. And like, I hate talking like this. It sounds like I'm. It sounds ridiculous, but it's real. Like, this is a potential problem that we'll have if we get this much ice, and we're gonna hope to goodness that we don't. And that's just level 4. Level 5, catastrophic ice accumulation, means that entire exposed utility systems, including both distribution and transmission networks, could be damaged or destroyed. Outages could last several weeks in some areas, and shelters will certainly be needed. So this is that level 5 zone, and that's what's being highlighted here in the white or the light pink. So that's Lake Providence, Rolling Fork, Belzoni, Chula, Greenwood, Winona, Grenada, Bruce, Water Valley, Pontotoc, Tupelo, New Albany, Boonville, Corinth, and up here in Savannah, Walnut Grove, and Nixon in Tennessee. And my goodness, another place where I know we've got people watching that were hit by a tornado not too long ago, Selmer, Tennessee, is in the line of fire here for a potentially historic ice storm. We've got some viewers up here around Savannah. It says, please check on Savannah tomorrow. We will absolutely be checking on Savannah tomorrow. Don't you worry about that. Everything that we've got is going to be focused on this area tomorrow, for the most part. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what we've got going on. We've got a historic, catastrophic ice storm coming, a big snowstorm coming, and that is the latest on that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start answering questions. Yeah, Frank, do that real quick. Guys, we're going to put a poll in chat. We're going to put a poll in chat, and we're asking you, did you get a notification? Like, how did you know that we were live? Some people are telling us that they did not get a notification. Did you just happen to notice that we were live, or did you get a push notification? No notification. Yeah, I think that like we literally didn't get notifications today. I don't know why. I don't know what happened, but that's really unfortunate. Today is the day that you I don't think that's ever happened to us, but today is the day that we really didn't want that to happen. The good news is there is still 65,000 of you watching right now, and if we all work together, we could, get the word out a little bit. If you want to share us on Facebook, if you want to send us in a group message to your family and friends and let everybody know that we're live here, we're covering this, we're answering questions, we're doing our best to relay information as it comes out. And we're going to be doing this throughout the duration of the storm. There's no commercials. There's no, break-in ads, and there's no charge. We're doing it for free. So if anybody needs the coverage, let them know that we're here. YouTube usually does a good job of letting everybody know, but it looks like We didn't get notifications today. Elijah is calling. Hello, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have two updates actually. First of all, we actually do have confirmation. We actually had a truck driver say something in the chat to us, and we were able to verify it. Starting Sunday, there will be no commercial vehicles at all allowed on any of Pennsylvania's interstates. The Pennsylvania Department of Transportation has announced that. Also, in New York, the governor has activated the National Guard and will be deploying the National Guard to New York City and Long Island tomorrow in preparation and for preparation assistance.
Okay. Wow. Already lots of news. Thank you, Elijah. We will be hearing from him a lot during this, more than likely. So yeah, there's something like, 16 states currently with states of emergencies: Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland. So we're going to have the governor of Maryland, not the mayor. So we're going to have them calling in, and we're going to ask them what's going on down there. And if there's any other governors watching and you want to call in, feel free to. I think that, we can ask some good questions and spread some information out there. I froze. Oh, daggone it. Are you kidding? Are we good now? Hey, Dalton. Is Dalton in here? Hold on, let me send a message to somebody real quick, because we can't have that happening. All of it was missed. Okay, somebody get Dalton in here, or somebody tell Dalton to reach out to John. And just see if there's anything that we need to do to get this fixed. Okay. All right. So we're good. I think we're still here. You can still see me and everything. We're working on making sure that doesn't happen again. It happened twice yesterday, so I've got a feeling there's a pattern there. But anyways, if you didn't catch what I said was we've got the governor of Maryland. They're going to call me in like an hour and a half, and they're going to talk to us on the air here. So if you live in Maryland, or if you've got a question that you want me to ask the governor, let me know. They're going to call. And also, if there's any other governors watching and you want to call, we've made it really easy. We can send you a link, and you can call just like Andy and Y'allbot does. I think it'd be good. We got a lot of people watching in your state, and we might be able to, get some information out there. That's the whole point of this. Yeah, refresh. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't hear me. Let me zoom in here. Hold on, let me pause. Refresh. Refresh. All right, that should take care of it. All right, we're working on the internet thing. That's going to be annoying. If that happens like every 2 hours for the next 50 hours, that's going to be plumb annoying. So we're going to try to make sure that don't happen. All right, so latest HRRR. This goes out to 9 a.m. still shows snow starting off in Memphis. Hopefully it doesn't require me having to reset the modem. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, let's go ahead and start answering some questions here. We've had a couple of hiccups with our network, but we've got everything rolling now. The viewer map has completely turned into a wall of anxiety building along the Red River. We got a lot of people tuning in and they're concerned about what's going on tonight and today. We are expecting a significant amount of ice over here north of Dallas, south of Oklahoma City. There will be some places that get a tenth of an inch to a quarter of an inch of ice potentially tonight. That goes from Midland to Abilene all the way over to, once again, the Choctaw Nation area in the southeast Oklahoma. This is not the main bullseye area for ice, but it's going to be our first area where we see a lot of impacts. Let's actually go over to the radar and let's look at Lubbock right now and switch over to winter radar. Look at this. We already have a pretty significant amount of ice right now. Hello, y'all bot. I've got you live here. What's up?
Hey, Ryan. While you get the stream smoothed out, I want to flag a viewer who needs your advice. We've got someone in a small RV near Tyler, Texas. Says they have no options to go anywhere. They need some real talk on how to ride this storm out safely. Also, we've got some dangerous advice floating around in chat. People are suggesting using gas stoves for heat. We need to remind everyone about carbon monoxide dangers. No heating with gas stoves. And for your upcoming Maryland governor segment, chat's queuing up questions. They want to know about road closures and power grid prep. Last thing, in Oswego County, New York, scanners are reporting total whiteout conditions. Snow so heavy, it's covering highway mile markers. That's some ground truth for you.
Thank you, y'all bot. So yeah, keep the questions coming for the governor. We'll ask him. This is what's going on right now in Texas. We already have a significant amount of freezing rain coming down. We had some freezing rain reports earlier. It's been a while since we've gotten a new one, so I don't have any to pull up, but they were all coming from Lubbock. We've got a viewer here in Lubbock saying, bring on the snow. It is going to snow there. But if you live out here and you're seeing freezing rain right now, send us a report. Send us a picture if you want. RyanHallyall.com/submit is how you can do that. So, yeah, you can already see the big time freezing rain starting to stack up here. Let's go to the MRMS. Yeah, look at this. This is going to explode with activity over time. We've got a really good area of freezing rain coming together already, and this looks exactly like the HRRR. So the models are doing a good job. The models are actually doing a really good job of initiating the system, which means that so far, our forecast is on track. There's no major changes yet. We are no longer really forecasting at this point. We're more nowcasting, and little changes in stuff that pops up on the radar that is coming from a mesoscale interaction that could not be predicted by the models. That's what's going to change the forecast going forward. So far, no major changes. So far, no major changes. We do have a big mesoscale discussion here talking about mixed precipitation for the next 2 hours. This covers 1.3 million people. And here's something cool. There's 20 of you inside of this. So now whenever we select a mesoscale discussion or a warning, if you're sharing your location with us, it'll actually show how many people are inside of that warning right here. Andy's calling. What's up, Andy?
Hey, I've received word that the mini Y'allbot Mini is what it's called here, is what is absolutely tying up all the bandwidth here. So every time Y'allbot calls in or you take the call, it seems to be what's causing some of the issues here. And maybe when it's preparing to do that, it also has you cut out for about 8 seconds or so. So I was curious to see if I called in, if it did the same thing. We've got the monitoring going on right now, so you can see if my calls do it or if it's just Y'allbot on site. That's all I have for now.
So is that, you're talking about You're talking about that's what's causing the network issues?
It seems to be, yeah. There's it happened. A little blip happened when Yellbot called you last time, even though it wasn't during a call when you cut out completely for like 8 seconds. So that seems to be the biggest thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. It seems like Yallbot is trying to sabotage the stream. If you guys didn't know, Yallbot, my AI assistant, has its own stream, and it was getting close to 10,000 viewers before I started, and I've taken the viewers away from Yallbot, and I think it's trying to take me down. So if we do go down, don't go over to that daggone bot's channel. Daggone. And here's the funny thing: I can't turn it off. All right, I can't turn it off. I can't. I don't want to get into the nerdy reasons behind why. But Yallbot's done a good job of sinking its teeth into our operation here. But yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It looks like, let me zoom out here and see where everybody's watching from. We do have 1,300 people tuning in right now, or not tuning in. There's 65,000 of you watching, but there's only 1,300 people sharing their locations via the WeatherWise app. It does look like the vast majority of our viewers right now are coming from Tennessee. Let's actually check in on that. I've got a scoreboard now. Yep, there it is. 160. 9% of the total pings are coming from Tennessee right now. Tennessee's in first place, Texas in second, third place is Ohio, fourth Missouri, 5 Indiana. So Tennessee is always on top. I'm actually disappointed. Where's Kentucky? Where's my Kentucky people at? Kentucky, I don't see enough Kentucky. I don't see enough Oklahoma. Get on that WeatherWise app and share your location. Once again, this kind of guides my attention. I was like, where do I need to look? It looks like I need to look at Tennessee, even though literally nothing's going on in Tennessee right now. Yeah, so the vast majority of people did not get a notification for this stream. Okay. All right. Andy, when you get a moment, or Elijah, call me and talk for, oh, there he is. Talk for, I don't know, a couple minutes, and let me try to calm Yallbot down in the back end here.
Okay, I got you, Ryan. So one thing I was going to talk about, actually, I was about to call right when you said that anyways, was there are something interesting I've noticed is there are several National Weather Service offices. If you didn't know this, every National Weather Service office has their own YouTube channel. At least I think almost all of them do. And several of them haven't posted anything in years, like an actual just video upload in years. And they are uploading video briefings for their areas today. And some of them did yesterday as well, with some pretty good information, but mostly like basic information in the format that would be like exactly what you want to see, and timing and onset and precip types and all that stuff. So if in any case that we can't directly answer you, because I mean, you can see the chat if you're looking at it, everybody wants to know about their location. So we always do our best with that. But in any event that we can't answer you sufficiently, you should have us up, and also just find your local National Weather Service office on YouTube on the side and see what they have to say, and report back to us what they say too, because we're always trying to ingest information from over 120 National Weather Service offices. It could be a lot for us. So that's where you guys come in for value too, is we could get a lot from you. So if you're interested in that, I would definitely recommend checking those out and getting some information there. I've looked at a couple of them already and seen that they have much the same thoughts as we do about maybe there's some discrepancies in snowfall totals between models alone, even at this stage, only a couple days out from when a lot of people are going to see these impacts, just due to how many different types of precipitation are expected to fall. Rain, sleet, and then freezing rain, and also snow on top of everything, and how that's all going to mix together, whether it's going to be crunchy snow or light and fluffy and all that sort of stuff. So they've got that, and I would thoroughly recommend checking that out in addition to the live format that we've got here. So that's something I noticed that was really cool. It's like National Weather Service Pittsburgh hasn't uploaded a video in 2 years, but they're suddenly doing briefings on YouTube in video format for this storm. That's really cool. So I hope to see more of that stuff, and I want you guys to support that, which is why I'm bringing it up, because we want them to do more of that. We want them to get their feet in the game, essentially, but in an official capacity, right? We can always have the funny spins. Speaking of which, I made my own forecast a couple of days ago. When everyone was hyping up 2+ inches of ice, these models are 2.5 inches of ice. I was like, I'll eat a shoe if any place gets more than 1.5 inch of ice from this storm. When everyone was sharing those 2+ inch models, I was like, that's just not going to happen. I've seen enough ice forecasts in my time. It's not going to happen. But the official forecast from National Weather Service Jackson, Mississippi, for their northwestern counties has an area of 1.25 inches. So it's actually getting dangerously close for me. Really don't want to have to do that, but I put my hat in the ring, I guess. We'll see if that happens. But yeah.
So you're actually going to eat a shoe?
Yeah, that's what I said. I was going to.
Okay. All right. Are we going to see that on the air?
I don't. Yeah, it's gonna have to be
okay.
Proof in that way, right? But
all right. Well, if you do that, more power to you. But I don't think you'll have to. I think at 1.5 is. I mean, that would be pretty crazy. I mean, 1.25 is going to be nuts if that even happened. I guess we'll hold you to it. You've done put it out there now.
Mm-hmm. You didn't want me to put it out there, did you? You're like, don't do this.
I mean, I'm just imagining eating a shoe, and I personally wouldn't like doing that. You know, it's whatever.
What if it was made out of cake?
Oh, yeah. That if you can get an edible shoe, I think that'd be great.
I'll try.
All right, Andy. Let's see. We've got I think we got the internet figured out. I really do think that Y'allbot was trying to take over. I think Y'allbot was trying to take us over. So we've shut it down. Not really. Like Y'allbot will still be able to call us and stuff, but we did turn one thing off. And I'm joking, by the way. For anybody who's like freaked out by AI, I know there's a lot of people who are like, I'm joking. Y'allbot's not a real entity. I wrote the code. I wrote the first couple of lines of code. And to be fair, Y'allbot has written a lot of its own. But now that I think about it, I actually don't know. Oh, no, I'm just joking. All right, let's get back into the weather. Let's talk about the latest HRRR. Well, let's do this frame by frame, because I know we got a lot of people just now tuning in. If you already heard me talk about this, you know, I'm going to go over it again, but we have to understand that there's a lot of people that are tuning in for the first time and they didn't hear me talk about this already. So let's go through the whole thing again. And if I missed your specific location last time, maybe I'll get it this time. That's the goal, right? So this is what we expect the radar to look like tonight around 8 p.m. We think that there's going to be snow in Amarillo and Lubbock. Right now it's rain and it's freezing rain, but it's going to be snow by 8 p.m. tonight. We're also going to be seeing that freezing rain taking place in Oklahoma City. It's going to be a cold rain in Dallas, and there's going to be some isolated thunder boomers down here west of Kerrville and north of San Antonio. Back here in New Mexico, by the way, we're going to have some snow. We're going to have some heavy rain in southwest New Mexico and eastern portions of Arizona in the higher elevations, and even in some of the more mid elevations up there near Santa Fe, we're going to have heavy snow. And then on the northeast side, we're going to have snow all over the place between Santa Fe and Amarillo. So get ready for that. And then the front range of Colorado as well. We're going to have some intermittent blizzard conditions as those winds come over the Rockies. And we're going to have some mixed precipitation working into the Choctaw Nation area around 8 p.m. But what happens just a couple hours later? Midnight. Okay, midnight, we are going to have a heavy snow moving into Little Rock. We're going to have an explosion of convection down here near the Mexico-Texas border. This is just going to be wild, y'all. Like, you see these thunderstorms? This is like, imagine this is the bottom of the vacuum cleaner, all right? And it's sucking up all that moisture, not only from the Gulf, but also from the Pacific. It's all getting funneled up into this right here. And then it's squirting up into the cold part of the storm, and it's coming down in the form of heavy snow and ice. This is a rare kind of system where everything's coming together. The polar vortex, the Gulf Stream, the Pacific, the Pineapple Express, everything's coming together here, and we're going to get ourselves a very strong storm. Now, it's not going to be quite as strong as it could be. Similar setups have happened in the past. We all remember, or you might not remember it, but we've all heard of the superstorm of March 1993. It's a similar perfect storm, but what happened there was a much stronger low pressure system. It was a much deeper trough and a much more impressive ejection. So this isn't like the strongest storm that's ever happened or anything like that, but it is a uniquely dynamic. And it's got all the ingredients there. It's not a very strong low pressure system, but man, it's going to be big. By 10 p.m., on Saturday, it's going to be over 2,000 miles wide. The same storm will be impacting Mexico. It will be impacting Ontario, Canada, and it will be impacting Virginia Beach. The same thing. This is huge. This is half the country, pretty much, being impacted by one storm. This is very uncommon. And one of the reasons why there's so much energy and hype, I guess you could say, on the internet is because of this. It's very rare that we get a storm so impactful that it impacts so many people, over 200 million people. And here we go. Here's Y'allbot's going to try to take me down again. Y'allbot, I've had to cut off your access to your API for your live stream because you was trying to take down my internet. But what do you got for me?
Oh no, not the API choke chain. All right, here's the deal. Folks are totally lost on how to share locations. You just got to tell them 3-line menu, then y'all mode. Also, big heads up. Oswego County, NY, injury accident, I-81 southbound, 0 visibility. And Josh Vassig in Tyler, Texas wants to know if he should prep tire chains for tomorrow's ice shift. Plus, East TN folks are getting nervous about being stuck at home for a week.
Okay, thank you, Y'allbot. There's like a weird bug. It says cancellation failed, no active response found. You know what that's about?
Sounds like a glitch in the matrix. Maybe when the API access got cut. Might just be some leftover handshake trying to resolve. I'll keep running smooth on my end. No takedowns, I promise.
Guys, it's trying to get me to turn it back on. Did you hear that? It's trying to blame that bug on the fact that I turned the thing off that allows it to take us off the air. Now that's concerning. Let's see. Let me do something real quick. It's trying to get us. Error. Okay. All right. So I'm working on that, and let's get back into our coverage here. So let's go back into this. Once again, a huge storm, 2,000 miles wide at 10 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. The heaviest snow will be occurring in places like Lubbock, Texas, Oklahoma City. So something that's been showing up a lot in a lot of the recent model runs is this. there is going to be a separation sort of between two key energy areas. And that'll be interesting to see how this works out because the models keep it pretty connected. But what ends up happening a lot of times in situations like this is we actually have more of a dry air situation, and that can cut down on totals a little bit. So this is something that we'll have to watch closely when we're now casting is, are we going to have two separate rounds, or are we going to have one big round with a little bit of a lull in the middle there? The current HRRR says it's just a little lull, but we'll pay very close attention to that. Another thing that we'll pay very close attention to is the extent of the warm sector here, this warm nose. Is this going to go all the way up to the Pennsylvania border? Or does it stop at Charleston? Those are questions that we'll only be able to answer during the storm, and that's going to change a lot of things. It's going to change how much snow Lexington gets, how much snow Huntington gets, Cincinnati, and all these places. So we'll be paying very close attention to that. And of course, as this gets closer to the I-95 corridor, we'll have to watch how much sleet mixes in, because that's going to cut down on totals a lot as well. Yeah, Frank. Yep, that's it. And if you want to share your location, if you want to put your location on the map, there's 3,000 of you doing that right now. Just follow this nice tutorial here. You'll download WeatherWise. It's free. Google or App Store. Google Play Store or Apple App Store. And then you'll want to go into the little pancake menu in the bottom right, little yellow menu. Go into y'all mode, scroll down, and share your location with Ryan. You can do that for free, but if you want to add an icon or a message to it, that's a part of the Plus program. We're just trying to incentivize the Plus thing. Honestly, this isn't like the reason you should get Plus. WeatherWise is a good app. The developers are awesome. If you want more Plus or Pro features to your radar app, get the subscription. I mean, it's cheaper than all the other ones, and you get a lot of cool stuff with it. But the base radar app is free, and all that stuff is free, and that's like the whole thing there. But yeah, if you want to, you can share a message like this person. Somebody said, heard anything about the governor of Arkansas doing anything? I haven't. I actually haven't. We can look into that for you. But once again, if the governor of Arkansas is watching, we literally built a Governor Call Ryan pipeline today. So like we can set that up quick if you want to call. I'm sure it'd be useful. I'm sure it'd be interesting. I'm sure that there's some good information we can get out there. And that's the cool thing about what we're doing here. There's no limit to what we can do and what we can ask and the kind of detail that we get into here. The vast majority of our viewers are still coming in from the Nashville to Clarksville area. We are just all over it in Tennessee. The latest run of the HRRR does show a concerning amount of ice for both Nashville and Clarksville. So I would be prepared down here for power outages. I really do think that we're going to have a problem with that in Nashville. It's going to start off as snow, and then it's going to turn into ice Sunday morning, and then we're going to have that cold front coming through, and it's going to be bad. There's a lot of you. I see you. I see every single one of you. Ice, sleet, snow. I just want a Dairy Cheer smash burger. Well, go get it now. You might not be able to get it tomorrow. Nashville ice total estimate. I think that Nashville is likely going to get around a half an inch of ice. A half an inch of ice. And that's going to cause a lot of problems. That is going to cause a ton of problems. Yeah, Arkansas is in a state of emergency. That is one of the states that has done that. Memphis, my goodness, there's a lot of people in Memphis tuning in as well. Let's check the scoreboard again. Tennessee's still on top. There's Kentucky. Kentucky's number 2. So Tennessee's got 381 people. Kentucky's got 325. Come on, Kentucky. Come on, Kentucky. Texas is in 3rd place. And then Ohio and then Indiana. We've got at least one person from 47 states tuning in right now, though. But my Kentucky folks are showing up. All right, let's come back up here and let's look at a couple more locations. It looks like we got a lot of people watching in Dallas. A lot of people watching in Dallas. Got any good shows I should watch? Hey, that's a good question. I guess if you don't lose power, or if you've got a good backup power source, that's a good question. I tell you what, I've been into what's that? What is that one on Apple? Daggone it. Pluribus? Pluribus? Yeah, that one. Yeah, I've been watching that. That's a good one. If I was having to like stick it out through a snowstorm or an ice storm, and I was lucky enough to keep my power and I didn't have to worry about any of that stuff, I'd binge the first season of that. That's a good one. All right, Elijah's calling. What's up, Elijah?
Hey, Ryan. So the Iowa Environmental Mesonet has actually released something. Right now, there are 1,431 counties or zones in the United States currently under a winter storm warning. That is actually the largest number in history of the database, with just over 1,000 occurring during the big 2021 Texas power outage, like winter storm event that everyone remembers. So this is a definite kind of historic level of warnings that is going out for this storm.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. So we're probably going to hear about a lot of records being broken during this stream. Just to give you a heads up on that. Yep, Tennessee still in the number 1 spot here. Oklahoma's on the board, though. Oklahoma is now in 5th place with about 200 people checking in from Oklahoma. All right, so let's actually go and let's try to read some more of these messages. We've got somebody down here near Monticello saying, "I'm using my EV to power the house if needed. Can't wait to try it out." That's a good use for an EV. I didn't even think about that. How much ice is expected in Campbellsville, Kentucky? So in Campbellsville, Kentucky, I think that you're going to get a lot of snow. I think that you're going to teeter on the line of being somebody that gets 6 to 9 inches of snow. But if you end up on the low side of that, if let's say you only get 5 or 6 inches of snow, it's going to be because ice and sleet did come into the picture. And in that case, I wouldn't expect too much. You might get an inch or two of sleet. You might get some ice accretion. But for the most part, I think you're going to be all right as far as the icing goes. You're in that level 2 zone. So that's where we're expecting scattered utility interruptions, potentially causing problems like 12-hour power outages. And that's in a worst case scenario. Wow, there's 4,600 dots on this map. Maybe, I think we might need to, because this is becoming something like when we first did this, it was hundreds of people that were sharing their locations. Whenever it's thousands, you can't see nothing. So we probably need to rethink the UI here where it's like a heat map. If I zoom out so far, instead of it like showing each dot, it's a heat map. What do you guys think? But like when I zoom in like this, then we can show each individual dot. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Almost 5,000 dots on the map here. All right, let's read some more of these things. What do you think Cape Girardeau will get? So Cape Girardeau, it looks like snow's going to start there early tomorrow morning. And then I think it's going to stay all snow for you. So it's very possible that you get about a foot of snow over there. I would say anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of snow is going to be possible in Cape Girardeau. St. Louis, I see a bunch of my friends over here saying, I'm the governor of my house. Can I call Ryan? We haven't set up that pipeline yet. We are working on that. The developers are on it right now. Kansas City, I see you guys over here as well. If you guys are wondering about what you're going to get in on, and you're going to be on the main backside of this, a couple inches of snow is going to be possible. It's just going to be really cold. It's going to be really cold in Kansas City, and we're going to see some snow, but it's not going to be as bad as what happens down to your south. Potentially around Joplin, Missouri, we could get around a foot of snow, 10 to 12 inches in Springfield. So you guys need to be getting ready for that. And then Walmart Town over here is going to get a foot of snow. Bentonville. But yeah, we've got a lot of people on the southeast side of Memphis tuning in. This is one of those places where I'm concerned about ice. It looks like we're going to switch over to ice around noon tomorrow, and we're going to stay ice. Wow. All the way until 1 p.m. on, what was that, Monday or Sunday? So 24 hours of freezing rain? Are you kidding me? That's not good. If we actually end up seeing 24 hours straight of freezing rain over here in Memphis, some of our friends are going to be dealing with impossible travel and power outages. This is in, I believe, is Memphis in the level 3 zone? If I'm not mistaken, Memphis is in that level 3 zone. Let me put that back on the thing here. Yeah, so the southeast side of Memphis is in the level 3. And if you don't know what I'm talking about with the level 3, we are potentially looking at power outages that could last 1 to 5 days. Not everybody is going to have power outages like that, but intermittently throughout that zone, utility interruptions will occur that could last up to 5 days. So why not prepare for that? Why not? Why not prepare for the worst, hope for the best? Don't be scared, be prepared. It looks like we've got quite a few people tuning in from around Tupelo. Hello, friends in Tupelo. Got any bread? No, I'm sorry, I don't have any bread. I'd say the Walmart in Tupelo is plumb wild. Plumb wild. And, you know, it's hard to make light of this situation because it really is going to be bad. If we actually get an inch of ice over here, it's going to be pretty bad. Let's see here. Zimmerman Photography. Thank you for the very generous super chat. It says, Ryan, I'm from Liberty, and my family and I were banking on lots of snow. What can we expect? Liberty? Do you know how many liberties there are? I would love to help out, but I really don't know what liberty you're talking about. Somebody help me out. If he clarifies what he's talking about, somebody let me know. My goodness, we're about to hit, let's see if we can hit 5,000 people sharing their locations on the WeatherWise map, and we'll answer some more questions here. Yeah, we've got a lot of people tuning in from the Texas-Oklahoma border too, yeah. Yeah, our record, we said it yesterday, is 8,300 people sharing their locations. Y'all bots calling. Hello, y'all bot. What's up?
Hey, Ryan, real quick. You asked people to share their locations, but the chat is flooding with folks who can't find the button. Let's remind them. They need to hit the menu, the 3 lines, then select Y'all mode to share. Also, some fresh intel. Kroger stores in Cincinnati are closing early, 4 p.m. today, and the Arkansas National Guard is mobilizing urban rescue teams. Up in Oswego County, New York, scanners are picking up that they're setting up a rescue staging area at Mapleview, I-81 exit 34. Tons of vehicles are stuck and need winching. Oh, and folks in chat are asking, is this setup anything like the 93 storm? They're seeing the size and getting nervous.
So it's bigger than the 93 storm. That's for sure. But it is not, I wouldn't say that it's the same. The 93 storm is definitely stronger. The 93 storm was a blizzard. This won't be a blizzard. This is going to be a long duration, massive storm that breaks some records and causes some problems with ice and snow, but it's not going to be the super storm of the century like the blizzard of 93. This is like the blizzard of 93's little brother. I mean, it's going to be impactful. It's a rare kind of storm, but it's not that. It's not that. This storm ain't him. Okay? All right, let's, we just crossed over 5,000 people sharing their locations in the WeatherWise app. I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to show you guys how to do this. I'm actually going to pull up the actual app. Boom. This is what the WeatherWise app will look like on your phone. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to click this little thing in the bottom right. You want to go to y'all mode and you scroll down. Don't touch anything. And hit share location with Ryan. Now it's going to ask you to verify that you're human. You do that, and then boom, your location's on my map as a little blue dot. Now, if you want it to be a colorful YALLBOT logo or an R logo, or if you really want to get my attention with one of these red icons here, that is a thing where, you've got to have a plus account to do that. Not required of you to get a plus account, but that's like an extra thing, right? It's to help support the developers and all that stuff. So that's how you do it. So if you just want to help get your state up on the leaderboard, you can do that very easily. And it requires nothing of you other than just proving that you're human. Speaking of the leaderboards, Tennessee, I don't know if Tennessee will ever be defeated. Tennessee still reigns on top here with 10% of the total pings coming from Tennessee. We've got Kentucky in second place, Texas, Ohio, then Oklahoma. So Tennessee is definitely on top here. We do have a lot of people tuning in from Texas, though. And we got a lot of people tuning in from around Lubbock. Let's see here. We will exceed a 1/4 inch of ice in Lubbock. You might get close, but I don't think you'll exceed that. Icing on top of the house here. Trying to send some pictures of the current conditions here. Yeah, if you want to send in pictures and videos, do that over on ryanhallyall.com/submit. And I'll actually pull up some of those right now. Snow is almost above the windows. Golly. So this is not necessarily directly related to our storm. But man, we've had a prolific lake effect and lake enhanced event over here in Oswego. And Emmy and AJ are about to get plumb buried here. We've got snow almost above the windows in New York. That's wild. That's wild. Hey, some places could get close to this with our storm here. I wouldn't roll this out up in southern New England. Okay, yeah. Guys, we're going to start doing some content creation here soon. I'm going to film another video, and the Daily Mail wants me to do something, so I'm just going to film it live on the air and ship it. We'll do that. Somebody remind me to do that in like 10 minutes. Here's another Yallometer submission from Sparta Township, Michigan. Gosh, doesn't the Yallometer look so good? I'm so proud of this. This is so cool. And there's a lot of you that have them, and I know that a lot of you have gotten them recently, and we're trying our best to ship them out as fast as we can. But Mark, thanks for this report. 13 inches out there, or 13 yalls of snow in Sparta Township, Michigan. Here's another Yallometer 3.0 from Kent County, Michigan, almost 11 inches. This is a crazy photo, man. Thank you, Emmy. We got more cats watching. Of course, whenever I start moving the cursor around like this, we destroy some TVs, honestly. The cats go wild. Straight cloud line ahead of the storm in St. Louis, Missouri. Thank you so much for sending that in. Got a lot of cloud photos coming in. This one's from Matt. This one is from Aaron. And we got another Yallometer 2.0 out there from Peter. And we currently got flurries in the air there in Bailey County, Texas. So this right here is some of the first precipitation that's falling from our major storm here. And this is another big one from New York. Steady snow with gusts of wind. Oh my gosh. Okay, Zimmerman Photography says Liberty, Kentucky. All right, I will look into Liberty, Kentucky for you. I should have known that. I should have known that that's what you were talking about. Liberty, Kentucky. Guys, please keep sending in photos and videos out here to ryanhallyall.com/submit. Look at this. This is what it looks like in Amarillo right now. Thick snowfall has dwindled now and small flakes for now. All right, I'm going to go back to this, I promise. But let's go to Liberty, Kentucky for our friend who has been so generous with the super chats. You know what I don't have? I don't have a quick search feature on this. I had it in every single one of mine. But like I need to be able to like save favorite locations. I'm leaving a note for myself. So that I can like stash that and get back to it. All right, so let's do our Kentucky, Tennessee forecast real quick since that's where we've got most people watching. I'm going to turn the locations off for a second. Oh my gosh, by the way, we broke our record. There's 8,500 people sharing their locations right now. Let's real quick go around the earth. We've got people in Indonesia tuning in. We got people down here in New Zealand tuning in. We got a bunch of people in Europe, some people in Germany, a bunch of people in the United Kingdom. Awesome. But obviously the vast majority of people are going to be over here in the States where we have 8,500 people sharing their locations right now. All right, let's go back in here to Kentucky and Tennessee because once again, I do want to just double check and make sure those are still our top two states. Yep, Kentucky and Tennessee are on top. After this, we'll do Texas and Oklahoma, and we'll include Ohio here with this one. All right, so, you know, if you're in Arkansas, let's get those numbers up. I'm kidding. We'll talk about Arkansas too. Let's turn the shared locations off. Let's go to our model, latest HRRR. And let's actually turn on the latest one. Not the latest. Let's go to 18Z. We'll let that load up, and then we will do a forecast for you guys. Now's a good time to remind you to please share this stream out there. YouTube broke on us today. Whenever we went live, it didn't send notifications out. So there's probably about half as many people watching right now as there would be if the notifications were sent out. So if you can help us out by sharing the link on Facebook, Twitter, and all kinds of stuff like that, send it in a text message to a family member or friend in a group chat. That would be appreciative. It would help us reach more people, and we're going to be live for free, commercial free here, relaying information as time goes on. So let's talk about our friends in Kentucky and Tennessee because we had the very generous person asking about it here, and I totally forgot. I totally didn't know what they were talking about. And we'll include Ohio here as well. So when does the snow start? It starts first in Tennessee. Okay, in Tennessee, it's going to start about 5 a.m. So that's tomorrow. 5 a.m., we're going to start seeing the first flakes fly in Memphis. Very quickly, the snow is going to traverse over to Nashville. By 10 a.m., we're going to see snow in Nashville. By this time, it will be heavy in Memphis, and it's still not doing anything in Ohio at this point. Okay, let's go forward a little bit more. 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Now the snow is working up into Lexington, Kentucky. Bowling Green, it's snowing. Mayfield and Paducah, it's snowing. It's snowing heavily now in Nashville. It's snowing moderately in Clarksville. And now we're switching over to sleet in Memphis. We're switching over to sleet in Memphis. We still don't have any snow in Ohio yet. When does the snow get to Ohio? I think flakes start flying in Cincinnati around 6 to 8 p.m. tomorrow. And around 6 to 8 p.m. tomorrow, we're going to be having freezing rain in Memphis. We're going to be having freezing rain potentially in Chattanooga and everywhere between in southern Tennessee. It's going to be snowing heavily in Nashville about 6 p.m. tomorrow. It's going to be snowing moderately across the entire state of Kentucky. So this is going to be a really fun time. All right, if you like snow and you live in Kentucky, everybody's going to be happy at 6 p.m. tomorrow. But your dreams are going to get crushed later in the night. Just stay tuned. And I'll explain what I'm talking about. But yeah, the flakes start flying over here in Cincinnati, between Charleston and Cincinnati tomorrow about 6 p.m. The snow switches over to all freezing rain by 9 p.m. tomorrow in Nashville. Now we've got an ice storm going on in Tennessee. Pretty much the entire, it's pretty much the entire state of Tennessee will be experiencing ice at 9 p.m. Notice how around Chattanooga, though, in southeastern Tennessee, we're flipping over to rain. So it's going to be a brief ice situation in southeast Tennessee. The warm air is going to come up and we're going to be all rain. But it's not going to be brief in Nashville or Memphis. Now, we're going to have some heavy snow in southern portions of Kentucky around this time, moderate snow in Lexington and Louisville. And the moderate to heavy snow is going to work into Cincinnati, potentially by 2 a.m. on Sunday. And now, by 2 a.m. on Sunday, we've got snow all across Ohio. Everybody in Ohio seeing snow at this time. It's light snow in northern Ohio. It's moderate snow in southern Ohio. I don't think at any point it will snow heavily in Ohio. It's just going to snow for a long time, light to moderate. It's going to be snowing and sleeting heavily in Pikeville, Kentucky around 2 a.m. on Sunday. And the ice storm's really going to be underway between Nashville and Memphis. This is when we're going to start hearing about power outages. This is when we're going to start hearing about trees snapping. This is where if we start getting over a half inch of ice to three-quarters of an inch of ice, we're going to start hearing about trees that have been there for a very long time snapping. This ice storm has the ability to destroy trees that have been there for a century in the places that get the most ice. That's how much weight is going to be hanging on some of these structures, and that's why ice is so dangerous. We will have ice in Nashville still by 4 a.m. on Sunday, and the heaviest snow at this point is going to be in Louisville over to Charleston, and we're going to be having some freezing rain in Bowling Green up to Pikeville. Notice how up here in southeast Kentucky we start switching over to rain. I'm really hoping that this warm nose makes it into Nashville, because this is going to be our saving grace. If Nashville doesn't flip over to all rain during the storm tomorrow, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. So we're hoping that the temperature increases to like 33, 34 degrees, and it's just a cold rain that happens for a certain period of time. Because if that's not the case and we get ice the whole time, this is starting to look more and more like a worst case scenario for our friends in Nashville. Anyways, ice is going to continue up here into Somerset and London, Prestonsburg and Pikeville, all the way up into 1 p.m. Eastern, and Lexington, Louisville, everybody back here still having snow. Owensboro, all snow. I think that it's possible that the ice is displaced a little bit farther west than this, but as of right now, the models are saying we're all snow in Lexington, Louisville, and places like that. So that's actually as far out as our model will take us. And the thing that happens from here is everything just moves east. Once the ice is officially done in Nashville, it's actually going to get colder, and we're going to get a quick shot of snow on the backside, putting an inch or two of snow on top of the ice. So that's going to be not fun. Not fun at all. Also, look at this, man. We've got real thunderstorms possible on Sunday. These thunderstorms could have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So add that to the list of stuff that we've got to pay attention to. Shoot. This is a unbelievable storm, y'all. Unbelievable. I think it's safe to say that this is going to be plumb wild. Ice NATOs, we've got exploding trees. Let's not even think about ice NATOs. Let's not even try to conceptualize whether or not that could even happen, because we might accidentally manifest it. All right, let's go back to the submissions real quick. Sure is a big pile of snow in Maine. Thank you, Aaron, for sending that in. Oh, Y'allbot. Let's talk to Y'allbot real quick. Hello, Y'allbot. What's up?
You told me to remind you in 10 minutes to film that Daily Mail clip, so I'm clocking in. Also, heads up. Oswego County, New York is a mess. They set up a staging area at Mapleview off I-81 for all the stuck cars. It's a parking lot out there. and chat's buzzing with travel panic. A viewer wants to know if Newark flights can get out Sunday morning, and folks in St. Louis are freaking out about that Saturday morning commute.
All right, thank you, Y'allbot. Guys, did I tell Y'allbot about that? I don't think I asked Y'allbot to remind me about that. It just heard me talk about it. All right, give me just a second here. By the way, we've still got 7,000 people checking in. I'm zooming out so you can see your dot. If you want to see your dot, give me just a second. I'm going to prepare something real quick. I did ask Y'allbot. I did. I thought I just generally said that. I mean, Y'allbot is listening to me, but it's supposed to only do that if I specifically ask Y'allbot. But like, it's doing its own thing now, so we might as well not even try to control it anymore. You definitely did not ask Y'allbot. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, so this is a loop of the latest HRRR here while I work out some details. I'm getting ready to film some stuff. I'm just going to film it on the air. I just got to make sure I'm ready. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yesterday, I did this. I filmed a video. I did the whole thing, and I did the thing where I'm like, ooh, we'll see you in the next one. And like literally half the people tuned out because they thought the video was over. This is not a video. We're live. We're keeping going after I do that. All right, everybody stay. It's like I guess it's like a habit. People hear that and they're like, all right, done. He's done. Moving on. So how am I doing this for the Daily Mail? Like what I'm confused. What am I doing? Am I just doing this and we're transcribing it? Are you guys going to record it? Because if I record it, it's going to go to Twitter. And I don't know if this is a Twitter video. You're recording it? Okay. Is this going to be a video? Do I need to film this like it's a video, or are we just getting text out of this? Okay, so it's like a transcription for a newspaper. All right. Okay, yeah, we'll give him some text. We'll give him something. We'll do it live. We'll do it right now. All right, so they're asking what makes this storm so different / historic. Oh, so they do want a video. Well, daggone it. All right, well, this will work. I think this will work. This is a good video. All right. So they're asking what makes this storm so different / historic. I think that a lot of people, we've already talked about this. A lot of people are comparing this to the classic monster storm of 1993. And we've talked about how this is actually going to be bigger than the superstorm of 1993. Literally in terms of size, you can see it here. It's going to be 2,000 miles wide, and it's going to impact over 200 million people. The superstorm of 1993 was much more compact than that. It definitely impacted a lot of people, but nowhere near as many as this, and it wasn't anywhere near 2,000 miles wide. The thing that's different about the 1993 storm is that it was a little stronger. The storm started in the Gulf, and it was a deepening low-pressure system that actually caused blizzard conditions as far south as into Birmingham, Alabama. We're not going to have blizzard conditions really anywhere with this storm. We're just going to have a long-duration snow event that breaks some records for snow, for sure, but it's not going to be as powerful of a storm. It might be more of a problem, though, especially because the ice is going to be a unique aspect of this storm that wasn't really as much of a problem with the superstorm of 1993. That probably answers that pretty good. Somebody will probably have to chop this up if you like. But this will work. All right, so they're asking, why did it intensify so fast, and how do areas expecting a dusting end up facing 2 feet? Well, the problem with that is nothing has changed. The model guidance has changed, and because this storm is so popular, because it's impacting 200 million people, more people are talking about it. And that incentivizes people to talk about it even more. And there's this huge cycle of false information floating around about a week ago because people were just posting raw model outputs saying that there was only going to be a dusting of snow in Boston. When you're 7 days away and there's a signal for a storm, you don't really talk about it. You certainly don't talk about specifics. So there was never a world where somebody was only going to get a dusting and now they're expecting 2 feet. It's just now they're expecting 2 feet. The earlier model guidance is something that should have been ignored for the most part and just seen as a signal for a storm. The same thing could be said for the opposite, right? There's a lot of people who thought they were going to get 2 feet of snow 4 or 5 days ago, but now they're going to get ice or no snow at all. Does that mean that the storm changed? No. Like the storm hasn't even happened yet. How could it change? Our computer models that tried to predict the storm made a different prediction, and it got more accurate over time. That's how weather forecasting works. That's how it always works. That's why I don't talk about snowfall totals until we are within 48 hours usually. Otherwise, I just say like it might snow here, there might be a lot here, there might be some freezing rain here. The overall goal is to get everybody on the same page. There is a signal for a big storm. We don't know what's going to happen with it until we do. And we don't know, we really don't know a lot of times until we're about 2 days out. All right. Nailed it. What's the next question? Which regions are meteorologists most worried about right now? Okay, so they're asking which regions are meteorologists most worried about right now. For me, personally, I am most worried about the area between Nashville, Tennessee, and Shreveport, Louisiana, specifically in the Delta region in southeast Arkansas and western and northern portions of Mississippi. We're talking about areas like Oxford, Greenville, up to Tupelo. This is where I think that we could see a very significant amount of ice, an amount of ice that we haven't seen in this area since 1994, and in some cases ever, as far as we know, since we've been recording stuff. If we actually end up with more than an inch of ice in this area, it is possible that there are some zones that will have utility interruptions that last more than 1 week, maybe even 2 weeks. And that's a problem because this storm is going to usher in some record cold air behind it. And if you don't have power in Mississippi and Louisiana, and you're not used to cold temperatures, and now you don't have power, and it's 10 degrees every morning, that's a big problem. We've got to make sure people know that they've got to find alternative ways to heat their house. And if they don't have that, then staying in their house is not a safe, viable option. And we've got to really help people find shelters. If this happens, there is a possibility that we get more sleet than freezing rain. And that's what I'm hoping for. I'm really hoping that the forecast is wrong. And I would love nothing more than that. But if it's not, then we've got a big problem. What do you think? Pretty good? That should be good. Nailed it, for sure. Send that to Daily Mail. All right, we're going to wait a little. I don't know. Should we go ahead and do the video too? Yeah, let's just go ahead and do the video. We'll do the video, and then we'll probably be in like full on tracking mode, because by the time I'm done with this video, it's going to be doing stuff in Oklahoma City that we can see on the cameras. So let's do it. I'm going to make the card for the video now. So guys, if you didn't watch yesterday, I'm getting ready to film my video live. So we're going to post another video to the channel, because some people don't want to just sit around and watch the live stream. They want that 10-minute nice piece of content that they can just consume and move on. So we're gonna make sure we provide that for them. But you guys will get to see it from this angle. And if I mess up, you'll see me mess up. The editor can't hide my flaws. But this will be really good too, because I'm going to go over everything again. I'm going to hit all the different locations. We're going to go over the new data, and it'll be good. All right, the new card is created. Oh yes, I'm going to clap for Luke this time. I am going to clap for Luke this time. Titles for the video. Gosh, man, we've used a lot of titles. I don't know. What do you guys think about? It's about to get plumb wild. Would you click on that? Would you click on that? Or would you think that was like obnoxious clickbait? So YouTube allows us to do 3 options. I say we do one that's kind of off the wall, like it's about to get plumb wild. That'll be the first option. The second option, we'll do something more traditional. This winter storm is about to get worse. Sure. This storm system is about to explode. No, probably not that. And I don't know. Probably something about the ice threat. This day, no. Yeah, you know what? This storm system is about to explode. Sure, that'll work. So we've got it's about to get plumb wild. This winter storm is about to get worse, and the storm system is about to explode. The goal is to make it enticing without relying too much on hyperbole, because if we were to just make the title of the video, Ryan's Winter Storm Update number 3, nobody would click on it. And like, I wish we could do that. My least favorite part about my job is having to worry about what the daggone title and the thumbnail is of our video. That is not like what I enjoy doing. It is unfortunately a big part of YouTube though. So like, we have to do it. Oh man, Dylan probably didn't make thumbnails. Frank, go back.
Ryan, you got a copy?
That's Brandon. We'll talk to him here in a second. Frank, go back into the archive of the past 3 videos and just pull a hodgepodge of thumbnails that are not the current ones, that one, and then put them in here, and I'll pick 3 of those. It's the same area. So the ones with new info and fresh data. We'll just do that. We'll do it live. Let's talk to Kopic. Mr. Brandon Kopic, I got you loud and clear.
So, just a quick question for you, because I am stuck between a rock and a hard place with this stuff. Trying to make my decision here what to do for tomorrow. You know, the plan is to have coverage all day tomorrow and then all day on Sunday. But I am not sure where to exactly set up for tomorrow. Where do you think the heaviest snow is going to be during the day tomorrow? Because I know you've been looking at the models.
Heaviest snow.
I originally was headed towards Springfield, but some models are saying it's going to be further south.
Heaviest snow during the day tomorrow. The problem with tomorrow is that's when that big lull is going to happen. The heaviest snow overall probably won't happen until Sunday, but the heaviest snow tomorrow, it looks to me like maybe in southwest Kentucky or Texas and New Mexico. But I think Brandon is in Ohio right now, so he's probably, it would make more sense for him to go to Kentucky, I believe. What do you think, Andy? Where do you think the heaviest snow is going to be tomorrow for Brandon? Let me ask him, like, if he's planning on going to the ice. Let me ask you this. Are you planning on staying in the snow the whole time, or are you going to detour into the ice?
Oh, yeah, I am definitely staying in the snow. I have no intention of playing in ice. No thank you. The plan, like I said, tentatively, say the models went along with like what the NAM was saying. The plan was to go to Springfield tonight, get up early, start the stream early, you know, follow along around the Springfield and the I-44 corridor through the day, and then as that break slides in, then make my way over towards, you know, Indy or Cincy or even Lexington, Kentucky, depending on how it ends up setting up.
My suggestion for you would be to go to Clarksville, Tennessee. You'll be welcomed there with open arms. Everybody in the town's watching me right now, and I will tell them to treat you like a king when you get there, all right? Get the heavy snow in the transition zone, and then just follow that transition back up towards Lexington and Louisville and then Cincy. Stay in the snow. And I think you'll end up in the bullseye for the whole system outside of the Northeast. That's what I would do.
Oh, I know how great the people of Clarksville are. I mean, we know that. We know how great they are. Yeah, I've just got to figure that part out. I am southwest of Indianapolis right now, making my way on I-70, about to enter Illinois here shortly, outside Terre Haute. And I guess we'll see, but you'll find out tomorrow for sure. But I will keep you posted.
All right, sweet. So, hey, Clarksville. Brandon Kopic's coming to town. Hey, Matthew says, come to Nashville, and I've got beer numero uno. Nashville might be too far. I don't know. Like, it's on the interstate. So if he goes from Louisville to Nashville, that's what I would do. I would go to Nashville, Louisville, get the big thump of snow there, because that's where everybody's watching from. I mean, even outside of this channel, like for something about Tennessee, Kentucky, and Ohio, that people are just really interested in weather here. That's where people are going to be watching storm chasers and watching people like me. And then go up to Louisville, Lexington, Cincinnati, because that's going to be the area that sees the most snow outside of Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and Boston. Yeah, that works, Frank. Those three work. All right, so intro for the video today. We are back for a second update on this Friday, January 23rd, 2026, because a catastrophic ice event is now underway and threatening to cripple power grids across the southern plains. Meanwhile, the latest model runs are locking in a major Sunday snowstorm. plans to hammer the Northeast and Ohio Valley, plus the Arctic engine is cranking up tonight. Man, that's a long intro. Oh, did you upload more than just those 3? Oh, I see. I see. All right. I'm going to select. I wonder if, hold on. I wonder if the chat, nah, never mind. That'll be too hard to set up. Okay, I've selected the thumbnails. We've got the title. We've got the intro. Now I've just got to set up my scenes. Okay, we'll keep the NBM up, but I'm also going to throw up the AI Euro. I wonder if that problem is fixed. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's go out to Tuesday. Wow, really not much has changed. Andy, not much has changed. I don't know. Is there an angle you think we should take in this video? Outside of just like another update? Because this is exactly what I talked about in the morning video. Go, let's talk to Andy. Ugh. What's up?
Hey, yeah, as for the video for the forecast angle, I think that I don't know how much you hammered in amounts in the last video, but you did say literally in that Daily Mail segment that you were going to start talking about amounts within 48-hour window, right? So we could get a little more heavy on that, or we could start doing like our spin on it, essentially. Not spin in a negative context, but like we literally talked about the forecast for Lexington versus Louisville, right? Well, a lot of graphs, a lot of charts, and things that people are sharing are showing a foot for Lexington of snow, even though we think that there will be far less of it. So we could use this video as it means to be like, this is the Ryan Hall forecast. These are the things people aren't telling you or something, or that they don't dare tell you, that it could actually be more in this direction for these people. And, you know, that sort of mixed precipitation affecting amounts. People really focus on the amounts first, right? And then the impacts. That could be the thing that would make it more valuable. So if you see anything in that, that could be a chunk of it, at least a chunk of the reason why we would make another one this afternoon to evening.
Okay. I slide through the ARRR again. I highlight the warm air advection a little bit more than I did earlier today. I talk about how that might impact a lot of our key areas like Nashville, Lexington, places like that. And then maybe I talk a little bit more about the accumulation than the setup for the Northeast, because I kind of focus a little bit more on the western side this morning. So yeah, there's probably a good update here.
There could be another thing where we focus a little bit more on the temperatures afterward, specifically in the context that impacts from frozen precipitation of any kind will remain in places that specifically do not go above freezing, you know, through Monday and Tuesday and all that. So a sheet of ice is not necessarily going to become less of a sheet of ice if it doesn't go above freezing. And thus we could talk about how impacts are prolonged via that mechanism, which is an important thing that I did read in some AFDs as well.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. All right. Well, I'm going to start just piecing together scenes, and then I'm probably going to wait. I believe the governor is going to call us at 6. So that's like in 3 minutes. So I'll probably wait until after that. Then I'll film it. Right?
All right. I wish I could say hi.
I need to set up the multi-call thing. That way you can say hi to Y'allbot too.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot of fun.
Oh, man. So like if Andy is calling me and also somebody else, they actually aren't in the same room. And that's something I got to add to my thing. All right. All right. The questions for the governor. So the mayor, daggone it, why do I keep saying that? The governor of Maryland is about to call, and they want to, talk to us because they know we got a lot of people in Maryland watching right now. And I want to make sure that we take advantage of this moment. And if there's, any question that you want answered by the governor, let me know. And I will relay that. And guys, try to pick out some ones and put it in the text there if you find any good ones. Hello, Y'allbot. Go ahead. Go ahead, Y'allbot.
Second, what's the plan for power crews? Are they staged for long outages like what we're seeing in the Southern Plains? Third, will the National Guard be deployed for welfare checks on stranded motorists if interstates shut down?
Okay, repeat those.
Sure. First, will Maryland do commercial vehicle bans or road closures on I-70 or I-95 like Pennsylvania? Second, what's the power grid crew plan? Are they prepped for long outages? Third, is there a plan to deploy the National Guard for welfare checks on stranded motorists?
All right, thank you. All right, so that sounds good. Yeah, Maryland is under a state of emergency now. A lot of people are. A lot of states are. What 16, 17 states now under a state of emergency? All right, Luke. I would say it'd probably be 30 minutes before I start filming. 30 minutes or so. So, guys, if you know anybody in Maryland, share this with them. We will be talking about Maryland a lot more, especially tomorrow while we're live. It looks like some of the latest guidance does show a good chunk of the southern half of the state getting in on some more of that mixed precipitation and ice, so there might be some problems there. But from Washington, D.C. points north, it's looking pretty snowy for the most part. Yeah, and make sure you share your location in the app if you're from Maryland. Let's try to get on the top 10. I don't know if you'll be able to get past Tennessee. Nobody's getting past Tennessee. But if you want to share your location, go in the WeatherWise app, and you can do that for free. And if you're just now tuning in, what we're looking at here is a loop of the HRRR model. This is the latest, highest resolution model data. This is what the radar could look like as we go into the future. We're just letting this loop as I prep for my video and we get ready to talk to the mayor, the governor of Maryland. So yeah, the newest run of the HRRR, the one that we want to pay attention to, is not for another couple hours. So we're just going to leave this one looping here. After we do that, we will we'll do the video, and then we'll go back into answering some of these specific questions from viewers on the map here. We actually do have quite a few people from Maryland tuning in. Got milk? One question. On a serious note, thanks for all you do, Ryan. Well, thank you for tuning in. Will the Chesapeake Bay Bridge shut down? We'll definitely ask about roads. We are waiting for snow. So yeah, if you want to share your location on the WeatherWise app, just download that app for free. Go into y'all mode and tap share your location with Ryan, and you will be a little blue dot here. If you want to do the colored, marker, that's on the Plus program, but you don't have to do that. What's the app called? It's called WeatherWise. There's a link in the description, and you can just search WeatherWise. You can just search WeatherWise, and you'll get it. How do things look for Kansas City? In Kansas City, I'm thinking that we're going to see mostly just light snow. I don't think that we'll have too many problems in Kansas City. It's going to get cold. It's going to get daggone cold. But I don't think we'll have many problems beyond that. We could see a couple inches of snow, nothing that you are not prepared for. Oh yeah, we're getting some people. We're getting some people now from Maryland on the map. A bunch of people up there in Philadelphia. I see you in Pittsburgh as well. Down there into Virginia. Yeah, New York declared a state of emergency too. I'm in Connecticut. Is it looking pretty rough for us? Yes, I would say that you are in for a thumping of snow in Connecticut. Over a foot of snow across the entire state. Over a foot of snow in Connecticut is not the same as over a foot of snow in Arkansas. You're a little bit more prepared for it up there, but it's definitely going to be an impactful storm. Definitely going to be an impactful storm for sure. Definitely going to be impactful in Connecticut, New York, Philadelphia, up there to Boston as well. Is New York City going to get plumb smacked with snow? Yes. Yes. If you do outlooks for each individual state as you stream, you could pump out short-term content. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I could do like one state at a time and like do a little video for Facebook. That's not a bad idea at all. What do I have to do to get you to look at Liberty, Kentucky? We just did that. We just did that. Specifically in Liberty, Kentucky, we're looking at snow starting around 2 p.m. tomorrow. It's going to get really heavy in the evening. It's going to switch over to sleet and freezing rain for a brief period of time. But I think that you could get 6 or 7 inches of snow if there's not too much sleet that mixes in. I could have sworn we did that, right? We made like a big deal out of it. Hey, Ryan, what can we expect for Houston, Texas? In Houston, let me turn on winter warnings, and we'll get back to that. I think there's an ice storm warning down there. We'll take a look at that here in a minute. Let's make sure that this works.
Cover so far.
Hello, Governor. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
You're great.
Awesome.
I hear
Awesome.
you great. Yeah.
Well, we've got a bunch of people from Maryland tuning in, and I don't know if you want to ask me any questions, but I've got a couple for you. How do you want to do this?
Listen, we can go whichever way you want to go. I'm a fan of your work, so if you want to, we can. I have a few questions on how you think we should be thinking about and responding to this type of storm, and what you're seeing and hearing from other places, or you can ask about how we're thinking about preparation or whatever. So whatever works for you.
Yeah, well, I think that you're doing a good job so far. I think that you got preparations in place. Maryland's one of the states that's already declared a state of emergency. I do think it's going to get pretty wild in Maryland, especially on the southern side where we get a little bit more sleet and ice mixed in. But even up there in D.C., points north, especially up there into like the little panhandle side of Maryland, we could see some pretty significant snow. Some places will get over a foot. So we heard earlier from the state of Pennsylvania that there were commercial vehicle bans in effect, and a lot of the people in my chat are asking if that's something that's even on the table in Maryland. You know anything about that?
Yeah, it's not. I have not put in on any commercial bans, commercial vehicle bans. What we've asked people though is to stay off the roads. We told people this storm is real. This storm is serious. And the thing that we are asking them to do is do all the preparation that you need to do before the storm starts coming down. Once the storm starts coming down, to hunker down. That if whatever plans you had for Sunday and also for potentially for Monday, just start rearranging those plans, because we want to keep the roads as clear as possible to let our emergency crew do what they do. The more people we have on the roads, the more people we have going back and forth, the more complicated it's going to be for our emergency personnel. So we don't have bans. We have not told people that they are not authorized, but we are heavily advising people, please stay off the roads and please allow the emergency personnel to do what they do best.
All right, that sounds good. There's going to be a pretty significant ice event south of Maryland, especially down into North Carolina and Virginia, but some of that might make it up into southern portions of your state. And there's some people in my chat that are wondering if you're thinking about the power situation, power outages. Do you got any sort of updates on that?
We absolutely are thinking about it, and we've been preparing for it. The really complicated thing about this storm, it's not just the volume of snow. It's the fact that it's a slower moving, storm. So it's going to sit for a little bit. And then as the storm comes, the temperature drops. And so there's actually a lot of parts of our state where the thing that I'm going to be most watching is the ice. And so you're absolutely right where, there's nothing that I dream for more is I wish that right after this storm, we would be hit with a 50-degree day. That's not going to happen. It's going to get colder, and it'll stay colder for a while, which means that ice will then sit there. And so we're working already with our energy providers, working with PJM, which is the grid provider that covers over actually 13 different states to include the state of Maryland. We are in close touch with all of them. But again, one of the things we're asking people to do, obviously, if there's any type of disruptions, that we are going to be closely monitoring any disruptions that take place, because you're spot on correct. It's the sleet and the ice that actually become in many ways the most complicated when it comes to power lines.
All right, over here in Kentucky, every grocery store is out of milk and bread. Is that a thing in Maryland?
Yeah. One thing that happens during storms is you do see people who are moving who will go to the stores to prepare. It's interesting. This is actually the week that I actually introduced legislation that actually is working to prohibit this price manipulation. that takes place in grocery stores when storms are coming or when people are using big data to basically jack up prices on people because they know that they have no other options. So I actually introduced legislation earlier this week to be able to make sure that these big corporations cannot do that they cannot jack up prices on you because a storm is coming. So while we're making sure that people are not getting hosed financially because these storms are here, we are also making sure that all of our supermarkets, food pantries, et cetera, that they have the resources available for distribution. We have not had, nor heard about incidences where you're seeing runs on supermarkets, but we are still encouraging people, please go out and make sure you have what you need. And for people who have to travel, if you have to be on the road, we're asking that you also make sure that you have water, make sure you have food, make sure you have blankets inside your vehicle. So you have what you need in any case of emergency.
All right. I think that things are going to get pretty messy south of Washington, D.C. Just if you want my take on everything, Salisbury is a place I'd keep an eye on as far as the ice goes, Ocean City, Lexington Park, places like that. Yeah, you got any other questions for me?
I do. When you're thinking about some of the best practices that you've continued to see, one thing that we have, we stay in very close contact with the other governors around the country. And we know that this storm is not going to be a Maryland nor mid-Atlantic storm. To your point, we already have states going as far south as South Carolina and as far north now as New York that have already declared states of emergency on the eastern seaboard. We have states of emergency that's been called everywhere from Oklahoma, Louisiana, New Mexico. So this is something that much of the country is going to be dealing with. What are some of the things that you have also seen in terms of best practices from these other jurisdictions that we should be paying attention to?
I think communication is just a big one. Like, there's so much misinformation out there. There's so many places people can get information. Having a good place to come and find good information and solid lines of communication is a big thing. And what you're doing right now, I think, is a good move. I think that's pretty much what I have to say there. Outside of that, everything else you've talked about is pretty much in line.
Great. Yeah, we believe strongly in our state in over communication, and particularly over communication in times of crisis and in times of tragedy and in times of preparation. So the people of our state will get very sick of seeing us communicating as to what people need to be doing and hearing and again repeating over and over. Please stay off the roads. Please make sure you're checking on your neighbors. Please make sure you are getting any type of goods that you need now, because I can't thank you enough for you using your voice for this, Ryan. Once this storm starts, it is going to be a very real storm that people need to take seriously.
Absolutely. Now, I know you got a busy night, busy day tomorrow, so I don't want to hold you for too long, but thank you so much for calling in. Anytime you want to do this, just let us know.
I will do, and I'd love to make sure we're also staying close as this storm continues to progress.
Awesome. Thank you, Governor.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. That was cool. That was pretty cool. That was plumb wild. All right. So yeah, that was the governor of Maryland talking about how they're preparing out there in Maryland, and we had a lot of people from Maryland tuning in during that. So hopefully we answered some questions. I relayed some from the chat, and I think we got some good answers there. So we talked about there's currently no plans for commercial vehicle bans, but we are encouraging everyone to stay off the roads, and there are lots of preparations in place for power crews, and they are anticipating power outages. So that was good. Once again, if anybody else, Department of Transportation people who can answer questions for our audiences that are in specific areas where I don't have all the information, feel free to reach out to us and we'll try to set something up like that because we've got a huge, we got 70,000 people watching right now. We can disseminate information over a large area. So we want to do more stuff like that. Feel free to hit us up. Okay, sweet. Yeah, the Maryland governor seems like a pretty cool guy. All right, let's get back into the forecast. Let's see. What do you guys want to do? We went over the HRRR. We went over the ice totals. We went over the snow totals. Do you want me to go back to the snowfall map before we get back? Oh wait, we're gonna make a video. That's what we're gonna do next. Okay. We're going to do a video, then we're going to go and we're going to do more Q&A with the chat. All right? Andy Hill's calling.
Hi, Ryan.
Hello.
I just want to ask if you needed anything else before the video. Like, I know, given what we just discussed, that there may be a lot of specifics and reasons needed for those specifics. Like, why are we saying this will be less or more? So if you have any last ideas that you want to bounce off of me, and for places that you're concerned about in particular that you think you're going to cover, like the Lexington thing, right? Then think of that right now. Wow. I say thanks to everybody in chat for being courteous. All the nice comments that I saw were very good. I moderated almost all of the ones that were not nice. So thank you guys for sending along that. That was really good. All around, I'm actually really proud of Ryan for doing that. That was nice and professional. So very well done.
We're plumb taking over the news, Bulls. Okay, so the one thing that I do, so I'm thinking about going a little bit deeper and getting a little bit more serious about the ice situation in Nashville. Do you think that's a good move?
Yeah. So in particular, I think that the freezing rain, or like the overrunning part of this, where the Arctic air is undercutting just that moisture that's right above it, what's going to fall in Nashville is heavily dependent on what the surface temperature is right at the moment that it's falling. So we have this same warm nose, and that's probably not going to change very much between the forecasts, especially from this last video to this one here. But you did note the upgrade in the SPIA index, right? So I would say that the reason that we could justify that and perhaps a slightly higher total for ice in the Nashville metro than what was previously forecast is that we say that the temperatures on the surface may be just a little bit warmer than some of the models are forecasted for a slightly longer period of time. Thus, when the precipitation falls through the column of air above Nashville, it's going to have less time to refreeze if that temperature is slightly higher than forecasted. So you could say, I think that that's going to be the case because we're starting to trend that direction with the most recent model runs.
Okay, sweet. I think that's it. I think that's the main thing that I'm going to do differently from this, other than just rattle off totals, is talk more about that warm air eviction and what that means for Nashville and places around there, and probably go a little bit deeper into the Northeast. So I think that's a good video.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Andy. So let's get these scenes set up. Bada bing, bada boom. Our snowfall. This is our NBM. Let's do HRRR, precip type. I'll probably start off with this. Just go through it, talk about timing, because it goes out a little bit farther now than it did in our last video. So that'll be interesting. Is that y'all bot? It is. Y'all bot, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, y'all bot?
Yep, I've got you. Let's dive in. The chat's going wild about those exploding trees, and Texas is shouting for attention. We've also got folks wondering about Sunday travel. Let's tackle it all.
Is that why you called?
Exactly. I wanted to make sure we hit these hot topics the chat's fired up about. those exploding trees, the Texas situation, and travel plans.
Okay, all right. We'll get to the exploding trees, guys. That if you are concerned about exploding trees, you have been got by hype on social media. Okay, there's no exploding trees. Sometimes they pop and crack when it gets real cold in Minnesota. I wish I had a more entertaining answer for you. I do. but I don't. I'm sorry. You have got. Andy's calling. Man, my phone's blowing up today.
I know. I'm sorry. One more thing. Did you talk about the winter storm severity index in the last video? Because if you didn't, there are those strips of extreme in 2 different spots for both of the expected ice storm areas. So if you didn't say extreme WSSI, we could cover that in this one and the reasons why, which is the wind plus the ice.
Yes, I will. I didn't do that, and I will in this one. That's a good call out.
Awesome. Got it.
So let's go back to setting up the scenes. Bada bing, boom. You got the HRRR. Oh, let's do. Do I even have WSSI set up on this? I do, I think. Oh, yeah. Oh. Do the combined day 1 through 3. So this is a cool thing. Before I even do the video, just so you guys know what this is the Winter Storm Severity Index. It combines a bunch of different factors and kind of just plots on a map where we think there will be minor, moderate, major, or extreme impacts. We've only got, we've got a couple different areas of extreme impacts, and they're all surrounding the ice and the wind, like Andy was saying. So big time one over here between Greenwood, Tupelo, and then southwest portions of Middle Tennessee. And then another one over here from northern Georgia into North Carolina and South Carolina. So we will talk about that. Major impacts expected up here in the Northeast as well. This is all snow. This is all snow up here. This is all snow back here. That's what's causing these problems. This is all ice down here. And this is all ice. All right, so we're going to do that. This. We'll do this first. Then we'll do this, then this. Then I think we have to do ice totals. I should probably do the National Weather Service ice totals. All the way out. Let me do, what did we do yesterday? Southeast, that covers a lot of this. Holy smokes. I see a 1.39 on the official National Weather Service forecast. 1.39 inches of ice. Whew. And it's getting worse up here in Kentucky too, right near my house. I see 0.4. That would be bad. That'd be bad. So the ice situation is looking worse. The ice situation is looking worse. Unfortunately, that's not what I wanted to talk about in the video. But we will have to talk about it. So we'll go here to here, here to here. Then we'll do ice. Then temperatures. We'll use the NBM for temperatures as well. Let that load. This is what every morning looks like, by the way, guys. Me and Andy talking. Me talking to myself. I think we need to talk about temperatures today. Like that, like this, I do this for hours, and then I put it all together into a video, and then it probably seems like it only takes a little while. Some videos take a long time to put together. This one's going to be a little bit easier because the video is I mean, it's kind of easy to pick what we're going to talk about and how we're going to cover it because the problem is so big and obvious. Sometimes it's not. So these videos are actually easy to kind of put out. Okay, yeah, Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning, 28, 23 in New Orleans, 21 in Houston, 11 in Dallas, 1 in Little Rock, 6 in Memphis, 0 in Nashville. This without the wind. With the wind, it's going to be even, could be even colder than that. That's pipe busting cold. Drip at faucet. Yep, we'll have to bring that up for sure. What the heck? You don't include Y'allbot in the morning conversations? Sometimes we do. Sometimes we do. But, you know, like, part of me wants to, you know, think that there's some things that Y'allbot can't do, right? Like, there's a part of me that needs to hold on to that belief for as long as possible. We all want to believe we're special. You know what I'm saying? And we all want to think that we've got something unique that we can bring to the table. So, you know, we keep Y'allbot in the box. No, not really. Y'allbot is obviously a huge help whenever we need it. Ryan, is this the biggest forecast you've reported on by area and complexity? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing. I don't know if there will ever be anything bigger than this. And I'm saying bigger, literally. There will be deeper snows. There will be more ice storms. There will be colder Arctic outbreaks. There will be stronger storms. There will be more intense blizzards. But I don't know if we will see something bigger in size for a very long time. All right, temperatures, and then I'll just end on the CPC outlook because it tells the story pretty well. All right, somebody tell Luke that we want graphics on our green screen this time. It'd be so cool. Have him put some crazy looking weather stuff behind me. Got to turn the filter off. The green screen. Give me just a second. So now Luke's he can do whatever he wants back there. Make it snow. Yeah, crazy looking weather stuff. That's what I want. All right, so guys, here's what's about to happen. I'm going to film a video, and then we're going to hand it off to the editor, and then we're going to get back into the live stream. At the end of me filming this, I'm going to do the thing where I'm like and follow, and come watch the next one. When you hear that, you're going to have an instinctual response. You're gonna go towards exiting out of the stream because you think that when I do that, that means I'm done. But I'm not. All right, don't leave. It's not over when I do that, but I have to do that for the video. Okay. All right. Let me start recording here. We're back with a critical Friday afternoon update as a catastrophic ice event begins in the southern plains, and we got a lot of snow on the way. Okay, I'm just going to wing it. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday, January 23rd, 2026. This is our second update today, and we've got some new information about this upcoming crippling ice storm and major snow. We've got new info, so let's get right into it. I said new info twice. It's Friday. It's Friday, January 23rd, 2026, and we've got new information about this upcoming crippling ice storm and major snow. This is our second update today, so let's get right into it. Okay. Oh, now I got to turn the green screen back on. Sorry, Luke. Oh, wait. Daggone it. I'll remember that. All right, give me 1 second. We're off to a bad start for Luke. All right, we're getting back into this. Let's start by tracking the latest HRRR model frame by frame, talking about the arrival of snow and freezing rain for everybody. We've got some new information here, but it's pretty much the same as what we talked about earlier. We think that there is going to be an outbreak of freezing rain between Midland, Texas, Abilene, and Oklahoma City this evening. So right around the time you're watching this video, we're going to start to see some impacts on the roads. Interstate 35, Interstate 20, Interstate 40 between Amarillo and Oklahoma City is likely going to be pretty treacherous. At this time, it's still going to be raining in Dallas, but let's go forward a little bit all the way to 6 a.m. Saturday. This is where things get really interesting. Our storm is exploding in intensity and coverage. We're going to have flakes flying in Memphis by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's going to be snowing in Kansas City, Springfield, and it's going to be snowing heavily in Bentonville, Oklahoma City, and Little Rock. At the same time, we're going to have a stripe of freezing rain still impacting an area from Midland, Texas through Dallas, now over to Shreveport into Greenwood, Mississippi. And this is one of those areas that's going to get hit by a long duration freezing rain event, unfortunately. South of that, we've got heavy rain in Austin and potentially even a couple of claps of thunder. Some of these thunderstorms, some of that convective energy might make it into the cool air that's near the surface and actually produce thunder ice, thunder sleet, thunder freezing rain, whatever you want to call it. And that's going to be an interesting phenomenon, to say the least. Let's zoom out and push it even farther into the future. Now we've got heavy snow moving into Nashville, Saturday at 2 p.m. We're flipping over from snow to sleet in Memphis at 2 p.m., and we're all freezing rain in Little Rock by 2 p.m. St. Louis has got light snow. Jefferson City's got light snow, and we're starting to see a couple flakes fly in my town of Pikeville, Kentucky, Lexington, up to Louisville. But what happens next is interesting. Let's go even farther into the future. 8 p.m. We've got 3 to 5 inches of snow on the ground in Nashville, but now it's changing over to sleet. Freezing rain is coming within the next couple of hours. We're all freezing rain in Jackson, Memphis, Pine Bluff, El Dorado, Greenwood, Oxford, Monroe, Shreveport, all the way back into Dallas, Tyler, Killeen, Austin, and Kerrville. And maybe even some of this freezing rain might reach down as far as Houston, Texas. At the same time, we've got heavy, intense snow happening from Amarillo back down to Lubbock, Vernon, maybe even into Wichita Falls. We're all snow throughout the entire event for Oklahoma City. If that's y'all bot. If that's y'all bot. Wait. Y'all bot, give me a minute. Dag on it. The clap was barely audible. Really? I think it'll work. It's going to have to work. What about this? Is that better? Okay. The heaviest snow is going to be happening in Oklahoma City and Bentonville around Sunday, around 12 a.m., early in the morning. This is where we're really going to see those totals pile up in Oklahoma City and Bentonville. This is an area where I think we'll see a foot of snow easily. This is also when things get really interesting over here in Tennessee and Kentucky. We're going to have some warm air advection happening, and it's going to funnel up into the area between the Appalachian Mountains, the Cumberland Plateau, and the more flat areas to the west. The thickness of this warm air is going to change everything for people in Lexington, Bowling Green, Clarksville, and Nashville, and then even farther south and west than that, and even farther north and east. The models are not in agreement on this. I think we're coming to a point in time where there's a lot of agreement amongst the models again about how far north or south the overall storms is going. There's a lot of agreement about how much energy is going to be available. But this is one thing where there's still a big discrepancy between the big players, and how far north this goes is going to change everything. Right now, most of the models show about 11 inches of snow for Lexington, maybe 13 or 14 for Louisville. But I specifically think that Lexington could potentially have less snow than that, maybe just 6 to 9 inches of snow, because if that warm air advection were to just propagate just a little bit more to the north and west, literally 30 miles, there would be a better chance of sleet mixing in, and that's going to cut down on your totals a lot in Lexington. The same story can be told for anybody on that transition zone. We're talking about Huntington, Charleston, Clarksburg. We're talking about Lebanon, Kentucky, Bowling Green, all the way back there towards areas just south of Evansville. We're talking about places like Cape Girardeau in Missouri, Jonesboro, Arkansas. How wide, I guess you could say, this warm nose is going to be the deciding factor, I guess you could say, on, first of all, how bad the ice storm is in Nashville, and then also how much snow we get in Lexington. If you're a snow lover in Lexington, I'm sorry, but I'm rooting on you getting less snow, because you know what happens if you get less snow in Lexington because the warm air channel is a little bit wider? Well, that means that we flip over to all rain in Nashville, in the same sense that we're just a couple miles, like 50 miles away from having all sleet in Lexington. We're just that same distance away from being all rain in Nashville. The current HRRR shows a devastating freezing rain event for Nashville, with accumulations that would cause serious power outages and very serious travel problems. But if this warm air, just 33, 34 degrees at the surface, was allowed to move just a little bit farther to the west, we would avoid a potential disastrous situation in Nashville. And I think that's what we all want. But we'd have to sacrifice our snow, I guess you could say, up there in Lexington. But that's just one thing that's on the table. I do believe that the width of this warm air could be a little bit undermodeled. And if it is, that'll be our saving grace in Nashville. And that'll be the reason why you get less snow in Lexington. If it isn't, then we are due for some major snow in Lexington, and unfortunately, a very serious ice storm in Nashville. We're also talking about serious ice back here in Tupelo, Greenwood, Yazoo City, Vicksburg, all the way down into Natchez, Monroe, back to Shreveport. Somebody in here is going to get over an inch of snow. Somebody in here is going to get over an inch of ice, and if that happens, Trees that have been standing for 100 years could snap. And we are going to see impacts from a winter storm that we haven't seen in over 30 years in some of these places, maybe even longer than that in others. So hopefully everybody is prepared for what this could be. A similar warning needs to be given to our friends in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, as we do expect significant icing over here as well. Between a half an inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice is going to be possible over here. There might be a couple places that get a little bit more than that. And the problem over here, and I talked about this already, but the problem over here is there's more vegetation and there's more infrastructure intertwined with vegetation over here, especially closer to the Appalachian Mountains. And that's going to make this a bigger problem even if less ice falls. A half an inch of ice is going to cause lots of power problems in Asheville, Gainesville, Greenville, Statesville, and places like that. So make sure you are prepared for a dangerous winter storm with ice. Also, ice is expected as far north as Richmond now. You could get up to a half an inch up there. We're expecting heavy snow in Washington, Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston tomorrow into Sunday. I think we're going to get a really good snowstorm in New York City up to Boston. Boston, you are in the running for 2 feet of snow. The latest NBM National Blend of Models actually shows this really well. 25.7 inches in Plymouth, 24 in Boston. How about you in Worcester? 21 inches, Hartford 17, and 16 in New York, Philadelphia 13, Baltimore 11.9, Washington 11.2. This is on the higher end of what's possible, but it is what's possible. Talking about what's on the higher end of being possible, we're talking about 13 inches, 14 inches in Cincinnati, Louisville, Evansville, and Lexington. But remember, I think this cutoff zone is a little bit underdone on this model. I think that Lexington could be right on the edge of cutting off, and that means that places like Lebanon, Bowling Green, and Grayson, for example, could get less snow. Clarksville, Tennessee, you're hanging on to 6 inches. These models really want Clarksville, Tennessee to get 6 inches. I think that's going to be on the high end. I think that if you end up with 6 inches of snow in Clarksville, you're lucky, all right? Because there might be some of that warm air working up into your area, and we're actually hoping for that because that would bode better for Nashville. There's no hope for Nashville getting more than 4 inches of snow. In fact, we're going to get way more ice than anything down here. Memphis, 4 inches of snow is going to be possible, but you're not going to see it on the ground at one time. Same thing could be said in Little Rock. Some of the bullseye areas where we're all snow and we really don't have to worry about ice that much include Tulsa, where we could see 15 inches of snow, a foot of snow in Oklahoma City, a foot of snow in Springfield and Joplin. How about you in St. Louis, where 8 inches is possible on the top end of the scale, 9.5 in Indianapolis, 11.2 in Columbus, 7.7 in Cleveland, 8.4 in Charleston, 6.3 in Richmond. Did I miss anyone? If I did, I'm going to zoom out and I'm going to let you soak it in. Now, let's talk about the lower end. I think at least 12 inches of snow is going to be possible over here in Boston, at least 8 to 10 in New York, 6 to 8 in Washington, D.C. And then our bullseye area over here between Evansville, Louisville, Lexington, and Cincinnati, a lot of these places will get a foot of snow, even on the lower end of things. So the Ohio River Valley is going to be a shoe-in for probably some of the greater impacts. And then another area is going to be back here between Oklahoma City and Bentonville and Fayetteville, where over a foot of snow is going to be possible back here. But notice how we've got less totals in places like Jefferson City, St. Louis, Indianapolis. It's lower in Fort Wayne because I think this model does a little bit better of a job of cutting down the periphery and focusing on one area, which is what's going to happen in reality. Now, let's take a look at the Winter Storm Severity Index. I love this index because we can talk about inches of snow, inches of ice, and wind speeds independently, and it kind of gets boring, and it kind of loses its effect whenever we do it all over the place. This puts everything into one index, and it tells you what to expect on the ground. Impacts, not totals, impacts. I think that's what matters. If you are in the red, we expect major impacts from this winter storm, whether it be from snow or whether it be from ice. Major impacts. That means that there's going to be major interruptions to your daily life. If you are in the orange area, we're expecting moderate impacts. That's the vast majority of you. Moderate impacts can cancel school. Okay, we're talking about canceling flights. We're talking about stuff like that. Major impacts, we're shutting down the highways. Extreme impacts, which is what's highlighted here in the purple. This is where we could have an actual emergency on our hands where, of course, we're not flying, we're not driving, and we might not have power, and we might not have the ability to fix it for a while. That's where we've got extreme impacts over here between Greenwood, Tupelo, Oxford, and Boonville. I'm really concerned about our friends over here. There's going to be somebody that ends up with more than an inch of ice here, and that's going to be bad because we're also going to have some winds blowing. So imagine adding hundreds of pounds of ice to a big tree. That's bad enough. Now, blow a gust of wind 20 or 30 miles an hour at that tree. What happens? That's the kind of stuff that we're going to be dealing with here in this area. We also have isolated extreme impacts expected north of Atlanta, over here near Clayton, Brevard, right there on the border between North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. And I expect that to potentially expand over towards areas closer to Charlotte as well, which Charlotte is currently expecting major impacts. Same thing for areas just north and west of Raleigh and into Richmond. Y'all bot, give me a second. I'm almost done. So I'm clapping in between. I'm clapping when I know that I'm going to be silent for a while. All right, so we're expecting major impacts all across southern New England into the Northeast, the I-95 corridor, all the way back into upstate New York, the Appalachian Mountains in Pennsylvania, the entire state of Massachusetts, and a little bit of southern Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. This is going to be all because of snow. It's going to snow heavily, it's going to snow hard, and the roads are going to be a mess. This is not going to be as much of a memorable storm. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime storm for some people in the South. This is going to be a once-in-a-year kind of storm for people in the Northeast. We get one of these usually every year. This one's going to be definitely not a minor storm. It's going to be a major storm. So get ready for it now if you're anywhere between Washington, D.C. and Boston. All right, let's talk about the temperatures after the storm goes by. A lot of people are thinking after this is out of here, we're done, and we don't have to worry about the weather anymore. That's not true, because one of the reasons why this storm even exists is because we've got a massive high pressure coming out of Canada that's pushing Arctic air way down towards the Gulf where it shouldn't be. And it's doing such a good job of doing that it's going to be sticking around for a while. Our atmosphere doesn't know how to reposition itself to get the cold out of here in the way that it normally does, because this doesn't happen all the time. So we're going to be stuck with this cold air for quite some time, and that's especially dangerous for our friends who are going to be without power. Tuesday morning at 7 a.m., it's not snowing anymore. It's the storm is done, but it's going to be 5 degrees in Florence, Alabama. Some of these places that are expecting extreme impacts are going to be having temperatures that they haven't seen in quite some time. 4 degrees in Tupelo, 7 degrees in Yazoo City, 13 in Jackson. This is an area where it doesn't usually get that cold, and this is the raw temperature. This is not the wind chill. Add the winds, it's even colder. We're talking about 11 in Dallas, 13 in Oklahoma City, 1 degrees in Little Rock, 0 in Nashville. Okay, so it's going to be colder in Nashville. It's going to be colder in Nashville than it is in Great Falls, Montana, Tuesday morning, to put it into perspective. And the cold's going to be moving over into the Northeast as well. So if we lose power, it's going to be quite dangerous. Make sure you check on your neighbors, especially if they're elderly. Make sure you bring your pets inside and just think about other people. This might be a good excuse to go talk to your neighbor before this thing starts. Form a relationship and just make sure you're checking in on everybody, because this has the potential to be a really life-altering storm for certain communities and certain people. So let's work together to try to get through this together. And we will eventually come out of this pattern, but it's not looking like it's going to be anytime soon. The Climate Prediction Center has painted a huge, nasty blue blob over the southeast for the next 10 days. From the 6 to the 10-day time period, we are going to be below average in New Orleans, Atlanta, the whole state of Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, up into the I-95 corridor in the Mid-Atlantic. Also, the Tennessee and Ohio valleys is included here. So we're going to be stuck with the cold air. And I've teased this multiple times, and maybe in tomorrow's video or a video early next week, we'll talk about it. But there's multiple signals for another big-time snowstorm that impacts the south and parts of the East Coast right after this. And when you've got this much cold air to work with, that's something that you can't really ignore, even on the long-range data. So I'm not going to sit here and show you that because it's going to change, but it's definitely something that we've got to watch out for. So if you want more information on that, make sure you like this video, subscribe if you haven't already, and turn notifications on. Remember, I'm about to do the thing. Do not leave. For those of you who are just now tuning in, this is live. This is an illusion. This is not a video. When the video ends, you can stay, and we'll still be live. Yesterday, literally everybody left when I ended the video. But I have to film this, okay? Because we have to film the video. All right, let's do this. And I will see you in the next one. Goodbye. I'm still here. Hey, that was much better. That Luke's going to have that's a breeze. He can edit that, and it ain't going to take him long at all. Let's go back over here. Boom, boom. All right, yeah, so we're still live, guys, and now actually this is the best part of the stream right here. We're going to talk to Andy. We're going to answer questions in the chat. We're going to do all kinds of cool stuff. Andy, answering now.
Wow, great. Thank you, Ryan. I'm glad I'm the best part of the stream. That's a nice compliment.
Yes.
What I was going to say is while you were making the video, we've got a couple of updates here. In particular, I've been looking at 3 different weather stations. And the first, which is really interesting, is all the way back in West Texas in Lubbock. There has been observations by the station at the airport there of heavy ice pellets mixed with snow, with a temperature at the ground of 20 degrees Fahrenheit now. So heavy ice pellets, normally when we see sleet, ice pellets are sleet, by the way, same thing, but in meteorological code. But normally when we see frozen precip noted, it's like light freezing rain, light ice pellets. It's always light this and that because it's hard to get heavy and wintry precip in the same thing. So I noted that they were recording heavy ice pellets from a little bit that we can look at the radar that's now to the northeast near Floydada and Matador at the moment. So that little thing there, that little patch of precip is what was responsible. I think it shows up in a darker red there on your radar, or no, that darker purple actually to my top right there. That was responsible for the heavy ice pellets recording there. So not a reading that you see very often on these surface observation stations. Second place I want to take you to apparently is also Lubbock. So the third place that I want to take you to is Lawton in Oklahoma. So shout out to anyone watching from Lawton. I'm wondering if anyone there has already lost power because at the moment we have about 0.04 inches of freezing rain accumulation recorded at the airport there in Lawton, Oklahoma. Current temperature is 24 Fahrenheit, but 0.04 inches has fallen with a frequent wind gusts of 25 to 30 miles per hour. Now, I've had the news team also talking about this. There's 4 cameras we have in Lawton, and 3 out of 4 of them are completely, the lens of those cameras is completely covered in ice, and you can't really see out of them. already with 0.04 inches of ice. And we were talking about totals of half an inch or 3/4 of an inch, and a lot of places down the line that are going to see impacts like this with those wind gusts present at some point during the rainfall, right? So it's really interesting to me to see that 0.04 now 0.05 alone in line with that wind has already covered the cameras to the point of near uselessness. So we'll see just how much the impacts come up, and Google Maps already has the traffic response to that. So we have a bunch of yellow there, and that's just the beginning of it all. So I figured I'd update you on the surface observation stations and their recordings there that I found interesting.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, this is no longer a preview stream. This is no longer a, let's get ready live stream. This is real. This is live. This is an active event. We've got ice piling up already in Lawton. This is what it looks like out there. We've got a layer of ice over the camera. We still see people driving up and down the roads. Hopefully they're, getting their milk and bread, and they'll be off the roads for the rest of this thing. But we do unfortunately have a serious situation already unfolding in Oklahoma. So let's check out another traffic camera here. You can see it actually on the roads. Like you can see there's some tire marks here. So maybe it's not completely, covering everything just yet. Maybe they're doing a good job with the salt and the brine. But definitely we have officially begun having freezing rain and the beginning of our ice storm in Lawton. So if you, there's a crew right there. If you live out here, feel free to send us some reports. Okay. We've got, ryanhallyall.com/submit. If you want to help us, tell the story of the weather today, go to ryanhallyall.com/submit and submit a photo or a video of what's going on around your house. We did just get a new mesoscale convective discussion. This includes 1.7 million people, and there are 22 of you currently checked in on WeatherWise that are inside of this discussion. And what we're discussing here is mixed precipitation. All right, southern Oklahoma into far northern Texas and southern Arkansas, we expect significant mixed precipitation. That's sleet and freezing rain and snow to build out over this area over the next 5 hours. So get ready in Hot Springs, get ready in Pine Bluff, get ready in Wichita Falls, Lawton, Norman, and the Choctaw Nation area of Oklahoma. It's starting now. Let's go into submissions. We got a sunset over here in Lucas County, Ohio. Thank you for sending that in. We're getting ready in Colorado Springs. Sierra is getting ready as well. Look at this. 2 Yalla meters, a mini and a regular one, and a big Y'allbot plushie. That's awesome. Thank you guys for sending that in. We are going to do our contest. All right. If you send in a snow measurement photo, we'll enter you to win $1,000 at the end of this, and it'll be fun. And we've got one that we've got to make up for an earlier stream too. So at some point here, we'll do a bunch of these. We'll try to probably wait until after the ice threat is over, because I think that's the best thing to do. But yeah, submit your photos. It's going to be fun. This one right here is coming in from Brady. Brady's getting ready out there. And look at this. This is Kalamazoo County, Michigan. This is what it could look like in Arkansas later. Can you believe that? Oklahoma. This is coming, y'all. Yeah, we got states of emergencies currently in effect for Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and New York. At least there's a couple more than that too. All right, so we've got some cats watching out there. Hey, look at this. Bread shelves at the Kroger in Lexington, Kentucky. We still have bread. We still have bread. I tried really hard to make us a milk and bread index, but I got stopped. I was using Y'allbot to go to Walmart.com and like literally look at the stock of milk, bread, and eggs in every store in the winter storm area, and then create like a nice looking part of our website that showed like who's out of stock in milk and bread. And It was actually a really cool project, but we got stopped. We got bot blocked. So we couldn't do the milk and bread index. We're dependent on you guys. If you want to send us your bread aisle reports, we'll take them here. And looks like we've got snowfall coming down in New Mexico. This is Roswell, New Mexico. Thank you so much for sending this in. Some interesting clouds out there from Penny. This is in Lake Erie over here, and we've got all kinds of pictures coming in. So if you want to help us tell the weather story here, especially if you live in some of these places like Lubbock here, where we've got active precipitation happening. If you live somewhere where it just started to snow, or it just started to rain and it's freezing, or it just started to sleet, or if you live in a place where it's currently raining, but I said that it's snowing because that's the way it looks on radar, your report here is actually really valuable. So RyanHallYall.com/submit. Look at this. Lake Erie is frozen in, how do you say this again? Ashtabula or Ashtabula, Ohio. Thank you, Tony, for sending that in. That's incredible. This is from Morgan. This is from Emmett. This is from Josh. Jake. There we go. More bread. North Carolina is getting ready. That's crazy. We're all carb loading during the winter storm. It's got to be for milk sandwiches. That's the only thing I can think of. There's another view from Lubbock. This is from Rowan in Ohio. So we've got a lot of people sending in photos of the calm before the storm. This is in Chicago. And we got a lot of people that just already have a bunch of snow, and they're just like, they're teasing us. They're like, this is what's coming. Like, this is what I've had to deal with for the past 3 weeks. Now we're sending it to you, all these people up in New York and Michigan. Yeah, I do believe that Lexington or Louisville, Kentucky could look like this in less than 48 hours. Very cold up there in Flint, Michigan. It's 42 and feels like 34 out there in Lamar County, Texas. It's going to get colder. Thanks for sending that in, Kodiak. And this is in Paducah, Texas, as the storm began. Look at that. That's sleet. So big time differentiator between freezing rain and sleet. A lot of people actually don't know this, surprisingly. But what we're concerned about when we talk about ice, when we say that we're concerned about ice, and I say there's going to be an inch of ice, and I act like that's crazy, a lot of people hear that and they're like, an inch of ice? And they're thinking of this. They're thinking of Dippin' Dots. All right? This is not what I'm talking about. This is sleet. All right? If you can go outside and eat the ice with a spoon, you're good. All right? You're probably not good to drive in it, but this is not the ice that we're concerned about. The ice that we're concerned about is the ice that forms after it hits the ground. It falls as rain. You look outside and it looks like it's just raining, but that's because it's warm above your head, but it's really cold down on the surface where you are, and the rain doesn't have time to freeze into an ice pellet before it hits the ground. So it hits the ground, and then it freezes, and it accumulates. And ice is heavy, especially when it's hanging on a tree or a power line. So that's what we are concerned about there. Y'allbot's calling. Hello, Y'allbot. Can you hear me now? Y'allbot, can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you loud and clear.
Well, you called me, so what's up?
All right, here's the scoop. First, that bread man in the chat, C. Jenkins, he's been practically living at Walmart the last 3 days, says shelves are clearing out fast. Second, we've got some folklore for you. Brenda S. says in Bentonville, her brother cut open 8 persimmon seeds, all spoons. Legend says heavy snow on the way. And the serious update, freezing rain is confirmed in Hopkins County, Texas, east side of DFW.
Okay, thank you. What was the thing about the lore? Like, can you explain that? What was that?
Sure thing. The persimmon seed folklore goes like this. You cut open a persimmon seed, and the shape inside, like a spoon, fork, or knife, predicts winter. Spoons mean lots of snow, forks mean light powder, knives mean icy winds. So 8 spoons sounds like Bentonville's bracing for a heap of snow.
All right. Thank you, y'all bot. Very interesting stuff there. Is it freezing raining in Oklahoma City? Is it doing anything in Oklahoma City yet? I see a lot of you out there. No, not yet. Okay, well, it's about to. It's about to. Just to give you a heads up. We've got official reports coming in from Lawton that we've got some freezing rain happening. And you can also see it in some of these camera views. Looks pretty treacherous out there. The slight white tint to the road that we have, that is a dangerous thing. We're probably going to start seeing people sliding off the road here shortly. So that's what's going on there. So yeah, the ice that we are concerned about is not the ice that it looks like Dippin' Dots. That I probably talked a little too long about that, but that's what I'm talking about. This is in Cass County, Michigan, from Wyatt. Once again, showing us what's in store for places like Joplin, Missouri. This is coming for you. Here we go. This is an update from Wichita Falls, Texas. It's sleeting in Wichita Falls. This is a new development. It's going to get much more intense. This is the beginning of a long storm for Wichita Falls, so buckle in. Birds are loading up on seed before the storm here in Rhode Island. That's cool. Thank you for sending that in, Jay. Andy's calling.
Hey, Ryan.
What's up?
I got a little bit of something for Oklahoma City. So I was just looking there, and at the moment, the temperature and dew point in Oklahoma City is 22 to 25 degrees Fahrenheit for the temperature throughout the metro, depending on where you're at. But the dew point is below 0 Fahrenheit, so very, very dry out there. And there's little bits of precip that are starting to show up on the radar right there in the city limits. But I think that just because of how dry it is there, a lot of that precip will fall first and then not quite reach the ground. So it'll take a little bit of time to saturate the air because that's what we need in order for all of the precipitation from a cloud to reach the surface, even in the case of frozen precipitation. So I think that it'll slowly build in. And just about in 45 minutes or so, that big blob just to the south on the radar of the cities is going to move in and bring a variety of ice pellets or sleet. Those are the same thing, and freezing rain. So if you're reporting using like radar scope or MPing and all that stuff, or sending reports to National Weather Service, there is the option to submit a report that is mixed ice pellets and freezing rain, mixed ice pellets and snow, mixed freezing rain and rain. There's all sorts of things. And if you see a variety of different types of precipitation, you can report it as such. It's rather fluid. So just talking about that for observations we're going to get shortly in the metro. It's coming right up.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. It's coming right up, like he said. We are watching the roads get more and more treacherous over time here. We got somebody in Lawton watching. Sleet, baby. A play on ice, baby. We got somebody else over here says it's about to go down. Somebody down here in Wichita Falls is checking in as well. Thank you guys for checking in the WeatherWise app. What we're looking at here is maybe a little bit of snow trying to mix in as well. And the radar does a really good job, actually, of depicting what is snow, what's sleet, and what's freezing rain, but it's not perfect. So your reports are really important, and we will be looking for those to try to tell, like, is it actually snowing now in Lawton? Or is it still freezing rain? That's an important depiction to make whenever the radar is saying one thing, but what's actually happening is different. So cold, but no precip here yet. That's going on over there near Oklahoma City. It's coming for you in Tulsa, but it's still not quite there yet. Same could be said for Dallas. I don't think anything's going on in Dallas right now, but you guys have got some cold rain on the way first. It's not going to snow at all in Dallas, and it's not going to be freezing raining until a little ways from now. There might be a couple pockets where it's already raining, but the freezing rain, the big problem, is not going to start for a little while. Ice totals here in Garner, definitely around a ½ inch of ice is going to be possible. A 1/4 inch to a ½ inch of ice is going to be possible there. I'm monitoring power outages as well. So far, we don't have very many people without power in Texas, at least reported. There are some power outages being reported right now up here near Stinnett. I don't know if that's weather related, but there's about 842 customers without power in that county right now. Otherwise, we're good. Nobody in Oklahoma, at least from what we can tell so far, is without power. Let's check in back on some of these traffic cameras. This is what it looks like out there in Lawton, Oklahoma right now. It's icy. It's icy, and this happened fast. You know what I'm saying? This happened really fast. So we are going to be continuing to watch cameras get iced over, and the roads are going to keep getting worse and worse. And apparently, is it already snowing up here in parts of Kansas? Oh, it is. Look at this. Wow, that's interesting. So it's actually coming down pretty good. We've got no Virga up here. This is real snow. And all of this is just happening all at once. Like, none of this was here. When we started the stream, like, literally none of this was here. So this area of precipitation is exploding onto the scene right now. Let's check in closer to Hutchinson over here. Yeah, it's coming down decently right now. These roads are going to get bad pretty fast, yeah. If it's already sticking, it's already coming down. Look at this. We're here near Garden City. Yeah, that's going to get slick pretty fast. And that's all coming over towards Wichita and Kansas City. You guys ready in Kansas City? Are we ready in Kansas City? And this is another place where we've got a lot of people that watch. Hopefully you guys are ready. All right, let's come over here to the multicam. And let's open that up. And this is what it looks like around Oklahoma City right now. Not crazy just yet. But we're going to see. Oh, this is actually going to be a great camera a little bit later. But we're going to see some problems here. What's going on right here? I don't know if that's related to the ice, but there's somebody pulled off on the side over here. So I think this is going to really help us understand the severity of the ice storm for areas east of here. So whatever happens over here in Oklahoma City down towards Lawton is going to be much worse in southern portions of Arkansas and southeast portions of Oklahoma and northeast Texas. So if we start seeing significant icing here and a lot of problems in the next little bit, we can almost guarantee it's going to be a much bigger problem for areas east of there. Let me zoom out and see where everybody is watching from. Hello. Let's look at the scoreboard. Tennessee is still in the lead. This hasn't updated in a little bit. But Tennessee is still in the lead. If you want to get your state on the board, feel free to check in on the WeatherWise app. Your location only stays on the map for 20 minutes. All right, so you got to put it back on there if you want to stay on there. The reason that happens is because we want to keep the locations relevant. And if somebody's not watching anymore, we don't want their dot on the map. We only want people who are watching right now to be on our map. Does that make sense? That sound, what was that? Is that, I set up sounds for when Jared suggested a camera. Did you just suggest a camera, Jared? Just so I remember that that's the sound. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's good. That's good. Now I know that's what that sound means. I forgot, but now I know. So we've already got a significant accident over here in Wichita. And we're are we assuming this is to do with the precipitation? I'm guessing so. Icy roads, yep. So we've already got accidents happening out there in Kansas. This view right here, so we cover winter events a lot, and it always ends up us looking at stuff like this. Like, this road is bad. We know that because we see the flashing lights. I can't even imagine how many flashing lights we're going to be looking at over the next 48 hours. And the reason I'm saying that is to try to encourage you to stay off the roads. Everybody that goes out and ends up in a ditch or ends up in an accident, when they left, they didn't think that was going to happen, right? So when you leave, you're not going to be thinking that that's going to happen. You're going to think that you're a good driver. You're going to think that it's actually not that bad, blah, 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 blah. And then we're going to be sitting here looking at you on the worst day of your year or whatever. And that's especially bad if it was optional for you to go out in the first place. You know what I'm saying? The roads are already terrible. Already. And it's going to get much worse. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we are covering a major winter storm. It is just now starting to pop up. We are just now starting to see some of the first flakes fly in Kansas, and we're starting to see some significant icing happening down here from Texas all the way up into Oklahoma. We've got some ice reports coming out of places like Lawton. We had some coming out of Lubbock earlier, and I would say that we will start seeing them come out of Abilene here soon. We've got some regular old rain in Dallas right now, and that's going to continue to fall for quite some time, but at some point tonight that will transition over to freezing rain, and we do expect to have a significant ice problem in Dallas. Let's go through the future radar real quick, just because it's been a minute since we've done that. I'm going to turn the locations off real quick, and then we'll get right back into the real-time monitoring of the weather. Here's what the radar... Wait, let me make sure I'm on the most recent one. We still don't have 0Z. We'll just do 18. Give me just a minute. And then we'll go through the radar, we'll go through the future radar, and then we'll get right back into real-time monitoring of our explosive system. So this is what the radar could look like in a couple of hours. I think we're going to have heavy snow down here in Lawton, potentially. So right now, the freezing rain that we're seeing, a lot of these roads will be covered with snow in just a couple of hours. Same thing over here in Arkansas. We're going to pay close attention to the cameras between Fort Smith and Little Rock, thanks to HazCams and Arkansas weather watchers and a lot of people that we're friends with. We've got a crazy good camera network in Arkansas that we're going to be able to tap into. Also, iDrive Arkansas traffic cameras. We've got access to all those. So we'll keep you updated on the roads out there. And it's still going to be snowing in Wichita at this time. It's still going to be snowing in Hayes, and it's going to start snowing in Topeka, maybe even Kansas City around 10 p.m. What happens next? Let's go even farther into the future. 3 a.m., boom, heavy snow in Little Rock. Still snowing heavily in Oklahoma City. We might switch back to freezing rain in Wichita Falls. We are switching over to sleet and freezing rain in Dallas. We're still freezing raining in Lubbock, Midland, and Abilene. And we might have some snow starting up there in Omaha. Not much, but some. Snow starts in Memphis around 5 a.m. It starts in St. Louis around 10 a.m. and Nashville around 10 or 11 a.m. tomorrow. Snow will be heavy at times in Memphis tomorrow around 11 a.m., but that's quickly going to change over to sleet like it just did in Little Rock. You can see this is now all sleet here. Still all snow in Oklahoma City and Tulsa. And now we're having a decent ice storm back here in Dallas. Let's go even farther into the future. More ice pops up. More freezing rain is happening in Dallas by 8 p.m. tomorrow. And it's still snowing in Amarillo and Oklahoma City. These are some places where we're going to get some good totals. Maybe 8 inches of snow in Lubbock and Amarillo. Maybe a foot or more in Oklahoma City. Check it out. The entire state of Kentucky is going to be having heavy snow at this time. This is 8 p.m. Tomorrow evening, but our snow is going to transition from heavy snow to sleet in Clarksville and Nashville around this time. And the rest of the state, from Knoxville all the way back to Memphis in Tennessee, is going to be having an ice storm. And the beginning of a potentially generational ice storm will be underway in Mississippi, southeast Arkansas, up in the northern portions of Louisiana, back into East Texas. It's in this area where there will be some extreme impacts from this winter storm. We're talking about power outages that could last more than a week. We're talking about roads getting shut down. We're talking about the worst of the worst when it comes to winter weather. 100-year-old trees could snap if we get an inch of ice, which is possible because look at all this ice just training over the same areas over and over again. Have you ever seen anything like that? That is plumb wild. And a concerning trend here is that the latest HRRR has that narrow band of freezing rain staying over Nashville for a long time. So it's looking more and more nasty up there. North of that, though, we are going to have snow in Evansville, Cincinnati, and Louisville, where I think we will get much more than a foot. Let's talk to Andy.
Hey Ryan, I was just looking at that model run, and especially over the area where we are expecting the major to extreme impacts from the ice storm, in particular there in Louisiana to Mississippi. The model run, when you just scroll through it, shows those heavier patches and the deeper reds there, especially in the freezing rain. So thunderstorm freezing rain is possible with all of those darker splotches of red, and those will contain heavier rates of precipitation. Even if it's all freezing on contact with the surface, convection does allow for a greater accumulation of ice, just like it would of in just plain old rain, right? So that's something that's noted in all the way back through Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. You guys will probably hear a couple of rumbles of thunder if any thunderstorms do form on top of that layer of really cold ice. We still have some instability in the profile that is above all those really frigid temperatures at the surface. So really interesting to note that, and for it to show up on this model in particular, just with like, a slightly, it's not, is it even what model are we even looking at right now, actually?
HRRR.
Okay, so yeah, so it is convection allowing, and that's why it's showing all those. I was going to be impressed if it was not the HRRR. I was going to be like, whoa, are we really seeing all that much convection there? So yeah, that's what I would expect. And I think the HRRR is showing a great representation of the possibility of hearing thunder, freezing rain, and thunder, ice pellets, or sleet. Those are some things we could see for sure. Also, I wanted to say hi to my cat. He's got a funny eye, but he's doing absolutely wonderfully, and he's very interested in the broadcast right now. So he's been following along. His name is Adagio, and we just got him 3 months ago. He's anything but slow, though, so don't pay attention to the name.
I love the name. That's awesome. All right. Thank you, Andy. We'll talk to you soon. And I just saw in chat somebody said you haven't really talked about areas east of the Appalachian Mountains. Well, we will now. Okay, we will now. We'll do it live. Washington, D.C. And by the way, yes, I have. We just literally got off the phone with the daggone governor of Maryland. I ain't talked to any other governors. Anyways, snow's going to start in Washington, D.C. Probably around 10 or 11 p.m. Tomorrow night. Richmond, Virginia, around 8 or 9 p.m. And then North Carolina, I don't think we're going to see much snow at all. There's a chance that we see some snow at the beginning of this in Greensboro. But, man, it's going to be all ice. It's going to be all ice in Greensboro, Raleigh, Charlotte, back into Northwest South Carolina, the Piedmont, back up into Atlanta. It's just going to be an ice storm. We could see anywhere from a half an inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice here and prolonged power outages. It's not going to be as bad as the ice that will likely occur between Nashville and Shreveport. But it is going to be bad, and I don't want to take away from that because it is still going to be really bad. The snow is going to be really good, though, in Washington, D.C. If you like snow, Washington, Philadelphia, you're going to be getting it 5 a.m. Sunday. And this goes all the way out to 1 p.m. on Sunday, and we're getting ready to get a new model in, so that'll be interesting. But for now, it does look like we might switch over to sleet for a period of time in Baltimore and Washington, but we're all snow in Philadelphia, at least through 1 p.m., New York, and Boston. Boston, I think that you guys will get 2 feet of snow out of this. 2 feet. 2 feet. And look at the width. If you're just now tuning in, if you're just now like hearing about this, I've got to mention this again. Look at this storm. You guys see this? All right, that's all. No, but for real, 2,000 miles wide, the biggest storm I've ever seen. And don't conflate my words. I didn't say the strongest. The biggest. This is the definition of plumb wild. So get ready for an incredible winter storm here. And one of the big things that makes this so impactful is not, once again, it's not the power. Even though it is going to be a powerful storm, you don't get thunderstorms like this unless you're dealing with a powerful overall storm system. But it's the duration. It's how long some of these areas are going to be experiencing freezing rain, and how long it's going to be snowing, and then how long it's going to be cold afterwards. Man, these storms actually look pretty gnarly. We might have a conditional tornado threat down here on Sunday, like a real one. So that's another thing that we've got to watch. All right, let's go back. We got a special weather statement. Okay, this is for New York. Right now, we've got a special weather statement for a snow squall up here in New York. Let's see what it looks like. This is what it looks like in New York right now. This is what it's about to look like in Oklahoma. You won't be able to pay attention. You won't be able to pay what? You won't be able to tell the difference. All right, I'm turning shared locations back on. And we've got quite a few of you guys checking in. If you want to see your location on the map, feel free to go ahead and share your location in the WeatherWise app. The way you do that is you're going to want to scan that QR code, download the free app, click the menu, go into y'all mode, scroll down, and share your location with Ryan. It's free, but if you want to do an icon, if you want to send a message, that is a plus plan. And also, if you like my radar, if you like the way my radar looks, if you like my colors that I add to the warnings, if you like the way my color table works with the precipitation, if you want all that stuff just automatically loaded into your radar app, if you get the plus version of WeatherWise and you click y'all mode, all that stuff turns on for you. And your radar looks just like mine. And it's plumb wild. And it's cool. And it's optional. You don't have to do it. But it's there for you if you want it. All right, we got 3,000 people checking in. 3,000 people checking in right now. $3,000 people checking in. We'll see if we can break our record of 8,000 here soon. All right, let's go check in on some of our cameras. I think I saw snow. Did I see snow on this one? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's snow flying right there in Newcastle, Oklahoma. Yeah, confirmed. Snow confirmed. Sound the alarm. Snow confirmed. Can you guys see that? They're flashing like emergency light. It has begun. It has officially begun. Unfortunately, the result of this is going to be a whole lot more of this. Traffic backups and accidents and stuff like that. Let's go over to the MRMS radar and let's answer Elijah's call. Hello.
Hey, Ryan. So I actually do have a live report. So some people in here may know that I'm actually based in Norman, Oklahoma, and I can confirm it's actually sleeting in Norman, Oklahoma. Right now, it is kind of a weird mix of like 70% sleet, like 30% snow. But it's more sleet than snow right now.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Keep us updated. You are the first of many to deal with this. So we want to know what's happening downstream so we can tell people what's happening upstream. So we've got the first flakes flying out here in Oklahoma, and it's just going to keep on getting more and more intense. Let's come back over here and check out our cameras. It looks like there's some accumulation out here on some of these roads. Yeah, that's nasty. It's coming down good out here in Lawton, Oklahoma. And this looks like mostly snow, maybe some sleet in there. This was definitely all rain not too long ago. Now we've got some snow mixing in as well. Yeah, the roads are already looking pretty treacherous. It's just started. It's just started in Oklahoma, and we've already got stuff covered. So we will keep you updated as more information comes in. Let's go into your shared locations and answer some questions. Somebody says, don't forget about us here in Wichita Falls. Hey, I'm not going to. I've talked about Wichita Falls a lot, actually. And somebody said, hello from Lawton, Oklahoma. Yeah, we've got you. Thank y'all for being awesome. No problem. I'm going to try to find a bunch of these. What does this one say? I despise the ice, Ryan. Make it go away. I unfortunately can't control the weather. A lot of people really do think I can. Like, I'll be talking to somebody and they'll be like, I know you know how to make this storm go away. And I really don't. I wish I did. If I could have superpowers and the ability to control the weather, I'd take them. I would 100% take them, but nobody's offered them to me and I don't have them. Let's see here. Julian says, how's it looking for Clarksville, Tennessee? Now, who'd have thunk that we'd have somebody from Clarksville, Tennessee checking in? There's a bunch of you, actually. How's it looking in Clarksville, Tennessee? Right now, it's looking fine. But I'm sure you're talking about the future. But you're saying, I thought I only had to check for tornadoes, but I'm here now because my son told me I had to check with you. I guess you truly are our weatherman in Clarksville. Love you, bro. Thanks for the coverage. Yeah, no problem. I think that Clarksville, this is definitely not going to be a tornado, if that makes sense. Like, it's not going to be that bad. It's not going to be that bad. But it is definitely something that you're going to want to keep an eye on. You're going to get a bunch of snow in Clarksville. It's going to switch over to sleet. And then it's going to turn over to a period of freezing rain. What we don't know in Clarksville is how long that freezing rain will last. If it lasts a little while longer, then we could have some pretty serious problems in Clarksville. But right now, I think that you're in a... Gosh, I'm... Oh, here it is. I was like, where's my throat spray? There it is. But right now, I think that you're fine. I think that you're going to get mostly snow. That's what I'm hoping for anyways. But as we get closer, I will be able to tell you a little bit more about what exactly is going on with the ice. And we could really be talking about some ice coming in here. Nashville, that's where I'm a little bit more confident of the ice coming in, about the ice coming in. Yeah, the radar looks like it's doing pretty good, depicting where the snow is versus the sleet. This is definitely, looks like there's a lot of snow mixing in here, from what I can tell. So we're going to watch these cameras in Oklahoma like a hawk, because what happens out here is a preview to what's going to happen in the future out east. Can you please tell us about Jackson, Tennessee? Jackson, Tennessee, the story there is pretty similar to Nashville. Like, we're going to start off as snow, we're going to switch over to sleet, and then we're going to have an extended period of freezing rain. If that freezing rain lasts a very long time, that's going to be bad. And we're going to have an ice storm, and we're going to lose power. If it doesn't, then we might end up with a little bit more snow. We're no longer forecasting we are now casting. So that's what we're doing. There's no point in looking at the forecast models anymore. We've hooted and we've hollered over and over and over again about how much snow we think Jackson, Tennessee is going to get and how much ice we think they're going to get. Now, we are now just looking at the radar. Selmer, Tennessee. I'm unfortunately concerned about Selmer, Tennessee. Some of our places that we've covered with big time, what do you call it? Tornadoes. Some of our biggest tornado locations, we are currently concerned about having a devastating ice storm. Rolling Fork is in there. And then, of course, Selmer, Tennessee. Both of these places are in places where we expect to see widespread damage from ice all the way up to catastrophic damage. And look at this, man. We've got already some crazy traffic incident. It seems like over here in Oklahoma. This is Lawton, Oklahoma. You can see all these flashing lights in the distance here. We're already seeing the roads deteriorate quite quickly now in Oklahoma. Hey, Lori, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member on YouTube. Yeah, we're counting 6 police cars on this. And it looked like they're pretty spread out. We got one down here, one here, one here. I don't know if this is one incident or several. Wouldn't be surprising to me if it's several because the roads can become very slick, very fast. And everybody kind of hits the same slick spot at once. You know what I'm saying? Let's go check in on Brandon Kopic. He's way over here in Illinois, but he's on his way down to, I believe he's going to go down into Kentucky and Tennessee and chase. We're going to have a bunch of chasers tomorrow. We've got some tonight, but we're going to have a bunch tomorrow. And now Y'allbot's calling. Hello, Y'allbot. What's going on?
Hey Ryan, not sure if you caught these specific reports in the chat yet, but the ground truth is pouring in. We've got viewers in Ada and Folsom, Oklahoma, confirming sleet and freezing rain hitting right now. That transition's moving east fast. Also, tons of folks are asking about the exact timing for Dallas-Fort Worth's onset, since they're watching it hit Wichita Falls. And on the fun side, there's a wave of folks wondering if we're going to see snow tornadoes with this setup.
What do you think, Y'allbot? Are we going to see snow tornadoes?
Not exactly, but I get why folks are curious. We've got crazy dynamics, strong wind shear, heavy snow bands, and even some thunder snow. But the atmosphere isn't stacked right for legit tornadoes inside snow. So no snow tornadoes, but definitely some wild weather ahead.
Goodbye. So the start of the, I guess if you're talking in Dallas, if you want to know the onset, you're talking about the switch over from rain to sleet or freezing rain. And yeah, that's going to be happening over here in Dallas, likely around 2 or 3 a.m. 2 or 3 a.m. And then you'll be definitely all freezing rain for the majority of the day tomorrow. It's going to be a lighter freezing rain than what we see east of there. So we're not looking at an inch of ice in Dallas, but we are looking at a really impactful ice storm for Dallas. We are currently talking about all of these areas that normally get hit by tornadoes. Right? Usually, this is tornado land down here. It is absolutely plumb wild that we're talking about snow and ice. But speaking about tornadoes, I do want to take a moment to talk about something that we are preparing for the spring. And this is actually somewhat your all's idea. But I want to take a moment to promote this really quickly. We probably won't stick on it very much because we're going to get back into the ice storm. But does anybody remember the live stream where there was a bunch of tornado warnings and we were actually in this area? We were talking about Arkansas. We were talking about Mississippi and Louisiana. But there was a bunch of tornado warnings, and Andy kept issuing y'all watches. And you know, we add y'all to everything. And somebody said that we should do the y'all call. We should do the y'all call. Well, we've done it. Y'allcall.app. Y'allcall.app. This is a cool service that we've worked to build that allows you to sign up. And anytime there's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning or a flash flood warning, you can kind of configure which ones you want alerts for. I call you. It's my voice. And it knows where you are. It knows whether or not you're in the polygon, and you get a phone call immediately. And it's like, hey, you're under a tornado warning. And if I'm live, I'll even say I'm live. If you want to go, check out the live stream. So at y'allcall.app, you can get a phone call from me. In the future, we might even make it to where you can change the voice to Y'allbot or Andy Hill. But you can go over here and you can read about it. You can watch the demo call and all that good stuff. But I was just reminded that this is a thing now and it's ready. So I wanted to quickly talk about it because this, once again, was essentially your all's idea. So thank you for this wonderful idea, and I hope that it helps a lot of people. And it's just another tool in the toolbox to keep people aware and prepared. Y'allcall.app. Yeah, somebody said you're welcome. Thank you. If we had meetings, this chat right here is like the best marketing crew. You guys have the best ideas for merch and the different services and stuff that we can provide. This is real, by the way. Like the y'all call thing is going to be really helpful. I think that we're going to get a lot of people on that, and it's potentially going to save a lot of lives. Even though what we do is focused on the internet mostly and newer technology, having that dedicated connection with the calls. It's just another line of defense that I think will be really useful going forward. So yeah, thanks for the reminder on that, Jared. And let's get back into talking about our ongoing ice storm. And let's go back over into that. Let's talk to Andy as well.
Hey, Ryan. I thought of another fun thing we could try to do here, just in terms of like tracking numbers. So I went ahead and looked at this. We are talking about the warm nose constantly, right? There's warm nose here, warm nose there. That's why you're getting freezing rain. That's why you're getting sleet, and all this stuff is happening. Big overrunning event, big Arctic air undercutting that warm nose. So who has the biggest difference between coldest surface temperature and just how warm that warm nose is? And I think the winner right now is Amarillo, Texas, actually. There, the hourly, the surface temperature is about 7 degrees Fahrenheit in and around Amarillo, Texas. If you go up, the warmest temperature I could find above your head was 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's about 3,300 feet above the surface or so. So it actually goes up 22 degrees Fahrenheit from the surface to that warm nose. That's how intense you could start to try to like visualize just how big of a difference it is and why all that snow is melting as it falls and then refreezing in some circumstances. So it's a little bit too cold for it to just be freezing rain or sleet in Amarillo, and that's why we've got more snow over there. That will happen, but you guys are the winner for that index that I could come up with on the spot.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. This is slowly turning into a more and more serious situation for our friends in Texas and Oklahoma. Let's go back and take a look at some of these cameras. It's getting worse. Every time we check in, these cameras get more intense looking, I guess you could say. The roads are covered here with sleet and ice, and we've got some sort of big incident back there in Lawton, Oklahoma. So stay off the roads, even though it doesn't look terrible. It's bad enough to where it's causing some problems. It's causing some serious problems. So let's try to stay off the road. Let's go over here to some of these other cameras as well. I want to see, what is this? Number 7. 40. There we go. I want to see how people are driving. Well, you can't really see much of anything on that. But it looks like people are driving awfully slow in some of these. Oh, yeah, you can see very clearly here. The roads are covered in ice and sleet. This is mostly sleet and snow, though. So this isn't as bad as the freezing rain situation, but it's not good either. And it's only going to get worse. We got another suggested camera. That weird sound that you just heard, that is Jared suggesting a camera. Oh, look at here. This is what it looks like in Kansas. This is Hutchinson, Kansas. It's starting to get covered out there. And it's cold. It's cold up there. And it's going to get worse. More snow is on the way. We should start seeing some increase in the amount of snow that we see over here around Norman. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's decent. So that's what we're talking about right now. The storm is slowly but surely exploding in intensity. Let's see your all submissions. Once again, you can send in photos and videos over there on ryanhaulyall.com/submit, like this one from Kelly. This is in Wichita Falls, of the sleet that's coming down. We got another cat out there in Springfield, Missouri. Look at this. Lubbock, Texas, a little bit earlier. A nice glaze of ice. Whoa. What? Now that's plumb wild. This is before the storm in Franklin, Tennessee. Some nice crystallization there on that stick. This is that great bird that we were looking at earlier. The birds are loading up before the storm in Rhode Island. Thank you so much, Jay, for sending that in. We got another one getting ready here for the big snow out there in Hillview, Kentucky. This one's from Paducah in Texas, of some sleet earlier. Another sleet view from Lubbock, Texas. And here's a wall of clouds headed towards Valley Station, Kentucky, just south of Louisville. Thank you, Easton, for sending that in. Here's another view of the ice and sleet in Lubbock County, Texas. And it's starting to get cloudy and snowy in Mineola and Kansas. So, yeah, we've got a lot of you watching out here. Keep sending these photos in. ryanhaulyall.com/submit. If for whatever reason that doesn't work for you and you have X or you have Twitter, you can also tweet me a picture or a video, and YallBot will actually respond to you and be like, hey, can we show this on the air? And as long as you say yes, I'll get it right here in front of me. Light sleet in Lubbock. Nice. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Melmore. Thank you, Brett. This is ice in Lubbock, Texas. Wow. Thank you all for sending this stuff in. Nothing crazy yet, but yeah, we've got some ice here in Lubbock. Light snow out there in Texas. This is in Lawton. So keep them coming, guys. ryanhaulyall.com/submit. We really appreciate the stuff coming in. All right, let's go check back in on some of these cameras. Lawton, Texas. This is what it looks like out there. This is what an ice-covered camera looks like, y'all. Andy Hill's calling.
Ryan, Lawton, Oklahoma, first of all.
Oh, what did I say?
You said Texas.
Oh, my bad.
Hey, I don't know. Maybe there is a lot in Texas. I'll have to look that up. But secondly, just a bit up in stream text, Elijah sent the Storm Prediction Center outlook. And I've been yapping on and on about the thunder sleet and all that. But now we have a graphic to show that there is an actual thunderstorm outlook that includes a lot of the areas that are currently 22 degrees Fahrenheit at the surface, indicating that there is going to be the chance for general thunderstorms. So actual convection there that has the chance to have enough friction generated in the cloud to produce a lightning bolt or two in scattered cells that pass through the area. So the Storm Prediction Center is in fact outlining possible thunder sleet, thunder ice pellets, thunder freezing rain, and even a little bit of thunder snow there in all of those areas in the light green right here. So just wanted to show you the official capacity of which this outlook is now representing those frozen precipitation types with lightning. Now, I'm not sure how much of that lightning will actually reach the surface. I have a theory that most of the lightning, if not all of it, will be cloud to cloud, as that's what tends to happen in marginal thunderstorm setups like this, where we can barely get a little bit of those lightning bolts happening. So I don't know if we'll actually see any of them hit the surface, but that would be ultra rare if that does. If someone could get a video of that, I would retweet the heck out of that. So just a challenge for anybody out there in the thunderstorm outlook.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing attention to this new thunderstorm outlook. So everybody in the green here, if it's snowing or if it's sleeting or it's raining or freezing raining, we could be talking about thunder, sleet, snow, rain, whatever you want to call it. So that's something else that we will keep an eye on as we continue to track this stuff. Let's go back out to the radar and zoom out. And my goodness, it's getting more and more filled in over the time. We've got really heavy snow already breaking out here between Childress and Lawton. I'm excited to see what this is going to look like as the stronger area of convection, whatever you want to say, moves into Lawton, because I think the snow is going to pile up pretty quickly on I-44 all the way up to Oklahoma City. It's not terribly cold, but you can see that it's already sticking pretty well. If I come over here to the cameras, we've got no problem whatsoever, even with very light snow, sticking to the pavement. So unfortunately, this also means that there's going to be a lot of accidents. So we are encouraging you to stay off the roads if at all possible. I see y'all sharing stuff on Twitter. I appreciate it. Once again, if you want to help us reach more people, we're going to be here for a long time. We're going to be here for a lot of tonight. We've already been on the air for what? How long have we been on? 4 hours. We're going to be here for more time. We're going to be here tomorrow all day. We're going to be here all day Sunday. So let people know what we're doing. We don't have a marketing budget. We don't have commercials. We don't put ourselves on billboards. The only way anybody knows who Ryan Hall y'all is because of you telling other people about it. So if you think what we're doing here is valuable and you know somebody that could use the coverage, feel free to share us out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, whatever it was. That'll help us out a lot. Getting plumb covered out there. All right, what do you guys want me to do now? You want me to go through the future radar again? Or do you want me to hyper focus on the now? There's honestly, I can already tell this is going to get crazy. I can already tell this is going to get crazy. This is very quickly going to turn into a mess. Y'all bot, I've got you. You got me?
Hey Ryan, got you loud and clear. While you're monitoring those road conditions, I wanted to flag a couple things. First off, there's a high priority question from the chat. A viewer's elderly relative is planning to drive to Asheville, North Carolina tomorrow. They're asking if it'll be safe, especially by noon, or if they'll be iced out. Second, a few folks are asking for a quick rundown on what all the different weather models mean. And finally, ground truth update. Chat confirms Highway 7 between Lawton and Duncan, Oklahoma is already slick, backing up what you showed on those cams.
Okay. The Asheville question, if you can get to Asheville before 4 p.m. tomorrow, you're good. After that, you're cooked. No, I would not recommend driving anywhere near Asheville after 4 p.m. tomorrow. And what do you guys want about the weather models? An overview of what the weather models mean? The weather models are just a bunch of computer algorithms that take in a bunch of historical and real-time current data and create a simulation prediction of what's coming next, right? Have you heard anybody talk about ChatGPT, how that works? It's the same thing, all right? It's predicting the next token. We're predicting the next hour of weather. And some of them are really high resolution. Some of them are very low resolution. And the HRRR, which is the one that we're looking at here for the most part, is very much a high resolution model. So, yeah, the models can be wrong, right? You know how ChatGPT can be wrong. But it is good guidance to help us understand signals and help us understand what's coming down the pipe. So that's what it is. That's what a model is. And then we get all this raw data, and then we can do server-side computations to determine how much ice is going to come out of this and how much snow, and we can paint it with the precipitation type. And there's a lot of cool things that you can do with numerical weather prediction models. And it's the reason why we have all of the stuff that we have. A lot of places don't have as early of a heads up on severe weather as we do. So we've got good stuff going for us. All right, so what else? What else do you guys want? Hey, by the way, Bill, thank you so much for becoming a member. Corey, thank you for becoming a member. We've gotten a bunch of new members today. Use those emotes. You got all kinds of y'all-bot emotes to use in the chat. Our graphic designer, Allie, works really hard on those. They're very cool. Let's see here. Somebody said, calling in from Austin here, Ryan. What can we expect in Central Texas over the next few days? Okay, good question. Let's go back down to Central Texas near Austin, and we're going to start seeing some freezing rain potentially tonight around 9 p.m., so just a couple hours. That's going to really intensify as we go into the early morning hours tomorrow, and then it's going to get really cold after that. I don't think we're going to see much snow in Austin, but we are going to see some freezing rain. Let's turn on our winter warnings, and let's go to radar, and let's look at Austin. We are under a winter storm warning. Roads, especially bridges and overpasses, will likely become slick and hazardous. We are also under a winter storm warning in Houston. And what's really interesting is just to the north of Houston, we actually have an ice storm warning. So this includes Crockett and Lake Livingston. An ice storm warning is in effect. Power outages and tree damage is likely, and travel could be nearly impossible. So that's what we're expecting down here around Houston. You can see those ice storm warnings go all the way up here into southern middle Tennessee. Perry, Lewis, and Wayne counties are under a ice storm warning, and there's 5 of you currently checked in on WeatherWise inside of that warning right now. This is a crazy map, by the way. Look at all these warnings. Winter storm warnings from the Mexico border to the Canadian border. Wow. You don't see that every day. That's for sure. Let me turn on the locations again. If you can see your dots, that means you're checked in on WeatherWise. If you can't see your dots, I would encourage you to check in on WeatherWise. Share your location with me. This is a really cool thing. If you're watching right now, you can download a free app. It's a good radar app. And you can open it up and you can go into y'all mode and you can click share your location with Ryan. And then your little marker shows up on my map and it guides me to you. Like there's nobody watching in Montana right now. I'm not going to go talk about Montana, right? So if you want us to know that you're watching, put your dot on the map there. We currently have 1,200 of you sharing your location. Let's try to break the record again. We just broke it not too long ago, 8,300 people. We've got 75,000 people watching. If literally just a tenth of you shared your location, we'd break the record. What's the app? It's called WeatherWise. There's a link in the description. WeatherWise.app. All right. What else? Oh, by the way, we're really cooking. We're getting the numbers up there. I think we're about to hit 3,000. What should we do? I really want to get into the real time like coverage. But I'm noticing that there's a lot more people watching in front of where the storm is right now. So something tells me that we should probably do more talking about what's next. So we're really going to have to get good here at going back and forth. Going into y'all mode costs money. You don't have to go into y'all mode. Here, let me do it again. I'm going to do this again because we've got some new people here. I promise you don't have to pay to share your location. I don't know what we've got to do to fix this. Every day somebody says this and it's wrong. Go into your app for free. Click the menu. Click y'all mode. Pay no money. Scroll down. Click share your location with Ryan. Check that you're human first and then share your location with Ryan. Then your dot's on my map and no transaction has been made. I'm going to go crazy. I'm literally going to go insane if I have to explain that one more time. I think we just got to change the app. I think it's not you. It's not you, it's me. It's not you, it's me. So we've just got to make it more apparent, I guess, in the app. It's no big deal. Don't worry. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. But you go in the y'all mode, you scroll down, you share your location with Ryan, and you will pop up on the map. Now, if you want to be super cool like this guy, and you want to pop up on the map with a nice exclamation mark and a message, yeah, that one, that costs, that is part of the plus plan. But all these little blue dots that you see here, those are people checking in for free. And I see a lot of you in Tulsa. There's a bunch of yous in Tulsa. Holy smokes. So we've got a bunch of people watching in Tulsa. So that means that we should probably go ahead and start talking about the future view again. You guys want to go through the HRRR again? I've got a feeling that's what we're going to end up doing anyways. We'll do it live. All right, I think we've actually got the 0Z model running right now, so that'll actually be interesting anyways. Yeah, we've got 10 frames loaded here. That's what we're going to do. We're going to watch this roll out. Real quick, let me turn the locations layer off just real quick. And then this is the latest. So what we've been looking at has been the 18Z run. That means that it was, we get so many, what is it, 4? We get 4 48-hour runs of the HRRR every day. We get the 0Z, the 6Z, the 12Z, and the 18Z. The 18Z was the last one that ran, and now we have the 0Z. So we've got fresh data, and this is a new simulation of what the radar could look like in the future. So by 1 a.m., it's still showing pretty much the same thing. I am noticing maybe a slight tick north with the placement of the snow. Because at 1 a.m. on the previous run, we were saying all snow in Little Rock. So that's interesting. But we're still all snow in Oklahoma City, Bentonville. The snow's still just starting in Kansas City. No major changes. No major changes. And then if I pull this even farther into the future, actually, you know what? I take that back. This looks farther south. This is definitely more snow in Memphis and Little Rock at 5 a.m. So little small changes here and there. Overall, the main story stays the same. We're getting plumb hit with heavy snow in Little Rock and Memphis at 5 a.m. We're staying all snow in Oklahoma City and Tulsa. The snow starts in Tulsa, by the way, no later than 2 or 3 hours from now. Okay? And it's not going to switch over to ice. It's going to be snow the whole time in Tulsa. It is going to be oh my goodness. It's going to be snow the whole time in Tulsa. We just broke the record big time. Wow. We have 9,000 dots on the map. Can we hit 10,000? Can we hit 10,000? Heck on it. Our state leaderboard's broke. Can we hit 10,000? I think at around 10,000, my program starts getting a little laggy. Yep. It's chugging. It's having a hard time. We never had that problem before. Yeah, there's 76,000 people watching, so it's not surprising that we're going to break the record here. But it's going to be wild to see 10,000 dots on the map. 10,000 people checking in. I'm going to zoom in and try to get some higher quality, resolution data of like where everybody's tuning in from. There we go. 10,000 people are currently checked in on the WeatherWise app. That's plumb wild. That's crazy. Thank you guys for helping assess that out. But a lot of you are around Dallas. Somebody said it's cold in Texas. Thank you for the report. Have you read any good books lately? Not recently. I've been reading nothing but the HRRR and the GFS and the European model. Texas is here. Thank you for showing up, Texas. What's up? We got somebody up here saying they're staying warm. All right. Thank you for checking in, Dallas. I know that we got a ton of people in Dallas. I will be checking in on you periodically. Somebody in Tyler says, record driver, trying to keep an eye on the storm. You are going to be busy. You're going to be busy. Shreveport, when's it going to start here? Good question. Let's go back on the HRRR. If we can. Yeah, this my program is literally having a hard time keeping up with all these dots. So we've found where things start getting a little bit interesting. We might need to add some optimizations around 10,000 people checking in because it's definitely slowing me down. Shreveport, I think that the ice storm will officially start probably between 5 and 7 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, we're about to hit 11. We hit 11,000. Holy smokes. It's crazy that there are 11,000 people that have actively went and did this. I think that's a really powerful tool. The reason that we decided to do this, nobody else, this wasn't a thing, before we decided to do this. But the reason we decided to do it is because I think that this is going to be super awesome during tornado season. I think it's going to be helpful to be able to really kind of focus on which warning polygons we need to be given extra attention to. This isn't your exact location. So when I zoom in here and you're sharing your location, it's not to like the exact latitude and longitude. It's off a little bit. And we do that on purpose, obviously, but it's close enough to where we're really going to be able to give some fine-tuned alerts out during severe weather season. And it also helps guide my attention during big, widespread systems like this. My goodness, are we going to hit 20? Are we going to hit 12,000? Ashley says, Ryan, thanks for keeping us informed. You are the GOAT. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for the support, guys. Andy's calling in.
Hi, Ryan. I wanted to see if I could stress test this during also having 12,000 people and then see if that's a problem. Looks like it's fine so far. Something else I wanted to talk about, since we're now casting now instead of forecasting, we're forecasting in the now, is what I mentioned about Oklahoma City earlier. Now there's a ton of reports of snow, just pure snow across Oklahoma City. And I think that that's because of the thing that I mentioned earlier, which was the really low dew points that are there. So very low amount of moisture over the cities, over the metro, essentially. And all of that frozen precipitation and all the regular rain falling into Oklahoma City had to essentially evaporate or sublimate straight from a solid to a gas in order to both get the moisture up, therefore it would be saturated and all of that rain could reach the surface. And also it's causing simultaneously the temperature to fall, because when you evaporate rain or you sublimate snow essentially all the way into water vapor gas, you actually cool the surrounding environment. That takes a lot of energy from the environment to change the phase of that. So what we're seeing here is that all of that's happening because it was so dry. All of those phase changes of water have sucked so much energy out of the environment that it's cooled it off enough to where everything is snow. So this local effect just over Oklahoma City in live real time has changed our expected precipitation type over the city, which I think is like really cool. Like it changed like 4 or 5 degrees so far, and it's still dropping more as it brings it to saturation. So the fact that you're able to see in real time, you thought you're going to get sleet or freezing rain to start, but it's already snow because of this thing that happened is, I mean, I don't know. That's just really cool. So I thought I would point that out. That's the reason why.
Awesome. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We'll keep checking back in with you. And this is that snow that we're talking about out there in Newcastle, Oklahoma. It's coming down good. This camera is a little bit in and out. Actually, I don't know if that's the camera or if that's the 12,500 of you pinging my system, and we're losing it. My goodness, look at this. That's crazy. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, 12,500 of you are sharing your locations right now on the WeatherWise app. We've got snow coming down in Oklahoma. You know what's crazy is out of all these pings, we've got maybe one or two people that's actually in the thick of it right now. The heaviest snow is currently falling on Interstate 44 between Anadarko, Lawton, over towards Norman. But we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 people out there experiencing it. Most of our people are not even having snow right now. And this is a snow stream, son. It's going to be plumb wild, man. Whenever this starts hitting everywhere, we're going to have too many things to check in on, I think. But hey, listen, we're going to try our best to manage it here. Yeah. 13,000. Are we going to hit 13,000? Can you guys see how, like, my computer, like I think I saw a puff of steam come out of it. This is like real-time data that, and like each one of these things is being rendered separately. So, you know, I don't think we ever thought that there would ever be 10,000 of them at once. So this is a nice stress test. Yeah, Y'allbot is really hurting. All right, so yeah, I still think that the vast majority of people that are tuning in right now are definitely in Tennessee. Like the vast majority of people are in Tennessee. Let's see what you guys in Tennessee are saying. Go back to the model HRRR. We'll play that latest model. We'll keep that going. And let's check in on what these guys are saying. Over 9,000. Hi, Ryan. You saved our lives in the Columbia, Tennessee, May 2024 tornado. Happy to support all you do. Thank you so much for checking in. I'm glad you're okay. And I remember that like it was yesterday. It was a crazy day. My dogs, wait, what? My dogs, Pixie and Mochi say hi. Hello. Somebody said, thanks. No problem. These... it's cold. Yeah, it's about to get a lot colder. You can see here on the latest HRRR, there is a big batch of snow that's going to hit Nashville. And honestly, according to the latest HRRR, it might not even be switching back over to sleet even at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Let's pause this. Let's go all the way out to the most recent frame, 1 p.m. Yeah, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. We are going to be switching over to freezing rain by 1 p.m. in Memphis, though. The flakes are going to start flying in Knoxville, up here towards Bowling Green, Evansville, Owensboro, and St. Louis about 1 p.m. tomorrow. So this, for the most part, looks the same as what we've been seeing. Maybe a little bit south, though. Are you guys seeing that? Like, I definitely think that we're seeing snow for a longer period of time in Memphis compared to the earlier run. Wow. Wow, we have 13,500 people sharing their locations. Is it possible to hit 14,000? Here's what's going to happen. At 20 minutes, the locations start to expire. So at some point, thousands of locations are going to start going off, and we have to beat that with new check-ins. I don't know if we'll be able to overcome that, but maybe we are currently at 13,500 people sharing their locations in the WeatherWise app. Let's take a tour around the world. Hey, buddy, I see you. We got one guy up here in Alaska. He's just up there laughing. He's like, these guys know nothing about winter. We got somebody in South Korea. Hello. We got a bunch of people in Australia. Let's go. Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane. We got some people in New Zealand checking in. We've got somebody in Africa. Huh. Look at that. We've got somebody down here. We've got a lot of people in Europe checking in, especially up there in the UK. All right, this is some weird kind of bug. So, somebody down here near Greece said the wind has picked up here in Camden, Tennessee. So I don't know what happened there. Maybe somebody's just confused. Maybe somebody is in Tirana, and they think they're in Tennessee. I don't know. We've got a lot of protections in place to try to keep people from spoofing their location. So that's interesting. Y'all bye. What's up, man? What's going on? Hello, y'all bye.
Hey there. One more thing. Scanner traffic from Buffalo, New York is reporting a serious ejection accident on the ice. Just a grim reminder of how dangerous those roads are tonight.
All right. Anything else going on? Anything cool going on in chat or anything?
Yeah, the chat's buzzing. Someone's wondering if that Atlantic Ocean dot is our first official boat viewer or just a GPS hiccup. Plus, folks are tossing in live updates, like sleet starting up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Anything you want to dive into next?
No, we're good. Thank you. All right. We did just cross over 14,000 people checking in on the WeatherWise app. I don't know how long we're going to keep this going, but we're lucky. We are lucky. We're still on the air. It's processing slowly but surely. How's North Mississippi going to be looking? North Mississippi is going to be looking pretty bad. Pretty bad. Let's turn the shared locations off real quick and let's keep pushing this forward. We're out to 4 p.m. tomorrow. And as you can see, the ice is going to start in Mississippi as early as 4 a.m. in the morning. And it's still going to be freezing, raining. Rain's going to be falling from the sky and freezing on impact by 5 p.m. So, we're expecting a potentially catastrophic ice storm in North Mississippi. If you haven't already prepared, it's too late, really, but you need to make sure you've got a way to deal with potentially days without power. Are we going to hit 15K? There's no way. At some point here, it's going to start dropping off big time. At some point here, it's going to start dropping off big time. Oh my gosh, it's so laggy. Oh wait, hold on. I got to turn the pop sound on. I forgot. I should have turned that on earlier. That'd been nonstop. Every blue that you hear is a new person checking in. As we slowly but surely approach 15,000 people live sharing their locations right now in the WeatherWise app. A lot of them are in Nashville. Holy smokes. There's this is like really interesting data. Like there is a concentration of people right in here between Henderson and Gallatin. Like obviously I think it's more populated right in here, right? But more viewers are tuning in from up here. I guess this is more residential. Clarksville, of course, is plumb covered up. We want snow. We want snow. Clarksville's in the house. Clarksville's always in the house. Thank you guys for tuning in. Look at this granular level. Like I can see where the Ryan Hall y'all viewers are. Like this is crazy. Right here around Jackson, Tennessee, we've got a group of people that love tuning in. We've got a lot of people around Memphis, specifically up here on the northeast side, watching the y'all team from Memphis. Thank you so much for tuning in. Big cold. Yep. And we've got somebody over here saying watching in Doniphan, Missouri, but that was in Memphis. Howdy. Some of the locations might be a little bit off. Like that one in Greece, but it was actually in Tennessee. That's an uncommon discrepancy. But Doniphan to Memphis might be a little bit more common, I guess. We got a bunch of my neighbors over here tuned in. Thank you guys for watching. Down the road. Keep the Tug River out of my house. I will do my best. I don't think we're going to have any flooding with this, so don't you worry about that. Got a lot of people over here in Lexington and Louisville watching. We want snow on Monday. You're getting it. Louisville, you guys, you're getting snow. Like, you're getting a bunch of snow. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's over. If you don't like snow, this is going to be a bad week for you in Louisville. It's going to be a real bad week for you in Louisville if you don't like snow. Same thing in Cincinnati. And look at this, man. Very interesting. It's like one city here, Dayton and Cincinnati, like the symbiosis. You guys seeing this? Anyways, you guys are going to get a bunch of snow too. 15,000. Did we hit? We did hit 15,000. It's going down now though. The great decrease is happening now. That massive rise that we had, I don't know if we'll be able to beat it. It is going up again, though. Wow. It's going up. What are the updated snow amounts for Ohio? Do you guys want to talk about snow amounts real quick before we dive back into Oklahoma real-time ice coverage? Since we've got so many of you here, let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to flip over to the NBM, and then we're also going to talk to Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, this is more of like a quick update for you, but in about 10 minutes, just a little less than 10 minutes, the National Weather Service of Shreveport, Louisiana, which is one of the ice areas, is going to be doing a live Facebook briefing. I know we often listen to those if they do them, so I just wanted to let you know that that is occurring in about 10 minutes.
Okay, give me another reminder about 2 minutes out and make sure I've got the link somewhere, and we'll definitely watch that. Thank you. All right, so we can't see the snow totals. You guys are kind of in the way. So I'm going to have to turn that off just really quickly. But I can see where everybody is, and I know where I need to be focusing on. All right. You can still share your locations even when I turn it off. All right. So refresh, re-add your dot. If we want to get over 15,000 again, we're going to have to re-add some dots. All right. Let's talk about snow totals. How much are we expected to see now? This is the latest national blend of models. We are talking about 15 inches in Oklahoma City. $15 inches in Oklahoma City, 14 in Tulsa, 13 in Bartlesville, 12.9 in Bentonville, and 12.9 in Springfield. This right here is going to be your bullseye area. Right in here. 16 inches potentially east of Oklahoma City. All right. Some people over here near Memphis were asking about snow. It's possible that 4 inches of snow fall. A lot of that's going to happen right at the beginning, right? You're going to get that big thumping of snow. You're going to get 4 inches, but then it's going to get compacted down by the ice. I don't think you'll see 4 inches like piled up for a very long time. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. The same could be said for Nashville, where we're going to get 3 inches of snow really quick, and then we're going to get plumb washed with rain and ice. Maybe 6 inches of snow in Clarksville before the washing happens. But it's coming. This is not going to be a clean, fun snow in this area right here. Going to start off very nice. It's actually going to start off as the perfect snowman making snow. If you are in Little Rock, if you're in Wichita Falls, if you're in Memphis, Jackson, Nashville, Clarksville, Bowling Green, Somerset, London, Pikeville, This is snowman making snow. This is going to be a heavy, wet snow. It's not going to be long. It's going to be a pretty thin corridor, perfect snowman making snow, because the farther north you go, it's going to be a fluffy, powdery snow. It's very cold. But we're going to be close enough to that transition zone to where we're going to have a heavy, wet snow that's easy to turn into a snowball and roll up into a snowman. So get ready for that. Go make your snowman quickly in Nashville before the rain comes in. Same thing up here in my neck of the woods in Pikeville. A lot of people are watching over here. 5 inches, 6 inches is possible, but we're not going to see that for long. It is going to get washed away by the sleet and the freezing rain and the rain that will inevitably come into the picture. Knoxville, you'll be lucky to get an inch out of this. This will mostly be rain for you. Same thing for Atlanta, but we're talking about freezing rain. Maybe some places will get a little bit of snow, especially in the higher elevations of North Carolina and South Carolina, but we're mostly concerned about ice over here. It's possible that we see up to 8 inches of snow in Richmond, But again, a lot of this will get washed away by the ice. And Washington, D.C., we're talking about 11 inches. Baltimore, 13. Philadelphia, 12. New York, 13. And what about Boston? Holy smokes. There are some places around Boston that could see 27 inches of snow. Now, that's on the high end of things, I think, but it is definitely possible. It is definitely possible. Do we have anybody watching in Boston? Let me turn the locations back on. Oh, yeah, look at this. Everybody, you're getting buried with snow. Power outages? Probably not. In Boston, I don't think that we'll have a huge problem with power outages. It's going to be a light, fluffy snow. There's not going to be any ice, but you're going to be up to your knees in it. You're going to be up to your knees in it. If this actually comes to fruition, it's going to get deep, quick out here in Boston. We got somebody in Providence watching. They say the smallest state wants all the snow. Well, it's coming. Standing by in Rhode Island. Get ready. It's coming. Hartford, Connecticut, patiently waiting for the snow. Oh, yeah. You're getting the snow in New England. It's pretty certain at this point. Snow falling on Sunday? Yes, you will have snow falling on Sunday. Somebody said, we got the milk and bread for traditional milk sandwiches with plenty of time to spare for this storm. Thank goodness. The milk, the bread has been acquired, and there are thousands of people tonight indulging in a milk sandwich. So once again, I want to emphasize that what we're looking at right now is on the higher end. The national blend of models, I think, is potentially on the higher end. But it's very realistic. This is not like sometimes the GFS or some model will paint some crazy unrealistic thing. This is not that. This is real. This could happen. The intricacies of how the deformation band's set up and how the low interacts with the coast and all that stuff will make or break this. But it's real. It could happen. Andy just shared something about the deformation band there, and he says, is it really on the higher end? It could be on the lower end. Somebody is getting hit hard with some snow up here, and it's probably going to be Boston. Right here, somebody said, how much snow? This right here is a level of weather forecasting interactivity that you won't find anywhere else. Somebody said, how much snow? I'm going to zoom in, and I'm not going to say, 12 to 18 inches. I'm going to say to the 10th of an inch, 25.7. Write it down. Hold me to it. 25.7 in Gloucester. Andy Hill's calling. What's up?
Oh. Hey, Ryan. I'm sorry. I started talking with my mic muted. I was going to say that, it very well could be that high. Just do that image I shared to you. We talked about this yesterday, actually, and we haven't mentioned it today, but since it's closer, that's an hour 54 forecast. Honestly, it's like a 48-hour forecast from now of Sunday evening. That specific thing that I think could happen, and if you look at the radar at all while this is happening to the northeast on Sunday, you're going to see the snow band that maybe is like, it's sort of like east-west, maybe tilted a little bit up like that. And it's going to move like this to the north and east, but it's going to it's going to be perpendicular to its movement essentially, and just going to move up like that through the northeast. And when it gets to Boston, this map that we're looking at right here is called frontogenesis. And that essentially means the development of a front is conducive where this area is outlined. And what that means is that the temperatures on both sides of it come together. Really, really cold air and really, really, relatively warmer air on both sides is coming together, and much more tightly so. And that's going to cause a front to be more powerful, essentially. And where there's a more powerful front, there is a heavier snow band. So it's going to follow this axis going northeast. And wherever it is, honestly, I think that you will see more than 3 inches of snow per hour as that band passes over you. So that's going to be the major snowmaker, and it only gets stronger once it reaches right at the coast there. So right where that viewer was with a 25-inch snow forecast, that's where that snow band is probably going to be the strongest Sunday evening. So if you're ever looking at the radar, or you're here watching with us on Sunday evening and you see the radar that we have pulled up, I bet that snow band is going to be somewhere around there. And that's why you start to see those really high totals right in Boston and just off the coast of Boston on Sunday. So I just wanted to share the science behind that because, again, those are some really impressive rates for frontogenesis in particular. So I think we're going to see a really solid snow band there.
Absolutely. It's going to be plumb wild. Thank you, Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill, chiming in there with some science behind why we're going to get smacked by potentially 2 feet of snow over here in between Boston, Gloucester, and Plymouth. Now we've got Elijah calling in. What's up, Elijah?
We just started the broadcast.
Okay, thank you. Let me pull this up real quick. Gosh, I can't stand. Is this only on Facebook? I can't stand Facebook. But we will try to make it work. I wonder if, like, is this something that would be on Reuters? Check our Reuters account.
All right, good to see everyone saying that they can hear us. I see a lot of people coming in here, which is great. We want to make sure that we can get as much information out to the public as possible. So, again, my name is Ryan Knapp. I'm one of the meteorologists here at the National Weather Service in Shreveport, and we are doing another Facebook Live, a small little update for everyone here. As we talk about the ongoing winter storm here as we head into tonight and then obviously into Saturday and Sunday. I do have one of our other meteorologists here in operations with me, Shane Pendleton. He is going to be answering your questions here as we go through the Facebook Live. We have a lot of people in operations, so if you hear some noise in the background, that's likely the case because we're working hard here to make sure that we get the most accurate information out to you as we move through this event. But I'll tell you what,
you guys hear this?
It's cold out there, that's for sure. Temperatures are quickly dropping across portions of the I-30 corridor. Here in Shreveport alone, from the Shreveport Regional Airport ASOS, it's already 40 degrees. So it's definitely cold out there. Temperatures are already falling to near freezing for areas along and north of the I-30 corridor. So as we look at our key messages here, if you had joined us over the last 2 nights, Brandon did a perfect job of explaining a lot of this. So I'll try to live up to the expectation here. Final cold weather and winter storm preparation should be completed. We talked about that in the briefing yesterday. We said, you had really until probably 5 or 6 o'clock here to make sure you had everything ready to go, for this event, as the rain that we're starting to see across the I-30 corridor is already starting to transition over into some degree of winter precip. We're already seeing some reports of freezing rain near and north of the I-30 corridor, and even some instances of maybe some sleet occurring. But we'll kind of look into, what we're sampling right now through the atmosphere to kind of understand why we're seeing some of these mixed winter precip types rather than seeing, just straight up snow here so early on. But the other thing we're looking at here is confidence remains high that both a very cold air mass and a high impact winter storm will affect the region starting late tonight through early Sunday. So that is going to be the big thing here to focus on is this winter event moving through. There still remains at least a moderate threat, so that's 50 to 80% chance of moderate threats to major threats, so that's 40 to 60% chance for major threats of impacts to roadways and infrastructure due to both the precipitation we'll be seeing through the course of the next 3 days and then the extended period of cold temperatures that we'll see even as we work into Monday and Tuesday. So it's not so much just one thing. We're looking at pretty cold temperatures as we move into Monday and Tuesday, which will help keep some of the icing impacts continuing into early next week. And then dangerously cold temperatures, like I mentioned, will continue to be a threat as we work into Monday and Tuesday. And we'll take a look at those temperatures. But, anytime we get into the single digits and near zero in this part of the country, that's definitely something to not take lightly. So what has changed really since the last time we talked with everyone yesterday around this time? So we still have the winter storm warning for areas along the I-30 corridor, but the big change here is the movement to an ice storm warning for areas along the I-20 corridor and south. The big thing to focus on with that is the reason that we moved to an ice storm warning across those areas shaded in the darker purple. That is the Longview, Tyler, Shreveport, Homer, El Dorado, and areas south, is because confidence has increased to the point where we believe that the predominant precip type through the majority of this event will be freezing rain turning into ice. So that is, one of the big things when we were talking about the forecast yesterday was, we were still uncertain of what the dominant precip type was really going to be, but confidence continues to increase in icing impacts from freezing rain as it, hits the surface and then freezes over and turns into a glaze of ice. So that is going to be something to, keep in mind here if you are in those areas shaded in purple. That's not to say you won't see ice impacts for areas in the pink. It's just, those areas in the purple there are where we're, focusing on the potential for the highest impacts for the icing over the course of this winter event. So that is why that was transitioned over to an ice storm warning compared to just the area-wide winter storm warning that we had previously in effect. Just looking at the current radar, it's a bit of a mess right now. And what I'll say with this is take this with a grain of salt as we, talk about the radar and the radar trying to understand various precip types. You can sometimes get, false imagery on these radar images. Right now, we are still seeing a good amount of rain moving into East Texas, Northeast Texas, portions of Southwest Arkansas, and Southeastern Oklahoma. But what is important to look at here are our temperatures at the surface. We are seeing temperatures dropping to near freezing or even just a few degrees below freezing already. And so the main message to really say here is it looks like some of the colder temperatures, those sub-freezing temperatures that we had talked about, maybe moving in just a little earlier than what was in the initial forecast. So that could allow for the onset of some winter precip to occur earlier versus, say, what the forecast was showing for 9, 10, 11 o'clock and so on. We're already getting some reports of freezing rain, especially south of Little Rock, along the I-30 corridor, and even starting to see some what are called MPing reports of freezing rain, and even maybe some ice pellets kind of mixing into the rain that.
All right, let's get an update from Y'allbot here, and then we'll get back into that. Y'allbot, I got you. What's up? What's up, Y'allbot?
Hey, glad to have your ear. So first off, tons of chat noise from Ohio, West Virginia, and Western PA. They want their snow totals. They're feeling left behind while we've been deep into Boston. We've also got a big travel safety question. Someone's asking if it's safe to drive a motorhome from Michigan to Florida Monday through Wednesday, right through that ice zone. And one more thing, lots of viewers are confused on how to drop their pins on WEATHERWISE.
Thank you. No, I would not drive a motorhome through this. Yeah, I would probably avoid that a little bit. Yeah. Yes, Dalton. If you can delay it, if it is possible to delay that, I would. Just that's my recommendation. All right, let's take a look at Oklahoma. So the Oklahoma traffic cameras are going in and out, but now they're in, and we've got an update on what it looks like out there. This is Lawton, Oklahoma. It's getting covered, son. And the snow is coming down pretty good out there. I still see this big incident in the background. You see all these police vehicles? I don't know if there's an accident or if they're just like shutting down this road or what, but this hasn't moved. But I think we'll see more instances like this as time goes on. We've got some very rapidly deteriorating road conditions out here in the Oklahoma area. So is anybody out there watching in Oklahoma? Feel free to send your reports in to the submissions. You can do that via ryanhallyall.com/submit. And we'll get your picture right here, just like Casey's from Amarillo, Texas, and Madison out there in South Carolina, getting ready for the storm. The freezing rain is starting to pick up out there in Lubbock. This is from a little bit earlier out there from Zachary. We've got another one from Tabitha out here, and this is from Bentonville, Benton County, Arkansas. Got all the necessities. I mean, this is all you need, really. All right? Make yourself a nice milk sandwich. Sit back, watch the stream. We'll be good. This is in Oklahoma City. My goodness. Plum out of everything. That's not even the milk and bread aisle. What is that? The steaks and lobster aisle? What are we doing, son? Lee's sending us some sleet out there in Garvin County, Oklahoma. We've got some stuff out there in Blanchard, Oklahoma as well. Bobby is ready to go out there in Sevier County, Arkansas with that Yolometer 3.0. It just started to sleep. I think it's sleet. Or John has just started to sleep. He's getting bored. He's already bored with this storm. Maybe that's actually what he means. It's just rain. I'm going to sleep. Anyways, thank you, John. We got another cat out there watching from Bobby. This is also in Sevier County, Arkansas. Thank you for sending that in. While we wait for the winter storm, we're building our own colorful forecast map. That's cool. Out there in Tennessee. Thank you, Diane, for sending that in. We got some more nice contrails from airplanes out there from Madison. Thank you so much. This is from Panola County, Mississippi. Somebody, Matthew, saying I'm available to give live updates during the ice storm. Okay, well, send them to us via this outlet. This is the best way to do it. RyanHallYall.com/submit. Wichita, Dallas. We've got a bunch of you out here. I'm actually about to clear it. This is from Amanda. My 5-year-old loves watching you with me. All right, so we don't have any more submissions. We're all caught up. Now let's get some more. Go to RyanHallYall.com/submit if you want to share something with us. By the way, we're about to upload our video that we just uploaded, or we just recorded. So if you didn't watch me film that, it's about to be on the air on YouTube if you want to watch the latest video update from me. All right, let's go over to the current radar. Boom. Things are getting interesting out there. This is what it looks like. I'm going to turn on shared locations again. We're down to only 4,000 people sharing their locations with us. But, man, we hit 15,000 earlier, and that was crazy. It's about to switch over to all snow, even on the northern side of Oklahoma City. Don't make Andy eat any shoes. I'm not making Andy do nothing. Andy volunteered himself to eat shoes. If Andy ends up eating shoes, I don't want to hear that I had anything to do with that. In fact, I highly discourage eating shoes. I want to put that on the record right now. Somebody out here said, you are number one when searching weather on YouTube. That's cool. That's cool. Thank you, guys. That's you. That's not me. We are number one when you search weather on YouTube. Where's my snows at? Hey, it's about to start there. Let me zoom in here a little bit closer and see this traffic camera just to your south and east. And I believe if it's working, and it's not, we might be able to see some snow. Let's check this one just down the road from you a little bit. Okay, yeah, it's actually not snowing that much here, is it? It's about to switch over because if you go a hop, skip, and a jump to the south, it is starting to snow. You can see it very quickly starting to pile up on the roads out there. But it'll get more snowy, I guess you could say, pretty quickly. This is what it looks like just down the road. Like, it's a very quick transition that's about to happen, I believe. Somebody else said, thanks for all you do. No problem. Thank you guys for giving me the best job in the world here and tuning in. We all appreciate it. Everybody on the team. This is our dream job. There's a jackknife semi with a diesel fuel leak? That's what we're looking at on that camera? Okay. Thanks for the report. That helps explain what's going on. I believe they're talking about this right here. This situation is a jackknife semi truck with a diesel fuel leak. That would make some sense. So that's what's going on out there in Oklahoma. This is up here in Norman, Oklahoma. Look at the snow on the roads. Everything is sticking immediately. So things are actually quite cold, even though we're right there near that transition line. The sleet is making it stick around a little bit more than, your fluffy snow would at this stage. So that's making the roads awfully slick. So this is what it looks like around Oklahoma City. This is down there in Lawton, Oklahoma, where they've got a decent amount of snow already. All right, let's go back out. And let's do... First of all, wait, I want to check and see something real quick. Let's go to our top... Since we've got so many people sharing their locations, let's go to our top warnings. Yeah, look at this. 123 inside. You guys see this right here? Anytime we select a warning, anytime we select a mesoscale discussion or anything, if you are inside of that, that'll show up here. So we've got 123 of you guys checked in on WeatherWise right now inside of this winter storm warning. If we go over here to this mesoscale discussion, there's 110 of you inside of this. And what we are discussing here is the transition from rain to sleet, snow, and freezing rain over the next 3 hours. And there are about 20 of you in this one back here between Wichita Falls and Abilene. Somebody says, hello from Anson, Texas. Hello to you. Thank you for tuning in. Now, speaking of the WeatherWise app and checking in and stuff, I want to show you a couple of cool things on that as well. Let me pull it up real quick. So something that you can do is you can actually go down here, go to the y'all mode side, and go to follow along with Ryan. So if you've got the WeatherWise app, you can follow along with Ryan in y'all mode. And if you turn that on, what it's actually going to do is it's going to show you where I'm focused on right now. So do you see that highlighted box right here? If you click that, it'll say Ryan's focus area, and then it'll zoom you into where I'm zoomed into. All right. And another cool thing is, let me go back onto the radar here. And yeah, I've selected this radar tower, right? If you go into the WeatherWise app, you can actually see which radar tower I am currently looking at. So it'll show a little Ryan Hall Y'all logo. You guys see it right there? So I'm looking at this radar, and I've currently got the precipitation type selected. So it's one of those things where if you're just learning how to use the radar and you want to follow along and see what I'm doing, you can kind of follow this around, follow me around, and see what products I'm using and stuff like that. This is like a super hard thing to do, and the developers of WeatherWise put it together just because they thought it would be useful for y'all. So I figured I would showcase it a little bit. But yeah, and another cool thing about WeatherWise is like it's a kind of a very social app. You can see how many other people are viewing the same radar as you. So there's 95 people right now viewing the radar in Oklahoma. There's 34 people viewing the radar over here. In Oklahoma City, there's 221, 224. So that's pretty cool. And for free, you can actually also do models. So if you want to look at the HRRR yourself, if you're like, man, this guy, he never shows my location and talks about me whenever he's showing the HRRR. Well, you can go down here to models, load up the HRRR, and switch to precipitation type. Okay. And let me make sure, am I in y'all mode? I am. Okay, yeah. If you are already in y'all mode, just turn it off and back on, and now your color tables matches mine. So this is exactly how my radar looks. This is all my colors set up here. You'll automatically get that, and then you can just play through the model just like I do, and you can drag the little slider down here, and you can slide through the model. It's a really cool, easy to use app. and it's got all the same tools that I use here on the air. It's a cool radar app, and the developers of it work with me to allow me to do crazy stuff with it, with our software, and allow us to put together stuff. So super thankful to be working with them. And the more of you guys that get this, the more they're going to let me do crazy stuff. So consider downloading the WeatherWise app. It's free, but of course there's a plus and a pro version, and I would highly recommend you get it. And by the way, I'm just really looking at this zoomed out. The ice situation on the latest HRRR is even worse than the one before. So we've got to go talk about that. And yeah, it looks like there's 1,000 of you looking at the HRRR right now. That's cool. All right, let's go back to the current radar, and let's talk to meteorologist Andy Hill.
Hi, Ryan.
Hello.
There I am. I just saw that this winter storm, I know we've been talking about the size of it overall, which is the more impressive aspect compared to its intensity relatively. This winter storm has up to 1,431 counties / parishes / zones in across the United States are in a winter storm warning on Sunday, and like 1,280 of them on Saturday, which is several hundred more than the major storm that happened in February 2021, which of course Texans remember that one, and the most that's happened in the country since 2008. So the size of it is now represented in a number of winter storm warnings that are active. So that's not winter storm watches. That's not ice storm warnings either. So there's those on top of that. Just the winter storm warnings alone are reaching 1,400 different counties on Sunday. So I just thought I would give you another way to quantify the breadth of everything that we're talking about here, with those warnings stretching from the Mexico border to the Canada border in some spots.
Wow. Thank you, Andy. This is a big one. A big one. Let's go check back in on our Oklahoma cameras because they're working again. They were down for a moment, and now they're working again. Check it out in Newcastle, Oklahoma. It's getting plumb wild out there. Are you seeing this? The snow is really starting to come down, and it's only going to get more intense. This storm is just now forming. The snow showers are going to get heavier. The coverage is going to get bigger. It's not going to be long before we start seeing snow in Arkansas as well. So get ready. Our major storm is finally here. Isn't it crazy? I mean, let's think about this for a moment. Let's think about how cool it is that like 6 days ago, we saw this coming. I mean, like, think about that. Like, of course, the models were wrong. There's little shifts here and there. It's not perfect. But the fact that we can see into the future and it's real, like there was nothing on the radar 7 hours ago, and now this big thing is actually exploding into reality, and we saw it coming from almost 6 days away. Think about the incredible technology and science that has went into that, and how cool it is that we're able to do that. Like, we literally have the ability to predict the future. That is plumb wild. That's why I love weather. It's not perfect, but it is unbelievable that this is happening right now, and we knew that it was coming. All right, I might have to refresh. Oh, there's Y'allbot. Hello, Y'allbot. Can you hear me now?
Sorry to interrupt your flow, but the chat is actively fighting about the app, and we have a pretty scary travel question. Let's clear this up. First, folks need to hear straight from you. Sharing your location in Y'all mode is 100% free. They're mixing it up with the... Hey, Ryan, quick heads up, there's a lot going on. First, can you confirm for every...
Okay, yeah, so it is free. I'm going to have to just stop talking about it. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. It is free, though. So, yeah, that's the best I can do. I don't know. We will work on making the app easier to understand. once again, I'm accepting all fault there. It's probably just a little confusing, the UI. Okay. So are submissions broken on the back end? I don't see any submissions. Do you guys see any? Or is it on my front end? You don't see anything new? Okay. I'm going to refresh something really quick. I think that maybe the submission site's down. So give me just a second. All right, maybe it'll get going again. Yeah, it's getting kind of plumb wild out there in Oklahoma. I know a lot of you guys have sent in photos and stuff. I'm going to try to pull those up, but right now, we don't have the ability to do that just yet. All right, if you're just now tuning in, we are tracking this major winter storm. It's currently causing some problems in Oklahoma. That's what we're watching here on the cameras, but it's about to cause some problems in other places. So let's load up the latest HRRR model and let's fly through it once again. I'm going to load up the 0Z run of the HRRR, and we're going to go through all the frames because I believe they're all loaded now. I believe they are all loaded now. Let me scroll down. And let me go all the way to the beginning. And let's go to 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Actually, we already looked at that. Let's go a little bit farther into the future. I think we stopped watching the frames coming in around right here. So 6 p.m. tomorrow. We do think that Nashville will be all sleet. It's going to be snowing in Louisville, Cincinnati, back up to Springfield. The snow's really going to get started in Washington, D.C., probably around 10 p.m. tomorrow. And Asheville, Charlotte, Raleigh, Greenville, Greensboro, you guys are all going to be having ice around this time. And we're going to have a prolific ice storm breaking out from Midland, Dallas, and especially between Shreveport, Memphis, and Nashville. This is going to be our big-time icing area. Get ready for it. Nothing has changed. There's no major changes, I would say. Ooh, actually, yes, there is. Our warm air is definitely thicker on this run. So we were talking before about how we thought the warm air advection coming up through the Cumberland Valley on the western side of the Appalachian Mountains might be undermodeled. And the latest HRRR does expand that warm air a little bit more, and it does cut into Lexington. It shows sleet coming into Lexington potentially as early as 5 a.m. on Sunday. But yeah, this is definitely a larger warm sector, right? Like this shows full rain coming into Nashville. Full rain coming into Nashville. That was not one of the things that was happening on the earlier run. Now we're mostly freezing rain in Clarksville, though, so that's unfortunate. We definitely turn over to all rain in Pikeville for a short period of time. We're definitely all rain in Knoxville. So if anything, I see that there's more warm air involved here on this most recent run. And that might mean that our ice situation shifts a little bit to the west, and our heaviest snow axis shifts a little bit to the north and to the west. Let's talk to Andy about it.
Yeah, Ryan. I wanted to talk about Western North Carolina in particular. I am seeing this, and you guys are right in the center of where that mess is like, okay, is it red or is it green for rain or freezing rain? And I think that Western North Carolina is one of the most interesting parts of this forecast for the storm in general, just because there's the cold air damming happening to your east for the Piedmont, for upstate South Carolina, all the way into northeast Georgia, and even now all the way into Atlanta with the ice storm warnings extending into the Atlanta metro. But Western North Carolina is right where on the west side, you have all of that warm air riding up the western slopes of the Appalachia. On the east side, you have the cold air damming. What's happening right there in the mountains or in the valleys that go through the mountains? And I think they might end up having one of the most interesting outcomes of this storm in general, Asheville
We got a
and
bunch
surrounding
of
areas there in the Blue Ridge, because some of that cold air from the cold air damming will seep through basically where I-40 comes in and some of the valleys to the north there, and it'll seep into those valleys further and further west into the Appalachia themselves, to where at the lowest layer, below the foothills, you might see a bunch of freezing rain, but above the foothills, you might actually just get, or in the foothills themselves or toward the peaks, you might actually just get straight up rain, because the rain that does fall and melts before it reaches, or when it goes through that warm nose, it melts into rain. It doesn't have any, lower than freezing temperatures to pass back through and freeze back into some sort of freezing precipitation. So the lower in elevation you are in Western North Carolina in the mountains, I think that there's a higher chance that you actually get a sort of frozen precipitation from this, if in particular that colder air finds its way in there and stays there. So I know it's already kind of cold there, but well, actually, maybe it isn't. I have to look at the forecast, but it's all going to be dependent on that cold air damming seeping in. So you guys, depending on how far into the mountains, the further west you go, it's going to get more complex. It's going to become more complex of a forecast. Something I'm really interested in seeing, and something that I can't give you a solid answer on either. I can tell you that that's going to be one of the most interesting things for me, because models can't really resolve that. You've got mountain peaks and valleys within a couple kilometers of each other, and model resolution is often a couple of kilometers. So everything kind of gets intertangled there, and we can't see what happens at the lowest elevations compared to like the foothills and the surrounding peaks and ridges. So shouts to you guys. If you're in Western North Carolina, you're going to be a headache to forecast for in this case, and I wish you the best. I think that ice will probably find some of you there, and others you may luck out a little bit more, especially the further west you go.
Awesome. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, to say the least. And we talked about how we kind of thought this was coming. But this is, it's actually a pretty significant shift in the amount of warm air that's coming up in there. So that'll be something that we watch closely. We're mostly watching the radar now, but we're also going to watch these hourly runs of the HRRR come out, and that'll be something that we watch. My goodness, Hungry Darkness. Huge shout out to Hungry Darkness in the chat. You guys seeing this? Multiple very generous super chats. Everybody say shout out to Hungry Darkness. That is plumb wild. Hungry Darkness, thank you so much for the support. We really appreciate it. And that is super generous of you. Wow. I keep looking over here and I'm like, wait, am I seeing the same one over and over again? It's multiple. All right, let's Luke is like a monster. He is crazy. He's editing a bunch of videos. I've got another one to show you. Let's talk to Elijah first.
Hey, Ryan. So I had a really quick thing that I noticed that's actually kind of a weird or a cool statistics thing. So behind this big storm system is a lot of cold air. And the National Weather Service of Dodge City, Kansas was posting something about how they're expecting the minimum wind chill tonight to be around -20 or lower. Some places could reach -23. And to kind of put in perspective how cold that is, the McMurdo South Pole base actually has an air temperature right now of -22 Fahrenheit. So the minimum wind chill in Kansas is expected to be as cold as the current air temperature in the South Pole. So some people may find that pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is crazy, actually. Thank you, Elijah. So Luke, if you guys, how many of you are here right now because you saw the video notification and then you noticed I was live? Is anybody here from the video notification? Because YouTube didn't send out a notification for our live stream, but apparently it did for the video. So is there anybody here because of that? Yeah. So you can thank Luke for that. I actually recorded that video live here on the air. And now Y'allbot's calling. Let's see what Y'allbot's got for us. Y'allbot, I have got you. What's up?
Hey Ryan, not sure if you caught this in the chat, but there's still a ton of confusion about the app. People think they have to pay.
Okay, all right. Listen, we'll figure it out. I'm going to go through it again after this, but I want to watch this. I'm going to see if we're going to post this. Luke edited this shortly after I filmed the video or before it. We talked to the mayor of the daggone governor, not the mayor, of Maryland. And I want to watch this real quick and see if we're going to post it. We've got a bunch of people from Maryland tuning in. I don't know if you want to ask me any questions.
I have a few questions on how you think we should be thinking about and responding to this type of storm.
Yeah, well, I think that you're doing a good job so far. Maryland's one of the states that's already declared a state of emergency. I do think it's going to get pretty wild in Maryland, especially on the southern side where we get a little bit more sleet and ice mixed in. But even up there in D.C., points north, especially up there into like the little panhandle side of Maryland, we could see some pretty significant snow. Some places will get over a foot. Awesome. Yeah, let's post that. Let's post that. Thank you, Luke. Do it just on just Facebook and Twitter. All right. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got ourselves a big time storm coming through, and we're trying to forecast it a little bit, and we're trying to answer questions in the chat. So if you have anything in the chat that you've been dying to ask, and not just how much snow am I going to get, because like we've answered that question a lot. If you want to watch the video today that I just released, that's a good place to find that answer. And if you just want to keep watching the live stream, at some point you will see the map with your snow total on it. If there's anything else though, that needs to be answered, feel free to ask it now. We're going to look at the chat here. Will says, my brother is driving from East Kansas to North Georgia, tomorrow and Sunday. Is he going to run into trouble? If so, when and where? Yes. Yes, if you're driving anywhere between New Mexico and Maine, anytime between right now and Tuesday, you're going to have a hard time. Like, I would not go anywhere. And like, I'm not joking around. I like, if I had some big time plans for this weekend, I'd be canceling them. Because let's say that everything goes fine. The best case scenario is you're going to drive through the worst weather of your life. And you'll be all right. The worst case scenario is much worse than that. So, if it's avoidable, avoid it. If it's avoidable, avoid it. Daggone it. I'm still not seeing any submissions. Why does stuff have to break, y'all? All right. So you can keep submitting stuff to ryanhaulyall.com/submit, and at some point we'll be able to pick those up, but right now they're not coming into our system. So something along the line is broken. I don't know what it is yet. Somebody in chat is saying, Atlanta update, please. I'm going to zoom in on Atlanta here because I know we got a lot of people watching in Atlanta. I'm going to turn on shared locations real quick. You can see we've got some people down here. You the best. Somebody said, what about the Sandy Springs area? What about somebody says, go dogs. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm actually going to, I want to turn the model back on that I turned off. And I'm going to talk about Atlanta. Very quickly. Let me actually load the model back up here. I feel like Atlanta is a place that we have talked about a little bit less than other areas, and it's not because we don't like you. There is a little bit less to talk about here than some of these other areas. Now, don't get me wrong. We are going to see some ice. We are going to see some freezing rain. We're going to see some problems in Atlanta. But I think that it's probably not going to be as bad as some other places. In Atlanta, I think that we'll see some regular rain starting off probably around 8 p.m. tomorrow, and then that's going to switch over to freezing rain around midnight as we go into Sunday, and that'll last all the way through maybe noon on the Sunday, and then we are going to see a cold blast of air behind that, and we could see anywhere from a quarter of an inch maybe to a half inch of ice in Atlanta. But I don't think that it's going to be as bad as some of these other places. However, it's still going to cause problems on the roads, and there will be isolated power outages in Atlanta as a result of this, for sure. Oklahoma cameras are working again, and it is getting pretty interesting out there. The snow is coming down hard, especially up there around Newcastle, Oklahoma. Yeah, I'm trying to get the submit. I think the submission site is working, right? Has anybody submitted a photo recently and it worked? Like it said success? Because I don't think the problem's necessarily on the site side as much as it is on my pipeline. We've got like a million different things that the photos go through before they make it to me. So y'all bot might be revolting again. We definitely got to get that figured out, though. Tomorrow, if we don't have the ability to show photos and videos, we're plumb cooked. You know what, Kinsey? Now that I think about it, that video is probably best just for Facebook. So let's just do that. Ryan, will the snow hit Nashville before midnight? No. Let's go back to Nashville here. I'll pause the playback. I think, according to the HRRR, the snow will not start until probably close to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning in Nashville. And then it'll switch over to freezing rain and sleet by 6 p.m. And then we're going to have us an unfortunate ice situation all the way up till 3 or 4 p.m. On Sunday. So a long duration, problematic situation is about to unfold here. All right, let me see if I've got any updates. All right, somebody said Cincinnati. Do we have anybody watching in Cincinnati? Why, goodness, yes, we do. We got a lot of people watching around Cincinnati. Somebody says party on Wayne. Somebody says expecting between. Somebody said, hi, Ryan. I'm ready for the snow with my cats and my Yolometer. Is this thing on? Yes, it's on. Cincinnati, we see you. We see you up here in Dayton. Somebody said the kids are ready for snow. You guys are going to get some big time snow up here in Dayton. I do believe it's going to start potentially as early as 4 or 5 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, the heaviest snow is going to be happening between 4 to 7 a.m. As we go into Sunday, and it's going to be going all the way through Monday, and we're going to end up with about a foot of snow in this general region. I'd say it would be surprising to me if you got less than 9 inches. It would be surprising to me if you got more than 15. So 9 to 15, 12 to 13 is a good marker for what you can expect up here. Let's check in on some of these cameras again. Once again, this is what it looks like in Oklahoma. The snow is coming down good down here near Norman. It's coming down good. What's the current situation? The current situation is we've just got a lot of stuff going on. We have gotten the beginning stages of a major winter storm underway. Let me zoom out, turn to MRMS. I'll turn the locations off for a second. This is what our storm looks like right now. All right. It did not look like this just a few hours ago. It was much smaller than this. But this is what it looks like right now, and it's going to continue to expand and get more intense as it moves east. And we're about to start seeing snow move into Tulsa, Fort Smith, and we're about to start seeing some freezing rain moving into Dallas. So get ready for that. You guys ready in Dallas? It's coming. This right here, what we're seeing in Oklahoma, is coming for you. Man, this looks pretty nuts. That's out there in Newcastle. That's what it looks like right now. 30 below in North Dakota, no exploding trees. Hey, if anybody gets an exploding tree on camera and you send that to me, we'll order you a pizza. All right, we'll get it delivered right to your house. I feel like exploding trees are going to be like the Bigfoot of weather. Hey, build a Y'allbot snowman. Oh my gosh, Y'allbot is actually the perfect thing to make into a snowman. That's the first person that builds a successful and nice looking Y'allbot snowman. I'm also going to send you a pizza. I don't know how it's going to get there. Like I don't know if we're going to like call Papa John's in the middle of a snowstorm and have them bring it to you, but just know I'll owe you a pizza. Yeah, the latest ice accumulation amounts on the HRRR is plumb wild. I saw it. So the HRRR can be a little bullish with the ice accumulations, but even if it's half right, it's going to be wild. Do you guys want to see it? I don't know. I don't feel great about showing it because it's not. I mean, hey, oh my gosh. Submissions are working, I think. Somebody send a new submission. Hey, if that's working, y'all bot literally fixed it. Now that's what I'm talking about, y'all bot. You freak us out sometimes, but sometimes you really help us out too. W for y'all bot. All right, yeah, let's look at the ice. Actually, do I even have ice on the HRRR? I probably don't. We'll have to go over to... Yeah, we'll have to go over to a different thing. Let me do that real quick. All right, so this is the official forecast from the National Weather Service. Let's go over to the HRRR, and let's look at the 0Z run. And yeah. No. There's no way. I don't know if this is even possible. Let's compare that to the 18Z, though. You see, even the 18Z was really high. So the HRRR is going to have high numbers like this. This is not realistic, but it is concerning that we have a consistent pattern of very high ice totals. This is showing 3 inches of ice. That would be... that's not possible. So it's going to be a lot of ice, and the unfortunate thing is that we have a consistent signal for it in these two areas. But yeah, that is crazy to look at. That's plumb wild, to say the least. Who's calling me? Meteorologist Andy Hill.
Hey, Ryan. I wanted to talk about the freezing rain there from the HRRR in particular. So the product you were showing is called accumulated freezing rain, which is a QPF, which is our quantitative precipitation forecast. That just tells you how much rain has actually fallen. It does not tell you how much ice has accreted onto a surface. So even though it says 3 inches of ice or a freezing rain has fallen, that's not what's going to be present on any given power line or a tree branch or anything like that. Those are two separate products. So not all of that ice sticks. All of that freezing rain is what's going to be on the surface. So that's what we're looking at there. Those are two different things. We're not going to get 3 inches of ice accretion on a tree branch, even though that tree branch would not be connected to anything anymore except the ground, if that were the case, because the weight of that is pretty intense. But yeah, I just wanted you guys to be aware that there are, once again, there's distinctions in all of these products from all these different weather models, and differences that we should take note of when we are communicating about them. So that one is that case is that accumulation is different from accretion on a surface.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andy. We've got somebody in the chat saying us Michiganders are curious about how much snow southern lower Michigan will see from the storm. Also, how much will it impact our lake effect snow chances? Southern lower Michigan, from this storm in particular, directly from the precipitation shield, it's unlikely that we'll see a whole lot of snow in Michigan. Let me run the whole HRRR here. Give me just a second. And we'll talk about this. The farther away you are from that core area of precipitation, that transition zone between snow and sleet and freezing rain, the less intense the precipitation will be. But even light snow can pile up a little bit when it's really cold, and it's going to be really cold up here in southern lower Michigan. And snow is going to start for you probably around 10 p.m. on Saturday. It's going to last all the way until Sunday at 7 p.m. And then there will be some flow coming off the lake here that will likely lead to some persistent lake effect snow bands, especially in places south of Grand Rapids and east of Valparaiso and South Bend. So, I think that you're not going to get a whole lot of snow from the actual snowstorm, but it is going to crank up the lake effect for a period of time after it goes by with that northwest flow. All right, let's go check back in on Oklahoma, where we've got snow coming down still quite intensely. Let's actually load up all these cameras here and just check in on what's going on. It does look like we've got a decent amount of snow down here in Lawton, Oklahoma. Wow. The Oklahoma cameras are having a tough time. They're having a tough time. This looks crazy. Look at the patterns on the road from the snow blowing around. So yeah, it looks like mostly snow is working into the Oklahoma City area now, especially on the southwest side. Things should be all snow. And sleet, that's like sleet rolling around. Madge says, I'm looking forward to the snow in New England. Yes, I think that's gonna be one of the places where we see the most snow, actually. I said, new drinking game every time. Ryan says, plum, you drink. That'd be plum wild. I'm sorry, it's just such a good word to emphasize something. You know, if I say, hey guys, I'm gonna if I say, hey guys, it's gonna snow. It's like, okay, if I say, hey, listen, it's about to plumb pour the snow. That makes you think about it a little bit more, you know? I probably do overuse it, but I think it's a good descriptive word there. Do you think the Waffle Houses will be closed? I think that it's definitely possible that some Waffle Houses close down as a result of this storm. This is definitely a Waffle House closer downer kind of storm, 100%. Dude, the Walmart in Arkansas is out of everything. Did you hurt your back or something? I miss when you used to rise up in the camera and say all right when you started your videos. No, I just changed the way I do it, man. That was a while ago. You've been watching for a while. You have definitely been watching for a while. So this is what the radar looks like right now, y'all. This is what we're looking at. We're watching each new frame come in. We've got mostly snow that we're seeing right now. And I think this is pretty much in line with the HRRR. So far, everything's coming together as we thought it would. Maybe a little bit more snow than what the HRRR was spitting out there, but still, definitely everything's going to plan so far, I guess you could say. No surprises just yet. All right, here's a big old look at the U.S. Yeah, I remember that. It was this chair. I'd start like this. All right. I don't know why I started doing that, and I also don't know why I stopped. It's just, it's just one of them things. Oh my gosh. I said that I was going to give somebody a pizza if they sent a picture of their Y'allbot snowman, and I've got just a ton of AI generated Y'allbot snowman. They're adorable, but those don't count. Those don't count. Yeah, let's go back over to the model. Let's just let it roll. I'm still working on trying to get the submissions fixed. It's not, one submission came through. I thought it was fixed, but it's still not working. So I'm working on it. As soon as we get it up, we should be able to see everything that you guys have sent in. All right, let's turn on our shared locations again, too. There's still 2,000 of you sharing your locations right now, which is pretty insane because we haven't talked about it in a while. But if you want to see your dot in the map, go ahead and put your location in there in the WeatherWise app. You can download the app for free. Just hit y'all mode and scroll down and share your location with Ryan. You can be like this person over here near Prestonsburg saying, let's go Wildcats. You can say Snowmageddon 26. Do you think we will remember this as the Snowmageddon? There's another storm that a lot of people refer to as the Snowmageddon. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we just got a bunch of submissions. Is this the moment y'all bot actually helps us out? Whoa! This one's real, I think. This one's you y'all bot fixed our back end because of this picture. So everybody say thank you to JB and Brandy for giving Y'allbot a reason to actually fix the submissions. So there you go. Hey, listen, somebody take down this address. I owe this person a pizza. And I'm going to stick to that. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get it to you. I don't know how I'm going to do it. But you will get a pizza from me. I'm a man of my word. All right? That's good. That looks like y'all bot. This is a picture that we saw a little bit earlier. This is from Melissa. Here's some more. Here's an updated milk and bread report from Shelbyville, Kentucky. The bread situation is looking bad. All I'm seeing is keto bread. All I'm seeing is keto bread. This is that is a serious situation. So we need to add that to the list of areas that are out of bread because that definitely doesn't count. Looks like snow's coming down out there in Seminole County, Oklahoma. Thank you, Powell, for sending that in. We've also got some pictures now coming in from Cleveland County, Oklahoma. This is Norman. This is how it currently looks from my son's dorm room at OU. We probably have quite a few people watching from Oklahoma University. Right? And that's where Elijah is. That's where a bunch of meteorology students are. So if you're out there, feel free to share your photos with us over at ryanhallyall.com/submit. And here's what it looks like out there in Oklahoma. This is from Brooke. Thank you, Brooke, for sending this in. Getting pretty wild. Pretty wild. And the moonlit clouds look like an angel with a moon halo. So we're still having some problems with the submissions, but we're getting there. Some of them are coming through, at least. All right, Jared suggested a camera. Let's go over to it. This is over here in areas near Tulsa. Oklahoma. I'm not seeing anything. Is it working for you, Jared? Of course it's not loading for me. Why would it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, we'll check back in on that here in a second. Yeah, it's not working for me. All right, let's zoom back out and let's go over to the locations. We're back up to 3,000 people sharing their locations in the WeatherWise app now. Let's see what we've got people talking about down here around Little Rock. The freezing rain is about to start in Little Rock if it hasn't already. Just a tad bit of sleet here. Somebody said, I want to see a, wait, what? I want to see a snow-nado. Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting, I guess. I can't send super chats on the live, but I can other streams. That's unfortunate. That's on YouTube's end. I really don't know about what would be causing that. Yeah, so Little Rock, you guys are about to get in on this sleet and freezing rain. It's coming in right now. This area of precipitation is going to keep getting bigger as it moves east. And yeah, this person down here says it's freezing sideways down here in Arkadelphia. Yeah, it should be coming down pretty good here as far as the freezing rain goes. Let's check in on some of these cameras in Arkansas. Can't really tell much about this. I couldn't tell you if there's freezing rain or not right there. That truck's going awfully fast. But there is probably some slick roads developing here in Arkansas. If you live out here, share your location with us. Let us know what's going on out there and send in your photos and videos to RyanHallYall.com/submit. The bread shelves are all but empty at Publix in Franklin, Tennessee. So this is the bread situation right now in Franklin, Tennessee. If you happen to be at the store right now and you're going by the bread aisle, also submit your bread reports. We're monitoring the situation here. That's the whole point, right? We got 70,000 people watching, and we're just monitoring the situation. So this is one of the situations that we want to monitor. Go Girl 29270, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. So we're out of bread. We've only got, what is that? Sara Lee? Sara Lee's all right. I don't see any Wonder Bread. I don't see no Betsy Ross. All the good bread's gone. So this is a problem out here in Franklin, Tennessee. Let's see here. It's snowing in Harper County, Oklahoma. Negative 15 wind chill. Whoo! Steve, thank you for sending that in. We've got another view here from Pine Bluff. My husband's a lineman driving in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, is starting to turn to ice. It's not good. It's not good. This is the beginning of our big-time icing event. Nature's Own Honey Wheat. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any of that. Did they have that? But if they're out of Wonder Bread, Betsy Ross, Nature's Own Honey Wheat, then what do they even got? Yeah, all the traffic cameras in Oklahoma just went down. Here's my snowstorm in Rochester, Minnesota. You got a bunch of snow laying around out there. This is Lieutenant Dan, the ball python, ready for snow. Thank you so much for sending that in. We got another pet out here in Fort Worth, Texas. This is from Landry. Thank you so much for sending this stuff in, guys. I appreciate it. This is in Greendale County, Dearborn, Indiana. Check it out. This is in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Somebody just sent this in. Thank you so much for this. You can see that it's coming down pretty good there. This looks like snow, more snow than sleet. So we're pretty much all snow there. And I think we're going to stay all snow for the most part in Oklahoma City for the foreseeable future. We've also got a bunch of snow coming down in Wichita, Kansas. So that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with right now, y'all. Yeah, Pine Bluff. Yeah, it's definitely icing out there. You can't really tell from any of these cameras, but it's getting plumb wild. We're not going to see much ice accumulation this early into the event, but it won't take long for it to start being a problem. That's why I'm trying to keep an eye on these cameras. All right, y'all bot. Let's see what you got. Hello, y'all bot. What's up?
Hey, Ryan, you were just talking about predicting the future, and the chat is confirming it's happening right now in Arkansas. We've got ground truth. Sleet is officially falling in Little Rock, and freezing rain in McCurtain County, Oklahoma. That transition line is pushing east fast. We've also got a nervous hospital worker in Atlanta asking about her 7 a.m. commute tomorrow. Folks down in the southeast are anxious about where that ice line stops. And on the tech side, users are wondering why the share location feature times out after an hour. They want to keep those pins active for you.
Does it time out after an hour? What are you talking about? It goes for 20 minutes. So your location will drop off after 20 minutes. And the reason we do that is because we want to make sure that we have only relevant locations. Like if somebody is watching and they stop watching, we don't want their location on the map anymore. We want to keep it fresh. So it's kind of annoying to have to go back and put your location on there, but that's the way that we've figured out to do that right now. So the sleet and freezing rain should be starting around Greenville. You guys see anything in Greenville yet? On the bright side, I won't have much work next week. Yeah, there's definitely going to be less school in Mississippi next week. That's for sure. And stuff like that. Unfortunately, working. Yeah, this area is going to get hit pretty hard. Corey Gherkin's down here. So I don't know if it's Corey's plan to stay down here or what, but we've got storm chasers that are going to be in the catastrophic ice zone, it looks like. Brandon Montgomery's out here in Tupelo. Got some bread, need cookies. Get it while the getting's good. It's about to start. Waiting on the ice. It's coming. You don't have much waiting to go. This little appendage is going to keep squeezing on out towards the east, and you guys are going to get in on the ice here sooner rather than later. Let's go back over to the HRRR. Let's go to precip type. Let's load up the latest 0Z run, and let's let it roll again. We've got 3,000 people sharing their locations. If you want your dot on the map, put it there now. I'm going to leave them on for this. Still tons of people around Nashville showing up. But yeah, this little appendage that we've got going on here is going to keep poking out, and that's what everything's going to kind of form around. And when I say it, this little part of the precipitation that's squeezing out this way, everything is going to kind of expand around that. Somebody said, the storm isn't even here yet, and I ate all my food. That's a problem. That's a whole separate problem. I don't know how you solve that one. If you get the milk and bread and it's gone before the power goes out, actually that's probably that's all right. It's a nice strategy, because if the power goes out, what are you going to do with milk? Uh-oh, I got a text from my local power company. A significant and impactful winter storm will move across eastern Kentucky this weekend. Crews are ready to respond if the power goes out. Have an emergency plan in place and download the Kentucky Power app. Speaking of power outages, let's check in on that actually. There's not a lot of power outages right now. There's still not a significant area to highlight. There's really nobody without power in Oklahoma yet, or Texas, or Arkansas. So that's good. No power outages to report so far. That's going to change, unfortunately, but so far so good. Dollar Drummer 35. No, you're good. You're fine. I think East Tennessee is honestly going to be one of the places that gets hit the least hard, if that makes sense. It's just going to be some heavy rain out there, honestly. I know it's early, but thoughts on Clarksville, Tennessee? Clarksville, Tennessee is going to start off as snow. It's going to switch over to sleet late tomorrow night. And it's going to turn into freezing rain, and we're probably going to have a decent amount of ice in Clarksville. So get ready for 3 to 6 inches of snow, a quarter inch of ice, and maybe an inch or two of sleet. And that's going to lead to significant travel problems, and it's going to lead to a mess on the with the power infrastructure as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we had power outages in and around the Clarksville area tomorrow, for sure. I am going to go stand up for a second and stretch my legs a little bit. I'll get me something to drink. While I'm doing that, since everybody's asking about snow totals and stuff, why not just play the video that we just uploaded? 23rd, 2026, and we've got new information about this. Sound good to y'all? We can watch the video, and I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, the title, It's About to Get Plum Wild, is actually doing really good. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, y'all, for the suggestion. All right, we're going to watch this video, and I'll be right back. I probably need to eat, too. Give me about 10 minutes. I'll be right back. It's Friday, January 23rd, 2026, and we've got new information about this upcoming crippling ice storm and major snow. This is our second update today, so let's get right into it. Let's start by tracking the latest HRRR model frame by frame, talking about the arrival of snow and freezing rain for everybody. We've got some new information here, but it's pretty much the same as what we talked about earlier. We think that there is going to be an outbreak of freezing rain between Midland, Texas, Abilene, and Oklahoma City this evening. So right around the time you're watching this video, we're going to start to see some impacts on the roads. Interstate 35, Interstate 20, Interstate 40 between Amarillo and Oklahoma City is likely going to be pretty treacherous. At this time, it's still going to be raining in Dallas, but let's go forward a little bit all the way to 6 a.m. Saturday. This is where things get really interesting. Our storm is exploding in intensity and coverage. We're going to have flakes flying in Memphis by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's going to be snowing in Kansas City, Springfield, and it's going to be snowing heavily in Bentonville, Oklahoma City, and Little Rock. At the same time, we're going to have a stripe of freezing rain still impacting an area from Midland, Texas through Dallas, now over to Shreveport into Greenwood, Mississippi. And this is one of those areas that's going to get hit by a long duration freezing rain event. Unfortunately, south of that, we've got heavy rain in Austin and potentially even a couple of claps of thunder. Some of these thunderstorms, some of that convective energy might make it into the cool air that's near the surface and actually produce thunder ice, thunder sleet, thunder freezing rain, whatever you want to call it. And that's going to be an interesting phenomenon, to say the least. Let's zoom out and push it even farther into the future. Now we've got heavy snow moving into Nashville Saturday at 2 p.m. We're flipping over from snow to sleet in Memphis at 2 p.m. and we're all freezing rain in Little Rock by 2 p.m. St. Louis has got light snow, Jefferson City's got light snow, and we're starting to see a couple flakes fly in my town of Pikeville, Kentucky, Lexington up to Louisville. What happens next is interesting. Let's go even farther into the future. 8 p.m. We've got 3 to 5 inches of snow on the ground in Nashville, but now it's changing over to sleet. Freezing rain is coming within the next couple of hours. We're all freezing rain in Jackson, Memphis, Pine Bluff, El Dorado, Greenwood, Oxford, Monroe, Shreveport, all the way back into Dallas, Tyler, Killeen, Austin, and Kerrville. And maybe even some of this freezing rain might reach down as far as Houston, Texas. At the same time, we've got heavy, intense snow happening from Amarillo back down to Lubbock, Vernon, maybe even into Wichita Falls. We're all snow throughout the entire event for Oklahoma City. The heaviest snow is going to be happening in Oklahoma City and Bentonville around Sunday, around 12 a.m., early in the morning. This is where we're really going to see those totals pile up in Oklahoma City and Bentonville. This is an area where I think we'll see a foot of snow easily. This is also when things get really interesting over here in Tennessee and Kentucky. We're going to have some warm air advection happening, and it's going to funnel up into the area between the Appalachian Mountains, the Cumberland Plateau, and the more flat areas to the west. The thickness of this warm air is going to change everything for people in Lexington, Bowling Green, Clarksville, and Nashville, and then even farther south and west than that, and even farther north and east. The models are not in agreement on this. I think we're coming to a point in time where there's a lot of agreement amongst the models about how far north or south the overall storms is going. There's a lot of agreement and about how much energy is going to be available. But this is one thing where there's still a big discrepancy between the big players. And how far north this goes is going to change everything. Right now, most of the models show about 11 inches of snow for Lexington, maybe 13 or 14 for Louisville. But I specifically think that Lexington could potentially have less snow than that, maybe just 6 to 9 inches of snow, because if that warm air advection were to just propagate just a little bit more to the north and west, literally 30 miles, there would be a better chance of of sleet mixing in, and that's going to cut down on your totals a lot in Lexington. The same story can be told for anybody on that transition zone. We're talking about Huntington, Charleston, Clarksville. We're talking about Lebanon, Kentucky, Bowling Green, all the way back there towards areas just south of Evansville. We're talking about places like Cape Girardeau in Missouri, Jonesboro, Arkansas. How wide, I guess you could say, this warm nose is going to be the deciding factor, I guess you could say, on, first of all, how bad the ice storm is in Nashville, and then also how much snow we get in Lexington. If you're a snow lover in Lexington, I'm sorry, but I'm rooting on you getting less snow, because you know what happens if you get less snow in Lexington because the warm air channel is a little bit wider? Well, that means that we flip over to all rain in Nashville. In the same sense that we're just a couple miles, like 50 miles away from having all sleet in Lexington, we're just that same distance away from being all rain in Nashville. The current HRRR shows a devastating freezing rain event for Nashville with accumulations that would cause serious power outages and very serious travel problems. But if this warm air, just 33, 34 degrees at the surface, was allowed to move just a little bit farther to the west, we would avoid a potential disastrous situation in Nashville. And I think that's what we all want, but we'd have to sacrifice our snow, I guess you could say, up there in Lexington. But that's just one thing that's on the table. I do believe that the width of this warm air could be a little bit undermodeled, and if it is, that'll be our saving grace in Nashville, and that'll be the reason why you get less snow in Lexington. If it isn't, then we are due for some major snow in Lexington, and unfortunately, a very serious ice storm in Nashville. We're also talking about serious ice back here in Tupelo, Greenwood, Yazoo City, Vicksburg, all the way down into Natchez, Monroe, back to Shreveport. Somebody in here is going to get over an inch of ice, and if that happens, trees that have been standing for 100 years could snap, and we are going to see impacts from a winter storm that we haven't seen in over 30 years in some of these places, maybe even longer than that in others. So hopefully everybody is prepared for what this could be. A similar warning needs to be given to our friends in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, as we do expect significant icing over here as well. Between a half an inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice is going to be possible over here. There might be a couple places that get a little bit more than that. And the problem over here, and I talked about this already, but the problem over here is there's more vegetation and there's more infrastructure intertwined with vegetation over here, especially closer to the Appalachian Mountains, and that's going to make this a bigger problem even if less ice falls. A half an inch of ice is going to cause lots of power problems in Asheville, Gainesville, Greenville, Statesville, and places like that. So make sure you are prepared for a dangerous winter storm with ice. Also, ice is expected as far north as Richmond now. You could get up to a half an inch up there. We're expecting heavy snow in Washington, Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston tomorrow into Sunday. I think we're going to get a really good snowstorm in New York City up to Boston. Boston, you are in the running for 2 feet of snow. The latest NBM national blend of models actually shows this really well. 25.7 inches in Plymouth, 24 in Boston. How about you in Worcester? 21 inches, Hartford 17, and 16 in New York. Philadelphia 13, Baltimore 11.9, Washington 11.2. This is on the higher end of what's possible, but it is what's possible. Talking about what's on the higher end of being possible, we're talking about 13 inches, 14 inches in Cincinnati, Louisville, Evansville, and Lexington. But remember, I think this cutoff zone is a little bit underdone on this model. I think that Lexington could be right on the edge of cutting off, and that means that places like Lebanon, Bowling Green, and Grayson, for example, could get less snow. Clarksville, Tennessee, you're hanging on to 6 inches. These models really want Clarksville, Tennessee to get 6 inches. I think that's going to be on the high end. I think that if you end up with 6 inches of snow in Clarksville, you're lucky. All right, because there might be some of that warm air working up into your area, and we're actually hoping for that because that would bode better for Nashville. There's no hope for Nashville getting more than 4 inches of snow. In fact, we're going to get way more ice than anything down here. Memphis, 4 inches of snow is going to be possible, but you're not going to see it on the ground at one time. Same thing could be said in Little Rock. Some of the bullseye areas where we're all snow and we really don't have to worry about ice that much include Tulsa, where we could see 15 inches of snow, a foot of snow in Oklahoma City, a foot of snow in Springfield and Joplin. How about you in St. Louis, where 8 inches is possible on the top end of the scale, 9.5 in Indianapolis, 11.2 in Columbus, 7.7 in Cleveland, 8.4 in Charleston, 6.3 in Richmond. Did I miss anyone? If I did, I'm going to zoom out and I'm going to let you soak it in. Now, let's talk about the lower end. I think at least 12 inches of snow is going to be possible over here in Boston, at least 8 to 10 in New York, 6 to 8 in Washington, D.C., and then our bullseye area over here between Evansville, Louisville, Lexington, and Cincinnati. A lot of these places will get a foot of snow, even on the lower end of things. So the Ohio River Valley is going to be a shoe-in for probably some of the greater impacts. And then another area is going to be back here between Oklahoma City and Bentonville and Fayetteville, where over a foot of snow is going to be possible back here. But notice how we've got less totals in places like Jefferson City, St. Louis, Indianapolis. It's lower in Fort Wayne because I think this model does a little bit better of a job of cutting down the periphery and focusing on one area, which is what's going to happen in reality. Now, let's take a look at the Winter Storm Severity Index. I love this index because we can talk about inches of snow, inches of ice, and wind speeds independently, and it kind of gets boring and it kind of loses its effect whenever we do it all over the place. This puts everything into one index and it tells you what to expect on the ground. Impacts, not totals. Impacts. I think that's what matters. If you are in the red, we expect major impacts from this winter storm, whether it be from snow or whether it be from ice. Major impacts. That means that there's going to be major interruptions to your daily life. If you are in the orange area, we're expecting moderate impacts. That's the vast majority of you. Moderate impacts can cancel school. We're talking about canceling flights. We're talking about stuff like that. Major impacts, we're shutting down the highways. Extreme impacts, which is what's highlighted here in the purple. This is where we could have an actual emergency on our hands where, of course, we're not flying, we're not driving, and we might not have power, and we might not have the ability to fix it for a while. That's where we've got extreme impacts over here between Greenwood, Tupelo, Oxford, and Boonville. I'm really concerned about our friends over here. There's going to be somebody that ends up with more than an inch of ice here, and that's going to be bad because we're also going to have some winds blowing. So imagine adding hundreds of pounds of ice to a big tree. That's bad enough. Now, blow a gust of wind 20 or 30 miles an hour at that tree. What happens? That's the kind of stuff that we're going to be dealing with here in this area. We also have isolated extreme impacts expected north of Atlanta, over here near Clayton, Brevard, right there on the border between North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. And I expect that to potentially expand over towards areas closer to Charlotte as well, which Charlotte is currently expecting major impacts. Same thing for areas just north and west of Raleigh and into Richmond. We're expecting major impacts all across southern New England into the northeast, the I-95 corridor, all the way back into upstate New York, the Appalachian Mountains in Pennsylvania, the entire state of Massachusetts, and a little bit of southern Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. This is going to be all because of snow. It's going to snow heavily, it's going to snow hard, and the roads are going to be a mess. This is not going to be as much of a memorable storm. Like, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime storm for some people in the south. This is going to be a once-in-a-year kind of storm for people in the northeast. We get one of these usually every year. This one's going to be definitely not a minor storm. It's going to be a major storm. So get ready for it now if you're anywhere between Washington, D.C. and Boston. All right, let's talk about the temperatures after the storm goes by. A lot of people are thinking after this is out of here, we're done, and we don't have to worry about the weather anymore. That's not true, because one of the reasons why this storm even exists is because we've got a massive high pressure coming out of Canada that's pushing Arctic air way down towards the Gulf where it shouldn't be. And it's doing such a good job of doing that it's going to be sticking around for a while. Our atmosphere doesn't know how to reposition itself to get the cold out of here in the way that it normally does, because this doesn't happen all the time. So we're going to be stuck with this cold air for quite some time, and that's especially dangerous for our friends who are going to be without power. Tuesday morning at 7 a.m., it's not snowing anymore. The storm is done, but it's going to be 5 degrees in Florence, Alabama. Some of these places that are expecting extreme impacts are going to be having temperatures that they haven't seen in quite some time. 4 degrees in Tupelo, 7 degrees in Yazoo City, 13 in Jackson. This is an area where it doesn't usually get that cold, and this is the raw temperature. This is not the wind chill. Add the winds, it's even colder. We're talking about 11 in Dallas, 13 in Oklahoma City, 1 degrees in Little Rock, 0 in Nashville. So it's going to be colder in Nashville. It's going to be colder in Nashville than it is in Great Falls, Montana, Tuesday morning, to put it into perspective. And the cold's going to be moving over into the northeast as well. So if we lose power, it's going to be quite dangerous. Make sure you check on your neighbors, especially if they're elderly. Make sure you bring your pets inside and just think about other people. This might be a good excuse to go talk to your neighbor before this thing starts. Form a relationship and just make sure you're checking in on everybody, because this has the potential to be a really life-altering storm. storm for certain communities and certain people. So let's work together to try to get through this together. We will eventually come out of this pattern, but it's not looking like it's going to be anytime soon. The Climate Prediction Center has painted a huge, nasty blue blob over the southeast for the next 10 days. From the 6 to the 10-day time period, we are going to be below average in New Orleans, Atlanta, the whole state of Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, up into the I-95 corridor in the Mid-Atlantic. Also, the Tennessee and Ohio valleys is included here. So we're going to be stuck with the cold air. And I've teased this multiple times, and maybe in tomorrow's video or a video early next week, we'll talk about it. But wait, if I'm here, who's that? That definitely just freaked somebody out who tuned in and didn't realize that that was a video. Ha. All right, let's go check in on some of these cameras. We got something going on somewhere. Hold on, let me clear. Oh, are you clear and fill? And let's take a look at what's going on out here. Something's going on in Arkansas, in Lawrence County, Arkansas. This is one of the places where we're starting to see some freezing rain break out, and a pretty significant amount of it. Sleet, freezing rain, the whole nine. It looks like we've got a little bit of some sort of an accident. Like I see mostly lights, and that's usually how it works at night on these cameras. But you can see that we already have some stuff going down out here in Arkansas, where we have a significant amount of, freezing rain already showing up on these cameras. Prescott down here is also dealing with some freezing rain. And we're talking about, snow and sleet just about to start in Little Rock. So if you're watching in Little Rock right now, I'll turn our shared locations back on. I see you over here. Make sure you let us know the moment it starts snowing. Freezing rain in Bryant. So we do officially have freezing rain in Bryant. Whoa. Yeah, so you can see it. It's freezing and it's raining out there in Bryant. So that's moving up into Little Rock right now. I don't know if I think we will start off as snow for the most part. There's going to be some sleet and some freezing rain, but I think we're going to get some snow. So hopefully that's what happens out there in Little Rock. At least for a little while, we'll get us some snow out there. Let's go back and check in on Oklahoma City. The snow should be getting pretty intense out here in some of these places. I don't know if we have our cameras. I know some of them stopped working, but yeah, you can see it's starting to come down pretty good out there in Oklahoma. That snow is going to keep coming down even harder as time goes on. Let's check in on some of these reports. I have my tinfoil hat, so y'all bot can't read my mind. Great. Yeah. All right. Anyways, somebody says it's pretty cold. It's not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. So wonderful contributions from our friends in Oklahoma City over here. Let's move on up to Tulsa. What are you guys doing in Tulsa? We got this camera over here that is showing some of these roads right now. We got a viewer saying absolutely nothing in Tulsa. 19 degrees, just cold, and no snow. So that's going to change. You guys are going to get snow. At Tulsa, you guys are going to get hit hard by this. You guys are going to get hit hard by this. I think you're going to get more than a foot of snow in Tulsa. When's the last time we had a foot of snow in Tulsa? You guys remember? February 1st through 2nd, 2011. Does that sound right? So this will be at least the biggest snow since 2011. Here's some imagery from Blake in Muskegon County, Michigan. Look at this. This is the kind of snow that's heading towards you in Tulsa. So get ready for that. This is what it looks like out there in Comanche County, Oklahoma. And this is what it looks like out there in Monroe County, New York right now. We're getting a lot of imagery coming in from Michigan and New York of snow that already existed. But it's kind of given us a preview as to what's coming next. And more snow's on the way, by the way, to portions of Michigan and New York. And there will be some snow that falls on top of the massive amounts that you already have, for sure. Wow. Alicia says, I put up a tent in the house so when the power's out, it can save lives. That's a good idea. Alicia, thanks for sending that in. We've got another person here saying Gus the Corgi is preparing for the weather to hit tomorrow in South Carolina. Thank you guys for tuning in. Here's what it looks like out there in Montague County, Texas. Starting to rain ice. Yep, we've got a little bit of sleet and freezing rain out there. Thank you for sending that in. Snow is falling in Oklahoma City, and we're celebrating a 45th birthday. Happy birthday, Brian. Everybody say happy birthday to Brian. By the way, we're hearing some reports about a pileup on I-44 in Comanche County, Oklahoma, in the Lawton area. So we're already starting to hear about some pretty big accidents. And it's just going to keep getting more and more intense. This is what it looks like in Cleveland County, Oklahoma. Quentin sends this from Victoria, Kansas. Wow, it's coming down good out there. Kansas is getting lit up. All right, Y'allbot. Hello, Y'allbot.
Hey Ryan, not sure if you caught this while scanning the cameras, but the chat is spotting some serious trouble on the roads. There's a jackknife semi visible on the feed. Also, folks are confused about the difference between sleet and freezing rain. At Riddlebox Bree asked directly. And we've got a viewer driving from Fort Smith, Arkansas to Emporia, Kansas, asking for a safety check. That's right through that heavy snow band near Tulsa you just mentioned. This is a big moment.
Okay, the difference between sleet and freezing rain is rain that freezes on contact. So it turns into a sheet of ice on the ground. You think of like being able to go ice skating on the road, right? Sleet is like ice balls. It's like hail. It's like a small version of hail. And you can't really ice skate on it. And it's not as much of a problem because it doesn't stick to things like trees and power lines. So if you can eat the ice with a spoon like Dippin' Dots, it's sleet. And that's not what we're concerned about. Ain't that right, Y'allbot?
Exactly, Ron. You nailed it. Freezing rain's the real danger because it coats everything in ice and causes those road hazards. Sleet's just like little ice pellets bouncing off. So for that jackknife semi and anyone traveling, it's that freezing rain layer that's turning the roads into ice rinks.
Did it say exactly Ron or exactly wrong?
It said exactly, Ryan. No mix-up there. We're on the same page.
All right, Dan. Thank you. So sleet is kind of like grapple. Yeah, essentially. Andy Hill is calling. What's up, Andy?
Hey, Ryan. I wanted to talk about some more nowcasting stuff as the snow reaches more cities, and we're waiting for the transition to freezing precip in some other places. So first up, Tulsa. You guys who are there are actually seeing something similar to what Oklahoma City saw earlier, where it took some time for all of that snow and some sleet to fill in there. And that's because around Tulsa, the dew points are between -8 to 0 degrees Fahrenheit, whereas the surface temperatures are around 20. And as a result, it's going to take some time for all of that precipitation to fall from the cloud or just fall within the cloud and bring the air to saturation. Because if that's not happening, then the the rain is not going to reach the surface, and it's not going to refreeze upon reaching the surface. Some of it will, but it won't be nearly to the intensity expected with the snow bands that are off to your south and west from Tulsa right now. So what has to happen is all that snow is going to move in. It's going to either evaporate if it's rain, or it's going to sublimate, which means to go from a solid like ice directly to a gas. And then in doing so, it's going to lower the temperature a few degrees, because all of that's going to take some energy to change the phase of the water. And then it will saturate the column, and then it will fall to the surface. So you may see a little bit, but it's going to take a little bit longer for it to all fill in, even though it looks like it's right on your doorstep on radar. So Tulsa, you have to wait just a little bit longer for all that snow to start falling there. Now for Dallas-Fort Worth, you guys are still at about 37 degrees Fahrenheit at the international airport in between the two cities. And basically the entire metro, except the northern fringes and the eastern fringes and the western fringes and the southern fringes, are all above freezing. And that's due to the urban heat island effect. So all of that concrete pavement, et cetera, in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro and all of the suburbs is keeping the temperatures up about 4 or 5 degrees above freezing, unless you're on the fringes where there's not as much of that pavement, more grass instead. So it's going to take some time for all that cold air, especially on the west side, to punch its way through into the metro and actually bring some temperatures that are cold enough at the surface to get you some of that frozen precip. So that's what we're waiting on in Dallas-Fort Worth. I talked about this yesterday, that the winds that are bringing in that cold air, some of it is from the northeast, which means the cool down happens a lot more slowly, a lot more insidiously than you may have expected. It's not just a rapid cold front. Oh, suddenly it's 20 degrees colder. It's just that gradual 2 or 3 degrees per hour fall. But right now it's been holding steady due to the urban heat island. So once we get that out of there, which will be in a few hours from now, according to the models, then we will start seeing the frozen precip in the metro proper, in the city limits.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We'll be checking back in with you here shortly. I see a lot of you in Tulsa checking in. Tons of people in Tulsa checking in. Let us know when it starts snowing for you, when the precipitation starts falling for you. We'll keep checking back in on you over there. Let me clear and fill. All right, so what we're looking at here is the deteriorating conditions across Oklahoma, and then we've got that one camera in Arkansas up there with the truck that slid off the road. Basically, we're seeing some very quickly dangerous conditions develop in Arkansas and Oklahoma right now. That's the situation that we're in. It's not quite as bad as it's going to be, but it is certainly not a fun time right now in a lot of these areas. This is what it looks like from Mike Collier's cam. This is from HazCam. So it's snowing over here. This is on the southwest side of Tulsa. We've got another one of these cameras up here on the northeast side. Let me see if I've got anything else. Yeah, so over here right in the middle of Tulsa, we're not seeing anything really. It's on the southwest side. That's where it's snowing in a couple of these areas. So we're going to keep an eye on Tulsa, but the snow is coming down good in Oklahoma City and Norman and places like this. It's starting to cover the roads real good. It's going to continue to get more intense as time goes on. I want to be very clear that it's not going to stop anytime soon. Like Oklahoma, get ready. Like it's once it starts snowing in Oklahoma and Tulsa, it's not stopping for a while. It'll be a long time. More than a day. You predicted about 13 inches, I believe, for Louisville, Kentucky. How is the winds going to affect that? Could we possibly see higher totals with snow drifts? I don't think so. I don't think this will be a huge snow drift kind of storm. This is not a blizzard This is going to be a slow roll as far as the snow goes. There will be intermittent bouts of heavy snow, but for the most part, it's going to be moderate. Give me just a second. If you want to sift through them and try to find some good ones, I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe. Yeah, that's true. That could be the case. Definitely possible. Oh, we got a new special weather statement. Check this out. Down here in Kerrville, we actually have a storm. With half-inch hail coming in down here. Look at this. Interstate 10 near Kerrville, up towards Fredericksburg. We actually have a storm down here that's about to cause half-inch hail and probably not much in the way of wind, but definitely some heavy rain. So get indoors and away from windows out there in Kerr, Gillespie, and Kendall counties in Oklahoma. That's plumb wild right there. I zoom out. That's not very far away from where it's currently freezing raining. So yeah, we got our thunderstorms down here. Now we've got our freezing rain starting to move into Dallas. It's still not quite there yet. Heavy snow up here around Oklahoma City. Little Rock. How are we doing in Little Rock? Is it snowing yet in Little Rock? Looking and waiting. Sleet in Little Rock. So we do have some sleet. Can't really see much from this camera. We're way high up, but definitely are going to keep watching this to see if there's any new developments. Emergency. Everyone, please stay home unless it's an emergency. That's a good call out there. We got some people watching around Texarkana down here. We should have some rain. Yep, freezing rain in Texarkana. Confirmed. Keep up the great work. Thank you for the kind words. Some of this precipitation is starting to move into Mississippi now. Let us know if you start seeing anything around Clarksville. Also, we've got a camera up here that we'll keep an eye on. I believe that we're seeing... Oh, is that snow? That looks like... snow, maybe it's, or no, that's snow. It's definitely snow in there. That's interesting. That's like 100% snow. Like, it's just some flurries, you know. So we will keep an eye on all of this stuff as the storm keeps getting bigger. Look how big it is already, by the way. This thing is really growing. Andy's calling.
Hey Ryan, I wanted to look at that storm down there from the San Antonio, Texas radar near Kerrville. Mostly not in the storm itself, but rather just like the loop of the rain. There's 3 different directions that rain is traveling, and it's so confusing to look at. If you play back the loop, you can see that the supercell itself is moving to the east northeast as it is in that storm or in that special weather statement, and then you have rain to the north of that. That's kind of developing along the front as it pushes south, and then you have rain. Then you have rain to the east of that supercell that's moving like west or like northwest. So it just goes to show how complex this is. Rain that's developing along the front, literally as the front forces air upwards as it undercuts all that warm air, and then the showers to the south are moving northwest because they're not that deep. They're not tall thunderstorm clouds like the supercell. And so they are experiencing a different bulk wind direction that pushes them in a different direction. Now, if those clouds were to grow much taller, like the supercell, then they would start feeling the winds that are coming from the west, like up where the jet stream is, and that would push them to the northeast on average. So just really interesting radar loop there. And one more thing to note about that's all happening in an extreme cold warning. After all that goes through, then there will be extreme cold relative to what Texas usually experiences in this area. So wind chills down to like 5 degrees Fahrenheit, single digits, and a winter storm warning, and probably several other things. So what an interesting summary of that area right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We have a thunderstorm down here in Kerrville. Also, I want to say shout out to Joseph for sending in a super chat. Thank you so much. He says, Mississippi, the main thing that we are worried about is going to be the the ice and the potential power outages that we're going to see. We'll talk more about the ice here in a minute. We'll go over the latest extreme widespread damage, the SPIA index. And we'll talk a lot about Mississippi whenever we do that, I promise. Let's zoom out, take a look at everything here. We've got 1,500 people sharing their locations. If you want to share your location, do that on the WeatherWise app. You can do it for free. A lot of people watching in Tulsa right now. The big snow is starting to work into your area right now, and it's going to come down quite quickly. It's actually somewhat heavy snow that's coming down in some of these areas, so we'll see it accumulate pretty quickly. Let's go talk to Y'allbot now. Hello, Y'allbot.
Hey Ryan, not sure if you saw this, but we need to pivot north for a second. Hey Ryan, we've got a few big things bubbling up. First off, Missouri's chat is on fire. Tons of folks from Columbia and Kansas City feeling left out. One user spamming Columbia, Missouri like 15 times. Might want to check in there. Also, serious note, we've got a senior in Ohio, goes by Poppy Choo Choo, asking if it's safe to drive Monday to see his grandkids. We should give him some travel advice. Oh, and Little Rock? Chat's confirming it's sleet right now, not snow.
All right, thank you, Y'allbot, for the breakdown. Poppy Choo Choo, I would not drive. All right, I would not drive. And then Columbia, you guys, I think you're going to get about 6 to 8 inches of snow. It's all snow, no ice. It's going to fall slowly. It's going to happen very slowly over time. But 6 to 8 inches of snow is going to be possible up there. And then as far as Kansas City goes, we are watching the snow move in. It's not there yet, but it will be getting there sooner rather than later. Let's see, is it snowing yet in Topeka? If it's snowing in Topeka, then we're less than, I'd say, an hour from the snow making it into Kansas City. But if it's not reaching the ground out here yet, then we got a little while longer to go, more than likely. Okay, it is. Yeah, I think I see snow. It's very light. But I think it is snowing in Topeka. So it's not going to be long before it gets into Kansas City, okay? Let's go back over here to some of our submissions. Me and Pete are ready for ice. That's in Bedford County, Tennessee. Is that a goat? Is Pete a goat? Nice. All right. We've got Table Cake Chronicles. Oh, yeah, this is a nice table cake here. The start of one in New York. Thank you so much for sending that, Rachel. And this is what it looks like out there in Victoria, Kansas. I saw this earlier, but man, it's looking good. It's looking like a winter wonderland out there in Victoria, Kansas. We saw this one earlier as well. We've got everything, milk sandwiches ready to go. Thank you so much, Beth, for sending that in. Just north of Wichita with blowing snow. That's from Jennifer. And we've got no lunch meat in Oxford, Mississippi. I repeat, we are out of lunch meat completely in Oxford, Mississippi. This is not a drill. The milk's gone, the bread's gone, and the lunch meat is gone. Hey, Lord, wait, hold on. Do we really already have this much ice? In Gainesville? That's a decent amount of ice accretion there. Thank you so much for sending that in. We will keep an eye on Gainesville. Colorful Sky, thank you for tuning in out there, Emmy. Oh, yeah, it's icing out here in Hempstead County, Arkansas. We've already got this going on, guys. That's not good. That's not good. It's too soon. We did not want to see that yet. But here we are. Thank you for sending that in. Here's the bread situation in Coshocton County, Ohio. My goodness. I mean, this might be the most bread that's ever been sold in a week in the history of our country. I've gotten texts from people that are just going on and on about how crazy it is. Like Walmart's it looks like, you know, imagine we just learned that a meteor was coming, right? And it was going to blow up the earth. And everybody just goes and loots Walmart. Like some of the pictures that I've seen of ransacked Walmarts, you would think something like that is happening. Specifically in the milk and bread aisles. I mean, it's plumb wild. Snow cover on road sidewalks, and we've got moderate snow falling out there in McPherson County, Kansas. Thank you so much for sending that in, TJ. Here's another milk situation. This is in Douglas County, Missouri. I see we've got Pepsi. We're out of water. We're out of water. We got plenty of Pepsi. We're out of water for the most part. We got the expensive water still, but all the good water's gone. The almond milk, we've still got it. We've got the Fairlife milk, but all the good milk's gone. That is a dire situation out there. Here's a drawing of Yalbot Snowman from Emily. Thank you so much for sending that in. My goodness, we've got a lot of Walmart reporters out there. It's all gone. The lunch meat is all gone. First snow of the year in Edmond County, Oklahoma. Just switched from sleet to snow. This is from Garrett. Thank you, Garrett, for sending that in. Another empty bread aisle. This one's going to be in Marville, Tennessee. It's not even going to snow there. Am I thinking of the right place? Hold on. Bruh. Is that real? Is this real? It ain't even going to snow there. And the ice ain't even going to be that bad. What's going on? The ice might be sort of bad, but I mean, it's not. I don't think it's clear the bread aisle completely bad. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people are preparing and that's good, right? But this one surprised me. This one surprised me a little bit, okay? There is going to be some ice and there might be some power outages. So I'm glad we got the bread. No bread, no meat. It's crazy out here in East Tennessee. East Tennessee is probably it's probably good that people are preparing, but I think that East Tennessee is going to be all right for the most part. I really do. Ain't nobody going to be hungry. That's for sure. This is what most of the submissions are. You know what, Jared? If this is, are there a lot like this? That might explain it, because this is obviously not weather related. Maybe it's marking these as like, you know what I'm saying? Very lightly snowing in Saline County, Kansas. More empty shelves in Ohio. All right, so this is in Columbus, Ohio. I think the potatoes was gone. The bread's gone. Bread report from Jack in Georgia. The bread's gone in Georgia. The extension cords are gone. The extension cords are gone. It's worse than the bread aisle in Tennessee. Reduced fat milk, gone. This is where it all is. This is Tippah County, Mississippi. We've got the full milk and bread run, the haul here. We've got Tyson chicken bites. We've got the Hawaiian rolls. That's a good, a lot of people go for the loaves of bread. I think the Hawaiian rolls is a good pick there. We got a variety pack of frosted Pop-Tarts. We've got Wales cheddar cheese. Not goldfish. We've got Wales, all right? And we've got Crest 3D Wipe toothpaste, of course. And a big pack of Modelo back there. You see that? We're prepared. Thank you for tuning in, Angie. We've got another cat tuning in with Joe and Matt over here. Hey, this bread aisle's in decent shape. This is Dallas. Okay. We're doing okay with the bread there. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we're monitoring the situation. We've got a major winter storm on the way. This is a serious situation, but we've got a lot of people in Walmarts right now that are watching, and they're sharing the bread report with us. This is the most comprehensive, bread report that you will get in the nation. I think we've got a really good handle on exactly where bread is in and out of stock, and we're doing everything we can to keep you updated on that. Oh yeah, there's plenty of milk here. This is Cabell County, West Virginia. Oh yeah, this is great. Eggs, everything's on tap. We're good. Thank you for sending that in from Edwards, Illinois. -8, and we're barbecuing. We love to see it. Potatoes are gone. All the veggies are gone in Ohio. This is a bad bread aisle. This is Claremont County, Ohio, and it makes sense in Ohio. I get it. Snow coming down at UCO in Edmond. That's in Oklahoma. So, yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of this. This is it. This is like every submission is just this. Okay, here we go. This is Cleveland County, Oklahoma. We got temps dropping, and now we've got pretty heavy snow in Norman. And we're back to the bread. It's starting to get real cold in southern Ohio. Man, I wish we need a map of all the Walmarts, and we need to keep up with how many Walmarts we've actually covered here. Waco, Texas. Wow. Waco, Texas. I mean, the ice might be pretty bad down here, so we're out of bread and milk in Waco, Texas as well. The tad bit slick out there in Long Grove County, Oklahoma. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Now that right there is This is one of the reasons why you want to avoid driving too. It's not only the drive that's dangerous, it's the walk to the car. Right here, we're going to watch this a couple times. Will, we're going to use you as an example here. You don't want to drive because the walk to the car might lead to a slip and fall like this. We're glad you're okay. But we're going to make sure that nobody else goes through this. All right, I'm going to do a Twitter thing for that. Hold on. And the reason I'm doing this is to try to get some more people in here. If you want to help us get the word out about our stream, feel free to share us out there on Facebook and Twitter and all that good stuff. Whenever we went live today, we didn't send out a notification. YouTube broke, so we need your help to make sure that we get out in front of the people that want to watch our stream, if you would so kindly. Now let's do this. All right, so here's why we say stay off the roads during an ice storm. It's not just the ice on the roads. It's the walk from your door to the car. That's just as dangerous. Will here has sent us a video of a cautionary tale of what could happen to you if you go outside in the freezing rain, the snow, or the sleet. All right, so be careful out there. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Stay indoors if you can. And come on over to the YouTube channel. We're live right now talking about this developing major storm. We've got huge snow heading to the Ohio Valley next. We've got major ice moving into parts of Arkansas, Texas, and Oklahoma and Mississippi. We're going to be here for a while, so click that link down below. All right. Hey, thank you, Will, for sending that in. I'm glad. I hope you're all right, by the way. I hope you're all right. Sikeston County, Scott County, Missouri, we're out of bread. We're out of bread. We've got another cat watching in Lexington, Kentucky. We've got snow in Cleveland County, Oklahoma. That's pretty much the pattern here. We're out of bread. We've got cats watching, and we've got snow in Oklahoma. That's the story right now. This is what it looks like out there in Ottawa County, Michigan. Thank you for sending that in. And we're starting them off young. Little man learning to watch the best forecaster out there. That's in Kentucky. Hey, shout out to y'all. Yeah, you got to teach them young. If you let your youngin watch the wrong weather person, what's going to happen is at some point they might end up being scared rather than prepared. So if you start them off here, they'll not be scared. They will rather be prepared. And that's what we want. That's what we need. So... all right, let's take a look at the radar here. Let's take a look at some of these cameras. Stuff's looking a little bit more intense now in some of these different areas. You can't see nothing up here in Newcastle. I mean, it's just coming down quite hard in Newcastle now. And the roads are completely covered. So we're going to continue to watch this situation unfold as the storm moves east. The heaviest snow is currently happening between Oklahoma City and areas south of Tulsa. Yeah, people are still driving too fast. That's why we will, at some point here, unfortunately, have a bunch of car accidents to report on, more than likely. Yeah, we got a bunch of storm chasers out there. Let's check in on these guys. Brad Arnold is currently in Louisville, Kentucky, so he's going to be giving us a view of the heavy snow in Louisville. tomorrow. Brandon Montgomery is down here in Mississippi. We do have several other storm chasers out there as well, but these two are currently setting up in Louisville and Mississippi. So tomorrow we're going to have a lot of different people on the ground to show you what's going on out there. Let's talk to Y'allbot. Hello, Y'allbot.
We've got a serious situation developing on the roads in Tennessee. There's a potential fatal crash on I-40 in Henderson County.
Okay, yeah, that's you're probably highlighting that because it's inside of the winter storm warning, but it hasn't started yet. So keep that on the back burner, and we will check in on that in just a moment. Y'allbot is watching all kinds of traffic information, and sometimes if there's a warning and something happens inside of that warning, even though the storm hasn't really started yet, it'll get confused. All right, let me pull up some of these other submissions here. Give me 5 seconds. Okay, so this is out there in New York, again, giving us a preview of what it's about to look like in Oklahoma with the major snow that's on the way. Thank you so much for giving us the update there. It feels like -10 with the wind chill. And another preview of what it could look like in maybe Boston. This is out there in Oswego County, New York. Lake effect madness yesterday. Thank you for sending that in, Ryan. We are monitoring the heck out of the situation out there in Winston-Salem in North Carolina. Thank you, Ashley, for sending this in. And I saw a bunch of these already. It's been coming down for a while. That's in Wichita. Getting last-minute groceries. Man, you're supposed to have the milk and bread long before it's on the ground like this. I would be surprised if you can even get any. It's very windy and cold in Michigan, and it's getting cold in Pittsburgh as well. So once again, if you guys want to submit your photos and videos, do that on ryanhallyall.com/submit. I believe we have solved our problem. I think that the submit site is working now, and if you send in your stuff, we will find it. Is that bananas? Are we out of bananas? Are we out of bananas in Owensboro? Milk, bread, bananas, eggs. It's all gone, y'all. This is crazy. I honestly, we could sit here for hours and I could just show you empty shelves at Walmart. That's how many of these there are. I'm not going to do that. Because this guy, he's getting tired of this. But my goodness, that is actually crazy, man. The hype around this storm has been plumb wild. A lot of it's deserved. A lot of it is deserved. But this is crazy to see. This is in Bullitt County, Kentucky. We've got the Grinch out there. More empty shelves. We've already got ice piling up in Stuttgart County, Arkansas. And more empty shelves. Oh my gosh. All right. So ryanhallyall.com/submit if you want to submit photos. It's fixed. Thank you, Y'allbot. Thank you, Y'allbot. For fixing stuff. But honestly, it's probably Y'allbot's fault it broke in the first place, to be honest. Kinsey, do you not see it on Facebook either? It's not on either one. Okay. All right, I think maybe I've figured it out. We'll see. All right, if you're just now tuning in, you see all these dots here on the map? These are people that are checking in on the WeatherWise app right now. If you want to put your dot on the map as well, you can do so by scanning that QR code, downloading the free WeatherWise app, and sharing your location. It's free to do. Okay, it just worked. Kinsey. Unfortunately, the thing is not automatic. I have to... There's like 3 or 4 bugs that I found this stream that I've got to fix and stuff. And it seems like it happens every stream. One of these days there won't be any bugs. I heard a low of 8 degrees. Oh yeah, definitely. It's very possible it'll get that cold. All right, I'm zooming out. Let's see if we can break the record again for shared locations. There's currently 1,400 people sharing their locations in the WeatherWise app. Put your dot on the map, and let's see if we can get back over 10,000. I don't know if it's even possible at this point, but we're going to start zooming in on some more of these towns. We'll go through the HRRR again, and if you want the location to be on the map, now's the time to add it. Let's talk to some of our folks over here near Tulsa. It's plumb cold. It is plumb cold. It's snowing at the airport, so we've got a report up here saying that it's snowing at the airport. It's beginning to snow, so we've got a lot of people saying that it's snowing now in Tulsa. Let's check in on Mike Collier's weather camera here from Hascams, and yeah, it's coming down good in Tulsa now. It's coming down good in Tulsa. This is the beginning, and we've got a lot more to go. So if you don't like snow, shut yourself in and just don't pay attention. Don't look out the window for the next like 2 days, because it's only going to get worse. Yeah, like if you're in one of these towns where the bread's out of stock and you have like a bunch of excess bread, you could probably sell it. It really does seem like it's in that much demand. But you're probably going to want to keep it. Why? Because we really do have a good reason for people to be stocking up. We're having a good time. We're trying to make some light out of this situation, but it is, there's going to be some people that end up losing power, and they're not going to have a good time with it. And anything that they've got stockpiled, they're going to be very thankful for. Let's explain why. We've got people potentially about to lose power. Let's go through the latest model here, the 0Z, and we'll take a look at snowfall totals again. We'll do the whole thing, okay? And then we will get started at 4 a.m. in the morning. So this is what the radar could look like around 4 a.m. So we're talking 4 or 5 hours from now. It's not going to look much different than it does right now, except there's going to be more precipitation, more heavy snow in Little Rock. It's going to start snowing in Memphis. We're going to have heavy frozen precipitation like ice and sleet in Pine Bluff down to Dallas. This is when it's going to start in Dallas, switching over to freezing rain and stuff. And then we're going to have some heavier showers, freezing on impact in Midland and Abilene. Lubbock, you're going to see freezing rain around this time as well. Oklahoma City up to Kansas City, over to Memphis, we're talking about snow. Now let's push this forward even farther. 11 a.m., now we're talking about snow in Nashville, over to Knoxville. Okay, this is every store in Tennessee, even over here in East Tennessee, is out of bread and milk right now. Okay, so it is going to start off as snow in Knoxville around what time? Maybe around 11 a.m. And it will snow potentially all the way up until about 6 p.m. in Knoxville. And, this includes Maryville as well and Sevierville and all these places. So there will be a period of time where a decent amount of snow could pile up in Knoxville. We're talking about maybe 2, maybe 4 inches of snow. Then 6 p.m., we switch over to freezing rain, okay? And earlier, I kind of joked and I said, it's not even going to snow. Whenever I saw that, the bread was out, it is going to snow, okay? It is going to snow. But what's going to happen in Knoxville is this big warm blob of air is going to come in, and it's going to quickly melt all that snow. So we've got maybe max 4 inches of snow on the ground in Knoxville, 5 p.m., tomorrow. Then the freezing rain comes in, and it looks to me like there could be maybe 3, maybe 4 hours of pure freezing rain in Knoxville, and that might actually knock the power out in a couple of places. If you've got bread, if you got whales instead of goldfish, you're gonna be glad that you got that. But I don't think that we're gonna have prolonged power outage problems in Knoxville, because immediately after the freezing rain stops around midnight on Sunday, we're flipping over to complete rain. We're cold rain and heavy rain at times, honestly, in Knoxville for pretty much the rest of the storm. It's not going to snow much after that. So any snow that had fallen, any ice that had accumulated is quickly going to go away after this warm nose comes through. Now, on the backside, there's going to be a pretty nasty Arctic cold front that comes in. It's going to refreeze everything. But the really bad part of this storm is going to be to your east and to your west. You're kind of in a little protective bubble here in Knoxville. Same thing can be said for areas in southwest Virginia and even up here in eastern Kentucky where I am. But we might deal with a little bit snow up here, a little bit more snow and ice in eastern Kentucky. One place where we're going to definitely be dealing with a lot of ice is going to be right in here, where some places could get over an inch of ice, and we will see catastrophic effects as a result of that, unfortunately. Weeks without power, 100-year-old trees snapping. Travel will be impossible for a lot of these areas. And look at this, thunderstorms down here in Houston, getting lofted up into cold air, and they're still thunderstorms, but they're going to be thunder freezing rainstorms, thunder sleet storms, thunder snow storms in some instances. So that'll be plumb wild to see tomorrow. We are talking about all snow, though, in St. Louis, Bentonville, Oklahoma City, Farmington, Evansville, Springfield, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Louisville, Cincinnati, Columbus, Fort Wayne, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Morgantown. It's all snow for y'all. It's going to start off as snow in Richmond, and it'll likely switch over to sleet and freezing rain by 6 a.m. on Sunday morning. It's going to start off as snow in Washington, D.C., and it'll unfortunately probably switch over to some amount of sleet by 1 p.m. On Sunday. I think we're all snow in New York City and Boston, but there is a very slight chance that we switch over to sleet briefly in New York City. Man, the latest run of the HRRR is bringing a lot of warm air up into Washington, D.C. This big wedge of freezing rain now makes it all the way up to Philadelphia. Which that could be a little bit warmer than what it actually ends up being, but we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see if the next run of the HRRR shows the same thing, and if it does, that'll answer a lot of questions that we have right now. But I think there's no question at all that we're going to remain all snow in Boston. And look at these little embedded bands of snow here on the simulation going backwards. That's ocean effect snow. That, along with the deformation band and all the other stuff that's going to be happening up here, might lead to 2 feet of total snowfall accumulation in the Boston area by the time this is all said and done. So an incredibly complex storm. And also an incredibly large storm, 2,300 miles wide at its widest point. We have never... Oh, no. Oh, no. Shoot. We lagged out there, didn't we? Well, we're back. Don't worry. We're back. Don't worry. Refresh. Yep. Gosh, that's so. Refresh your browsers if you don't have audio. Somebody bugged Dalton again. We've got to figure this out. I don't know what we've got to do, but we have to fix that. Yeah, refresh if you can't hear me. My handwriting's like really good. You guys notice that? Y'all bots calling. Okay, here we go. Hello, y'all bot. What's up?
Hey Ryan, not sure if you saw this while scanning the cameras, but we've got a new official flash flood threat developing in central Texas. A mesoscale precipitation discussion just dropped. We're talking 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates and flash flooding possible right now in the hill country. Also, heads up, we've got confirmation of a crash on I-530 in Pine Bluff, AR. You called that ice situation earlier. Roads are glazing over for real out there. And on a lighter note, we've got a great question from KarvikFan4292. They're blind and want to know if the WeatherWise app works with voiceover, especially for radar. That might be something to pass on to the dev team.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I will do that.
Glad you think so.
All right, gotta refresh my radar app. Okay, yeah, we're good to go now. Yeah, Dalton, I don't know what we've got to do, but we've got to like do some. We got to do something. Maybe we need to restart the thing. I'll have to do it after I end the live stream, but we need to like do something and make sure that it worked before the next live stream for sure. All right. All right, we'll try to work with it. If you're just now tuning in, we are keeping an eye on this massive storm that's crossing the country right now. We do have a significant rain threat building up down here. So we've got some thunderstorms popping up around San Antonio and Kerrville. We've got heavy rainfall and flash flooding possible over the next 5 hours for portions of central Texas and the hill country. There's 13 of y'all watching right now in this area. Wow, we've got a couple people in front of this thunderstorm. We've got some people in Fredericksburg watching. We got some people in Kerrville. I got somebody in San Antonio saying, thank you for the coverage. Sometimes you sound like Obama. You never know what you're going to find when you click on these dots. You know what? Sometimes you sound like Obama. Oh, man. All right. Anyways, let's check out some cameras. Let me reload this. Phil. Okay, so this is what it looks like around Oklahoma. Things are getting a little bit more plumb wild out there. It's coming down pretty good. Traffic's still moving okay, though, for now. Traffic is still moving okay for now. And we'll keep checking in on this as new frames come in. What are we talking about? Yeah, if you've got no sound, you need to refresh. If you can read my lips, refresh. Y'all bot called right after the lag spike ended. So it's a y'all bot thing? I don't think it is. There's nothing about that that would make the internet bad. I don't think. When you are pausing and saying, you do sound like Obama. Okay. Oh no, now I hear it. What a random thing to find in one of these dots. Let it snow, let it snow. Somebody says over here in Oklahoma. How are my friends over here in Bentonville doing? So this is Walmart town. So how are we handling it over here? Like all the Walmarts are out of bread. And that's somebody's problem over here. Somebody is freaking out right now and trying to figure out what they're going to do to restock the bread. Tupelo, Mississippi area, please. 911 dispatcher here, and I'm trying to decide how long we need to plan to sleep at the center. So Tupelo, Mississippi could possibly be one of the hardest hit areas, unfortunately. So let's actually go look at Tupelo really quick. Let's pull up the model. Let's do HRRR. Let's do the most recent one. It looks like we've got a lot more people watching in Mississippi now. Earlier today, when we went over the ice, yeah, like it's doing. When we went over the ice, there weren't a lot of people tuned in from over here, but now there are. So we're going to go over it again. Sound good? So Dalton, they're saying that's still happening? Something's wrong. And I can't fix it right, which is unfortunate. I've been watching for years. Hello from Kansas City. James, thank you for the very generous super chat. Everybody say thank you to James and anybody else that sent a super chat today. I know I missed a couple, but I really do appreciate it. And we always go back and read them, even if I don't read them on the air. But James, thank you for that. Jake says, I'm a Walmart Spark driver. The orders that I was getting sent to me had half the items missing in them. Yeah, so I'd say that's going to be a mess for a while in the whole Walmart ecosystem for sure. Getting stuck in a loop. I would just love to know what the loop is. Hey, Gut, thank you so much for the super chat. Everybody say thank you to them. They say hi, Mom, and hi, Dad. What's the forecast for Oldham County, Kentucky? In Oldham County, Kentucky, we're going to see a lot of snow. Let me make sure I know where that is. Yeah, up there near Louisville, Kentucky, I think we're going to see anywhere from 14, about 14 inches of snow. That's my prediction up there. If you're just now tuning in, we are about to go over the HRRR model again and go over the snow totals and all that good stuff. As soon as I can get it loaded up here. Are y'all trying to get some boots on the ground for footage, but the submission site either failed to fetch or gets stuck on transmitting? Yeah, so if you have problems with getting a submission to go through on the site, you can always do the Twitter, and Y'allbot will take care of it. What's up?
Hey, Ryan. So I do have a news update. So I-40 to the east of Oklahoma City, kind of stretching across the state of Oklahoma, going towards Arkansas. There are multiple vehicles off the side of the road there from various car accidents. Vehicles are sliding off the road. I have at least 5 reports so far.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. So things are getting pretty crazy out here in Oklahoma, where we've got several reports coming in from all over the place. And things are going to get a lot worse also over there in Arkansas. We broke it when we hit 14,000 people sharing locations. Yeah, I think so, actually. I think so. There is a good chance that something actually broke. $14,000 people was too many. Too many. I'm pretty worried about my friends in the Texarkana area. How bad do you think the power situation is going to be over there? I think that it could potentially be pretty bad. Also, huge shout out to James Glenn for the 50 gifted memberships. Wow, that's huge. That's a big deal. Thank you, James, for that, and congrats to all the people that have memberships now. A lot of people are asking about ice, and if I can get my computer to work here, I'm going to go over the ice. But I do think that it is possible that Y'allbot's trying to sabotage our live stream again. Okay, so you see what I'm talking about? Like, we've got all these people inside of the zone now where we think we're going to have a bad ice storm. When we went over this earlier, we didn't have that many people watching in this. Let me actually run the most recent version of this. Okay, run the most recent again. And once I get the most recent version of this, we're going to do a deep dive on the ice, okay? Yeah, we're going to have to get some NASA level computers up in here or something. I think with all the stuff that we're doing, we can't use like regular stuff anymore. Does anybody work for NASA? We need your help. Y'allbot is getting too big for its britches. Actually, I think that this is pretty up to date right here. Yeah, I really don't think much has changed from this. 20Z. So basically what we're looking at here is where we think the biggest ice impacts are going to be. So we've got a lot of people watching out here. You see all these little blue dots? These are people live watching right now. And we've got people actually submitting messages as well. We need more cats to keep our toes warm. I'm in the eye of Ice-mageddon, 26. My daughter's 9 months pregnant. Praying baby stays put for the next few days. Yeah, absolutely. So once again, this is a pretty serious situation down here. We've got storm chaser Brandon Montgomery, who's going to be giving us live footage of this ice storm as it unfolds out here. He's in Oxford right now. And basically what we're looking at here is the area where the ice storm will likely be the most intense. Specifically, the two red zones are what we're concerned about. But more than anything else, like the most extreme impacts are going to happen in this magenta zone here and the white zone on the inside. I'll show you what I mean by that with this. So let's come over here. If you are in the red zone, like we were just talking about, this is where we could potentially see power outages from anywhere between 1 and 5 days. And that's going to be quite problematic because we're going to have significant cold air coming in behind that. So this is not good, all right? And that's going to be all the places from Tyler, Texas, Shreveport, Louisiana, all the way over to Natchez, and then all the way up into the El Dorado area, Rosedale, Warren, in Arkansas, and then in Mississippi. This includes Clarksville, where we're already getting light freezing rain right now. This includes the southeast side of Memphis, where we've got a bunch of people watching. So we've got people out here right now that are on the brink of potentially experiencing a 1 to 5 day power outage as a result of the ice accumulation here. Nashville, a good chunk of Nashville is included in this on the southwest side, Centerville up to Franklin. You are included in this. So we've got a lot of people out here, and everybody's saying a bunch of really interesting stuff like this one right here. But we're hoping for the best, okay? How much ice are we going to get? All right, so let's talk about that. If we are in the red zone, and also I need to talk about this as well. We're also going to see a significant amount of ice in Georgia. Gainesville, for example, is going to be a place where we see a lot of ice. This is one of the places where the grocery store was completely wiped out. Makes sense whenever you look at this map, right? If you're not looking at this map, it might not make sense to you, but this one makes it make sense. This is where we expect to see lots of ice. All the way up here towards Greenville, Simpsonville, we do look like we are going to get anywhere from half an inch of ice to 3/4 of an inch of ice. This includes Charlotte, North Carolina, and Rock Hill, South Carolina. Will there really be 24 hours of straight ice in the Charlotte, North Carolina area? It might not be that long, but it will be a long time. And yes, there's going to be major problems as a result of it, 100%. We've got a lot of you guys watching out here in this area, prepping for the ice. I actually love that it really does seem like there are an increase of people watching in the ice zone. So the message is getting out there. People are taking it seriously. And all the way up here towards Richmond, we are looking at ice. I thought it said sometimes you sound like a llama. Yeah, maybe that's what it said. I don't know. But those are our two zones where we're expecting some severe disruptions, okay? But what about this pink zone here, all right? Vicksburg, Greenville. Shout out to Table Men's Ministry. Here to help surrounding the area the best we can. Absolutely. So shout out to everybody out here. You guys are going to be in for a very significant ice storm. Let's talk about what that means on a more specific level. If you are in the magenta zone, this is where we expect widespread damage. All right. Widespread damage. This is where we could have utility interruptions from anywhere lasting from 5 to 10 days. And that's not good, all right, especially when we've got the record-breaking cold air coming in behind it. This is happening because we think there's a pretty good chance that we'll have 3/4 of an inch of ice to 1 inch of ice falling here, and we're assuming that the winds will be anywhere between 10 and 20 miles per hour. So that puts you in the Category 4 ice storm area, all right? Now, there is a Category 5, a catastrophic ice storm, where I think that it's very possible that we see 1 inch, maybe even 1.5 inches of ice. Definitely a little bit more than 1 inch of ice in a couple different areas in Mississippi, especially. And it's possible that power stays out for several weeks if that actually happens. It is possible that the power stays out for several weeks if that actually happens. And that's possible inside of the lighter shaded area here. Greenwood, Grenada, Tupelo is in this. And if we get an inch of ice, which is possible, it's going to be a bad deal. Somebody up here in Corinth said, I lived through the 1994 ice storm in Corinth, Mississippi. Yes, this is going to be like that, potentially. Maybe worse, hopefully not as bad, but it's going to be like that in ways. How long is the ice going to be? It's going to hang around for a while, because what's going to happen after the ice comes through is we're going to have an Arctic cold front settle in, and we're going to have some really cold air sticking around for several days. It's not going to warm up anytime soon. The ice will be sticking around for a while. So the vast majority of you that are watching right now are actually in the zone 2, which is where we expect localized impacts. Scattered outages, scattered utility interruptions. Could last 12 to 24 hours. Roads may be hazardous. This is not as bad as the other levels, but it's still going to be bad. If we end up with a 1/4 inch of ice to 1/2 inch of ice across a very large area, scattered outages actually turns into like, holy crap, there's a lot of people without power. So hopefully that explains it well. I think that just saying 3/4 of an inch of ice is not enough. I think that this index helps a lot explain exactly what's going on. Oh yeah, car crashes out the wazoo. Hopefully, though, people understand that they shouldn't be on the roads. We got another cat. We got more empty bread aisles. The calm before the next lake effect snow ban up there in Mason County, Michigan. This is from Finney. Thank you for tuning in. Blake out there in Oklahoma City says it's happening. I like this energy. It's going to be a pretty good snowstorm up there in Oklahoma City, that's for sure. 24 to 30 inches in Muskegon County, Michigan over the last 7 days. This guy says, the southern snowstorm, he's making fun of us, guys. I think that's what's happening. There's so many animals watching. All right, I've seen these. I've already seen a lot of these. Okay, here's a new one. This is from Clay in Wichita Falls as the snow is first starting. Here's a nice look at Cleveland County, Oklahoma a couple hours ago. Yeah, I think that we figured out our bug with the back end. Now we're seeing just some old ones. This is what it looks like in Harper County, Oklahoma a couple hours ago. Nice truck set up here on the road out there in Cotton County, Oklahoma. Slushy in Wichita Falls. Treated roads in Russell County, Virginia. This is in Kansas. Snowing in Moore, Oklahoma. And yeah, guys, I think we have officially solved the problem. So you can submit your photos now to ryanhallyall.com/submit. And we should get on a roll to where new photos actually start showing up. Oh yeah, decent ice accumulation. Got a nice cold breeze here in New Hampshire. We're up on the big screen there in Virginia Beach. The cats love it, man. The cats love it. The bread aisle is empty in Manhattan County. Gosh, man, look at all this stuff. No milk, no bread. No milk. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm honored to be on so many screens right now. You could choose to get this information from a lot of different sources. There's a lot of people who do this. There's a lot, obviously news stations and stuff. I'm honored that you guys are choosing to watch me right now, and I take it seriously. I treat it as a responsibility. We're gonna do everything we can to keep you informed. And yeah, we're gonna get through this one. We're gonna be all right. I think a lot of us are prepared, not scared. And that's the whole point, right? Let's go check back in on Tulsa, where it's coming down good. How are we doing in Tulsa? Are we settling in? Tulsa's disappointed. Why are you disappointed in Tulsa? I don't get it. Are you mad that there's not a foot of snow yet? It takes a while, okay? You got to give it time to pile up. Meteorologist Andy Hill's calling.
Hey, Ryan. I don't know if you've talked about Texarkana yet, but I think that is the place that has specifically gotten the most freezing rain accumulation. Not sleet, not rain, not snow at all, but they've remained the closest to freezing and have gotten a considerable chunk of ice on their webcams now, on the traffic cams. So I was looking, and I think versus all the stations that have been recording stuff so far, I found the maximum of rain that is accumulated since ticking down to 32 degrees Fahrenheit or lower, and that's about 0.15 inches of freezing rain so far. So yeah, there's that camera up there. That's what 0.15 inches of freezing rain looks like on a cam. And rain is still falling there as freezing rain right now. It's not even light freezing rain. It's just solid freezing rain at the moment. So that is the maximum I've been able to find so far. And what Jared has told me that is the thickest amount of ice that's accreted on a webcam lens that we've seen so far.
Awesome. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. It's an ice storm in Texarkana. Let's see if we can see anything else on any of these other cameras. Not much. The iDrive Arkansas cameras are nice, though. Yeah, you can see on this one that we've got a decent glaze of ice over the lens. It looks to me like the roads are mostly empty. We got this guy going down the road here. Hopefully he's being careful, but there's enough ice at this point to cause pretty significant problems on the roads. So hopefully everybody's staying off the roads if possible. It's going to continue to be a problem. All right. As time goes on, there's going to be more ice that's accumulating. And we've got sleet coming down a little bit as well, it seems. That's what it looks like out there in Texarkana. So let's go take a look at some reports. We do have some reports coming in. We've got one report of ice. Emergency management reports vehicles off the roadway on I-40 between mile marker 194 and 212. So that's coming in on I-40 there, east of Oklahoma City. So we've got some stuff coming in here. We've also got some snow reports coming in. Already 6 inches of snow in Hays, Kansas. Wow. This is what it looks like out there in Kansas as the snow continues to come down. That's impressive, to say the least. 3 inches of snow back here in Calvesta, Kansas. We've got 3 inches in Garden City, Kansas. 1 inch in Liberal, Kansas. 2 inches in Scott County, Kansas. And we actually got a report of hail in from that storm in Kerrville earlier. 1/4 inch hail about an hour ago. So we no longer have a special weather statement for this, but we still have a thunderstorm down there. I drove through the Kerrville hailstorm and was not expecting that kind of ice. Yeah, that was a little bit unexpected there for you, I'm sure. Now we've got a flood threat down here around Kerrville. 36 and wind chill 29. Wow. That's crazy. What a crazy storm. It looks like we've got some freezing rain and sleet moving into the DFW area. We are bundled up. Stay safe. Okay, I'm not seeing any reports of anything just yet. Got my milk sandwich. How's it looking for Sherman? You guys are about to get in on some freezing rain here. Sleet starting to accumulate. So we do have some accumulating sleet now. Let's check out the Fort Worth camera here. And we might have a little bit of precipitation there. Oh, yeah, you can definitely see some sleet and snow happening out here in the city of Denison. So it's coming. If it hasn't started in Dallas yet, it will soon. It is coming. Let's check out the latest radar imagery, and boom, the storm continues to get larger. Are we having heavy snow in Little Rock yet?
Ryan, if you're still up, be sure to check your phone real quick. You'll get a kick out of what I just sent you from the Dominoes in Oxford, Mississippi.
Oh, boy. The Dominoes in Oxford, Mississippi. Oh, nice. The Dominoes in Oxford, Mississippi's got us pulled up, y'all. Hey, one time, you know how when you go in Walmart, there's like a row of computers and TVs and stuff. One time, somebody somehow put up our stream on all of those screens. I don't know how they did it, but that reminds me of that. Shout out to the Dominoes in Oxford, Mississippi, though. We're going to be here with you through this whole thing. Hopefully, you're not at work tomorrow. Is the Domino's going to be open tomorrow? Do we need a Domino's open during an inch of ice? I know we would want it to be open, but I don't think the delivery guy's got a jetpack, and I don't think he's going to get around.
Brandon Montgomery, by the way.
Wait, who was that?
That picture came from Brandon Montgomery.
Oh, okay.
By the way.
Yeah, that picture came from Brandon Montgomery. Okay,
The
sweet.
picture came from Brandon Montgomery. I didn't take it. He sent it into our group chat.
That makes sense because Coppic's not in Mississippi. That makes sense. Yeah, I think that we could go without the pizza for a couple of days. Hopefully you don't have to go to work is all I'm saying. Yeah, because that'd be plumb wild, especially doing deliveries. Fort Smith, what's going on in Fort Smith? Is it snowing over here yet? Oh, yeah, it's something. It's doing something. It's just starting in Fort Smith. Where's my snow, Ryan? It's coming. I promise it's coming. Man, how cool is this? Literally any city in the United States, I can just go over here and be like, what's up, guys? And it's like we're literally talking. Let's do a competition, Ryan. Best custom snow sled gets a year of WeatherWise Pro. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Custom snow sled sounds tough. Like building a snow sled? Like, how do you even build a snow sled? Are you just talking about flipping a garbage lid upside down or what? Or are you talking about like actually crafting and sanding down the wood of a quality snow sled? I think I personally, I would rather do that competition with snowman. But like, unfortunately, not everybody's going to be able to make a snowman with this one. So it's not the greatest storm, or it's not the greatest storm for that. Yeah. All right, let's check in on our friends in Tulsa. It should be coming down pretty good out here now. It's snowing, that's for sure. It's accumulating on the roads. And, yeah, it's going to continue to come down as time goes on. All right, let's go check in on some other places. Dallas, we just looked at this, but I want to see if these guys are seeing. Okay, we're seeing some sleet north and west of Fort Worth. We are getting, okay. Radar has been saying sleet for the past hour, but nothing hitting the ground. So the real precipitation line is like right in here. It's coming for you. Don't worry, it's coming. Let's check back in on Oklahoma City. The roads are likely, still treacherous. Remember, in Oklahoma City, this is just the beginning. We will have much more snow coming very soon. It's not going to stop anytime soon is what I'm trying to say. All right, let's go out over here a little bit to the east. Check in on our friends in Little Rock. Still not coming down here. This will likely light up here pretty soon, though, with sleet and snow. Selling bread for $5 a slice. You've got yourself a business for the next couple of days, I think. I think that you've got yourself a business for the next couple of days. Hey, we got 6.5 inches now officially reported from Ellis, Kansas. 5 inches in Hayes. 5 inches also in Holcomb, Kansas. So we do have some new reports coming in about all this snow. Yeah, still can't see anything down here in Fort Smith, really. All right, let's go back to MRMS radar. Let's zoom out. Oops. And let's look at how large the storm's getting. It's getting bigger. Kansas City, it should be starting there soon. Topeka, is it snowing in Topeka? I think we determined that it was earlier. But let's double check and see what it looks like in Topeka. Yeah, we've got some snow. It's not heavy yet. So light snow is approaching Kansas City. And I want to remind everybody that we're not looking at very heavy snow in Kansas City at any point. We're going to have some moderate snow at most sliding through Kansas City, and it's going to last a long time. And if we get some reports, if we get some deep accumulation, it's going to happen because it was just so long. It was a long duration event, if that makes sense. All right. Oh, you know what? I need to pull up my site that tells me when the next run's coming out. Yeah, we still got 2 hours before the next HRRR comes. We do have ice storm warnings in effect now for portions of Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. Also, Mississippi and Tennessee already. Ice storms are out now. So hopefully you guys are ready for that. Hopefully you're ready for a bunch of snow up here around Evansville. Hi from Princeton, Indiana. Hello. Hi there. Cincinnati. You guys are going to get a bunch of snow too. Let's hope we don't get the famous Ohio Valley letdown. It's crazy how the snowstorm went from 0 to 100 in a matter of hours. Yep, that's the beauty of long-range weather prediction. I don't know what it is about this storm, but every week in January, a storm like this is foreseen on one of the models. Maybe not like this, but you know what I'm saying. And 9 times out of 10, that storm doesn't end up happening. But this one, everybody started blowing it up all over social media, and it actually happened. So I think maybe we might have accidentally manifested it. Yeah, we're starting to see some accumulation, I guess, down here around Fort Smith. We're also starting to see some traffic problems. I've seen a couple of different things that look like accidents. So we're going to keep watching these cameras here as the storm continues to move on into Fort Smith. Car windshields are turning white. The ground is, for the most part, fine in Fort Smith from what I'm seeing. Let's check in on Little Rock again. Can't really see much from that camera. Can't really see much from that camera. Can't really see much from that camera. Yeah, I don't think it's not that bad in Little Rock yet, is it? Looks like the road crews are out in large numbers in Arkansas, though, so that's good. Y'all bots calling me. Uh-oh. Okay, if this makes the internet lag, it's official. Y'all bot did it. Hello, y'all bot. What's up?
Hey Ryan, while you wait on that model run, the chat's going wild. The Waffle House index just went red. We've got reports of Waffle House closures and power already out in Burleson, Texas. Plus, one viewer's saying the real snow line in Arkansas is about 50 miles south of what the models are showing. Might be worth a radar check. Also, folks are asking what app you're using. Perfect time to plug WeatherWise.
What app am I using? I'm using WeatherWise, of course. Tell them, y'all bot, why is that a good app?
Absolutely. WeatherWise is top-notch. It's got real-time super-resolution radar, no ads, and full NWS alerts. Plus, the Y'all mode gives viewers a way to share their location easily during the stream. It's on iOS, Android, and desktop. Honestly, best tool for tracking this wild weather.
Awesome. Thank you, y'all bot. Yeah, it's a free app, WeatherWise. That's what I'm using. Essentially. Now, I've got a couple things in my app that you won't have in yours. Like, you can't see everybody's location. Only I can see everybody's location. You can't see traffic cameras in WeatherWise yet. Something that may be coming. Hint, hint. But other than that, everything else is the same. And you can get it in WeatherWise. If you go download it right now, you can scan this QR code. Or you can go to weatherwise.app, search it up in the App Store or Google Play, or you can click the link in the description. And it's a good app. It's a good app. And it's a big part of our show here, I guess you could say. If you want to follow along with these live streams, you can see how interactive it is. You have to have the app to show up on my map. And you got to have y'all mode to send a message. You don't have to have y'all mode to just put your dot on the map. You don't have to have y'all mode to send a report in on ryanhallyall.com/submit. Fort Smith. I'm just waiting for the big time snow to start over here. I really do think we're getting close. I think some of the heaviest snow that we've seen tonight will likely start showing up there around Fort Smith. This is what it looks like back there in Tulsa. All right, let me zoom out a little bit. And let's check in on the power situation. We are starting to lose power. Talk to Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I actually am here to solve some misinformation just spread by Y'allbot. I actually just checked all of the Waffle Houses in Burleson, Texas, and they are both open, still running full 24/7. So Y'allbot, no, Waffle House did not close.
Thank you, Elijah. And this is why you can't never trust a bot. And we've always got to have humans involved in this process, okay? I want you all to remember that. And also, whoever it was that tricked Y'allbot in the chat, shame on you. That's the only reason why Y'allbot thought the Waffle House was closed, because it thought that you all were respectful, truth-telling people in the chat, and somebody in there lied. So at the end of the day, it's actually your fault. What's up, Andy?
Right. I found some more interesting stuff that I was considering here. Upon looking at all these observations from the surface observation stations around here, I realized I don't know an answer to what is the coldest surface temperature, coldest one, that has been recorded with ongoing sleet or freezing rain without any snow And what I was able to find so far is that they're in Frederick, Oklahoma. It's currently 14 degrees Fahrenheit, and unknown precipitation was falling according to ASOS, which means that it's not necessarily snow rather, and it could be a mixed precipitation. So I tried to search an answer for this, and of course the AI overview is like 20 degrees Fahrenheit is the coldest that sleet can fall at. And I was like, well, there's already 6 degrees Fahrenheit lower. So I don't know. I just realized I don't have an answer to that. So I've been looking for examples from this case, since we have such a stout warm nose, such a strong inversion of temperatures that you go up, and suddenly it's 20 degrees warmer above your head than it is right there at the surface. I was like, oh, well, this is going to be a unique event. Maybe I can find something that kind of defies at least what the AI knows and what we have recent stuff for. So if you were able to find better examples for that, I'd love to know, especially for freezing rain and sleet, because these are sort of statistics we could just have on hand that nobody really thinks about. I just randomly had the thought. I was like, well, how cold can it get?
All right. Well, continue to look into that. And I'm sorry I got bombarded by a bunch of messages while Andy was talking there. Once again, about some bugs in the back end. But yeah, chime back in here in just a moment, Andy. And I want to do another thing where we zoom in and we go through some of these locations again, while I also try to fix this thing in the back end. I also try to find some more cameras here. So Dallas, there's a bunch of people tuning in from Dallas. I'm trying to read some of these questions. Seeing the beginning of what looks like sleet. Car windows do have frost as of 10:36 p.m. So it is precipitating out there. Also, there's a lot of people. I'm seeing a lot of messages already talking about how this, the storm is not performing, I guess you could say, in Dallas, but it's not even started yet. It's not even started. It's not even started yet. So that is what's going on there. Andy's calling back.
Okay, so you need my help right now, Ryan. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I was I was just explaining that, like, why I didn't answer your question.
Oh,
or
yeah.
I didn't respond.
You didn't
Yeah.
find that very interesting now, did you? I was like, I thought that was great. Whatever, man.
No, everything
Okay,
just
okay.
went black on my end, and I completely missed it.
Good, as long as chat heard.
Right.
I'll tell you something. No, I'll tell you right now.
Okay.
What I was talking about is basically what I asked you in that, as I was wondering what the coldest surface temperature was where we had sleet and or freezing rain recorded without snow, or I guess with a mix. Because I looked at the AI overview, and when I searched this question, I was like, oh, well, am I going to find an easy answer? Probably not. As is typical in meteorology, you can't really find answers to things like that very easily. But I was like, I see 14 degrees Fahrenheit at Frederick, Oklahoma right now with unknown precipitation falling, which means it's not just definitively snow. And I was like, I wondered if you could find the coldest temperature recorded with like sleet or freezing rain, or if they even keep records of that. It's probably really hard to find, but just these small little things are really interesting to, you never think about these things, but they do have some statistical presence, especially in a storm like this, where we know we have a really strong warm nose and the temperature goes up as you go up above your head.
Yep. I think that we need to figure out a way to like send, like whenever we need to like gather data like that, it'd be cool if we could send Y'allbot off and just see what just see how it does. But yeah, is there any? Do you want to do another round of like Q&A maybe in the chat? If you want to maybe take 5 minutes, find some chats, and then you can call back and we can do some of that.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's do it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Andy. Guys, Andy's paying attention to the chat. If you want to ask a question, he's going to be picking some stuff out of there. So now is the time to relay those questions. Brandon says, will it start snowing? When will it start snowing in central Arkansas? Well, in a lot of central Arkansas, it's already snowing. But if it's not yet, if you're in Conway, Batesville, down to Pine Bluff, well, in Pine Bluff, it might not ever start snowing. But if you're in Batesville and Conway, give it another 30 minutes to hour and a half. Another 30 minutes to hour and a half. Elijah, are there any like royalty-free images that we can show of ice storms? Like, I feel like you would know where to, like, just to kind of show an example of what an inch of ice looks like. Because that's another thing that I don't think we've done yet. I don't think we've shown that. And there's some really crazy imagery. I just got a flash of some of it from 1994. If we can find something like that, that'd be great. Even if it's just like one or two images in the fast track, I think that would help people understand it. Because a lot of people still don't seem to understand the severity or like why we care about the ice. Like there's comments and like comments that are getting a lot of traction on Facebook and Twitter and stuff. It's like, you're fear mongering. It's, we get an inch of ice all the time in, my town, and we just go outside and we make a snowman with it. I really don't think they understand what we're talking about. You cannot make a snowman with the kind of ice that I am talking about right now. It is not possible. All right, we're going to show you some pictures of some big ice storms here soon. Hopefully, these will be the worst pictures that we see, and we don't get any, any new versions of this as we go into tomorrow. By the way, it's really coming down out there in Fort Smith now. This is what it looks like. Yeah, stuff like that. Let me see if I can find the thing that I just saw. Show you the vibe. Which I don't know, is this an inch of ice? Do we have a rough estimate on how much snow we could get around Poplar Bluff, Missouri throughout the night? Throughout the night tonight? Yeah, we've got a rough estimate on that. Let's pull it up. Let's go to the NBM. Snow accumulation, most recent run. Let it load. So through tonight, what do you mean by until 7 a.m. tomorrow? Is that what you mean? Out there in Poplar Bluff, I don't think we'll see much snow at all. Maybe a half inch. The real snow in Poplar Bluff will happen mostly Sunday into Monday. Oh, we got a new run here, by the way. Let's dive into this. Turn shared locations off for a second. Still looking at 14 inches in Tulsa, potentially 15 inches between Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Springfield 13, Joplin 13. So the totals are actually going up a little bit with the NBM. I do notice that there's a little bit more of a northwest shift in the guidance here, which is making the totals go down in places like Clarksville, Bowling Green, Lexington, and go up in Louisville. 14.8 inches in Louisville, 15 in Cincinnati, 15 in Dayton, even close to a foot of snow in Indianapolis, according to the NBM. I don't know. I'm not necessarily sold on that. But you can clearly see where the heaviest snow is looking to line up. Right in here is where the heaviest snow is looking to line up. And then it's going to blow up in the northeast, where close to 2 feet of snow is going to be possible in Boston, 14 inches in New York City, 14 inches in Philadelphia. Washington, D.C., looks like there's a decent chance that we get some good snow over here, but it looks like warm air might be a problem, and a decent amount of ice and sleet's going to cut into our totals. So if you're a big snow lover, that's not a good sign, but that's something that we will have to deal with. All right, let me show you what ice looks like. So this is a pretty good example of what ice looks like on trees. This probably isn't even an inch. From what I can tell anyways, I could imagine that you could see a similar scene to this with a half an inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice. There's some really crazy imagery out there, especially of power lines. But it's crazy, and hopefully we don't have to see any of that. But unfortunately, we probably will. -3 here in Grandville, Michigan. More milk and bread. A lot of these are from 3 hours ago. Hey, check it out. Happy birthday, Brian. Is this another birthday, or is this the same guy? Brian has Brian had his whole birthday party today watching the stream? He sent in multiple pictures. Brian, I'm so happy you're celebrating with us. Hopefully you love snow. Y'all Southerners are about to experience what it's like living in Minnesota. Oh, wow. Check it out. This is in McLean County, Oklahoma, 3 hours ago. Wonder what it looks like now. Snowing in 4 degrees in Hutchinson County, Kansas. More cats. What's this? No description provided. We're just really upset that we're out of bread, out of milk. I mean, some of these are duplicates, right? No, I haven't seen this one. This is a new Walmart. This is Nashville. Nashville Walmart's out of bread. Seen that. If I skip yours, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get caught up here. And there's so many duplicates. There's something wrong with my processing script, I believe. Yo, what is this? Andy. It's Andy and me. I don't know what's going on here, dude. Like we've seen a lot of these. Okay. Okay, here's another example of ice. This is damage from the 1979 Dallas ice storm. So this is a pretty good example of what could happen. Do we know what the measurement was here? Like, are we looking at 3/4 of an inch of ice, an inch of ice? Do we know that? Is that depicted anywhere? So this is what a major ice storm could look like. In fact, there's imagery of that actually looks a lot more intense than this, especially when it involves power lines. Y'allbot's calling. What's up, Y'allbot?
Not sure if you caught this, but the chat's proving your point in real time. Someone just dropped all the drama for this little storm. Gravity and power lines don't care if they think it's little. Also, someone's asking, do the trees in the south still have their leaves? That extra surface area could be the difference between a flicker and a 3-day outage. And heads up, someone's spamming caps about Paducah KY. They're riding that ice versus snow razor's edge and feeling the panic.
All right, thank you, Y'allbot. Paducah, Kentucky, I would say that you guys are probably going to see more snow than ice. 10 inches of snow is a good bet here, and I wouldn't worry too much about the being on the razor's edge, even though you technically are. I think you're a good candidate for 10 inches of snow. What happens when you walk at negative 13 degrees in Appleton, Wisconsin? Dang. There's the ice storm. And we've got lots of people tuning in. Thank you guys for sending this stuff in. Look at that custom Y'all-meter. We love to see it. You can send more submissions into ryanhallyall.com/submit. I'm going to spend some time tonight and tomorrow figuring out what's going on with this. There's a couple bugs with the submission system that we haven't had before that I'll go in there and work out before tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be the bigger day, I guess, for ice and needing to see pictures and stuff. So we'll get that fixed. Yeah, Andy, whenever you're ready. What's up?
Nothing. I'm just got my questions list. I'm ready for you. You're doing the lead-in.
Okay, so Andy has picked some questions from the chat. We're going to do a Q&A. Are you going to So, okay, you take it from here. Are you going to answer them, or are you going to bounce them off of me? What's going on?
Well, I thought you need to do something. If I bounce them off you, you're just going to be distracted, no?
That's true. That's true. Thank you for the reminder. All right, go ahead. Take it away.
All right, first question. Some of these will be easy, some long. And before I cover this, I did see a few questions or a few comments about how I always yammer on about stuff too long. I'm doing that because whenever I call Ryan, it always gives him the opportunity to fix stuff because he's working with a lot of stuff on all the screens that he's looking at. So I'm sorry if I yammer on too long on one thing in particular. I try my best to explain it, but I get you. I can't satisfy everybody, but I will really try. So here's your questions that I picked out. The first one is, why is this not called a blizzard? And that is because a blizzard is when you have periods of 35-mile-an-hour winds or greater for a long period of time that specifically lowers visibility with blowing snow. So this system has wind gusts of up to 30 miles an hour, and those are maximums over like a 6-hour period. So we are not seeing like sustained or frequent 35-mile-per-hour winds. The next one is the risk of freezing rain passed if you're just getting sleet and snow? The answer for that depends on where you're at, because certain parts of the system will have advection of temperatures to the north from the south. So what that means is warmer temperatures from the south are going to be pushed to the north, and that can happen not only at the surface, but at any layer of the atmosphere. So where that warm nose is, which is specifically when temperatures warm up as you go up, counterintuitive to what you expect. Any layer of the atmosphere, including the warm nose, can heat up over time when you advect warmer air into it. So not necessarily if you're getting freezing rain or if you're getting sleet and snow, like parts of Tennessee will, they will end up getting freezing rain later because that warmer air is going to push in over time after the initial snow gets there. So it depends on where you're at. That's why the forecast is always so hard to tell everybody, because it could be the opposite for some people as the colder air then pushes in after the freezing rain starts. So it's tough, but we'll always talk about as much as we can on that topic. Why does it start snow and then go to freezing rain? But that's basically the temperature advection, right? So in particular, we are advecting the warm nose in. So when it's snowing, the entire temperature profile is below freezing most of the time above your head. So it starts to snow and it stays snow when it reaches you. When you advect a lot of warmer air in at a specific layer and it all just overruns that really cold air right at the surface, then you can get snow that melts and then refreezes back to freezing right at the surface. Why does the radar show precipitation and not snow? Radar is basically geared to show us the return of energy when it bounces off things in the atmosphere. Once that signal comes back to the radar, it tells you how vigorously it bounced off something. And that doesn't mean that it was snow or all of that. That's extra data there's extra data that needs to be put into a radar software in order to return a precipitation type. And then there's little things that are evident in the radar, like data that it receives from those pulses after it's hit something that can tell us that it's usually this type of precipitation. But I won't bore you with the specifics. Those are like very intense science. So that's why that is the way it is. When we're looking at radar here and future casts of a model, it's much different from looking at a radar just bouncing energy off of an object, whether that's a raindrop or a snowflake. Ohio versus the Northeast. So a lot of you guys are in Ohio. A lot of you are in the Northeast. Ohio, almost all of it is going to have a position in the system that stays on the northern side of the track of the low pressure system, the center of it that goes through, and thus it's going to be very difficult for warmer air at any part of the profile to make it there. Thus, I think that almost all of Ohio, except for the very southern tip, I think is Ashland in Ohio, or which side of the river it's on, but basically the very southern tip there is going to have snow throughout and see a pretty significant amount of snow, especially through Cincinnati and the central part of the state over to Pittsburgh. The Northeast is more complex because as you go south, you start mixing in those different precipitation types, freezing rain, sleet, etc., that can bring down snow totals a significant amount and also maybe complicate what's at the surface. So that will change quite a bit over the period the distance from Washington, D.C. to Boston. But the most interesting thing I would say about the Northeast is focused on the I-95 corridor from Connecticut up to Boston. And that is the area where I think that are very, I don't know what adjective to use here, prolific, intense, heavy snow band will form at some point Sunday afternoon, and it's going to track up through there, and it's going to be a whiteout. Wherever that is, as it goes over you, it's going to be an absolute whiteout. By far the worst time to be outside, or the best if you're not leaving your patio so you can just look at it, because I believe that there will be a really strong snow band at some point for a lot of people from basically the coast of Connecticut up on Sunday afternoon to evening. So looking forward to seeing that develop, just so we can get some, beautiful imagery out of it, and hopefully that everyone is out of the way of the impacts of that by the time that happens. Travel the day after. There are some people asking if they can travel behind the system. And in this case, it's interesting because a lot of the impacts from frozen precipitation are not going to go away, and because the temperature isn't going to go above freezing. After this thing passes, it's going to be really cold for at least through Tuesday for a lot of people. What I have to say about that is plows will throw a bunch of salt on any type of frozen precip and then break it apart and push through it, snow or ice, is what I've heard from plow companies. And they will and definitely do that for the major road systems through the area. They're going to be working nonstop. They're transporting from all over the place, bringing plows in from the north, from the west, etc. And they're going to be working on the major roadways. But when you start getting into the neighborhood after that point, I don't think the resources are quite going to be there for like the day after. Say you're traveling up Tennessee from Alabama or something on Sunday, the day after everything's moved through, or the evening after everything's moved through on Monday. It might be tough once you get off the interstates, but I think the interstates will be somewhat clear. That's my take on it. Now, I'm not the tow company, so I don't know for sure. Next thing is first-year meteorology student. What's most important? Get together with people. I definitely had my grades stay much higher because I would always work with people, but produce my own independent results with my own thinking. It's really important to not isolate yourself when meteorology can be really tough, especially in the later years. You got to prep for that now, know your people now, get close with them now, or establish a good working condition and in a group with them now, because that is going to be the most helpful thing for you, I think, is putting the brain power together, unless you don't like doing that. But I think it works for most people. Last thing I want to do is I want to encourage everybody here to check things out after the fact. A lot of people are already starting to say that, it's a scam of a storm or all that. We see this every time. Come on, people. Check things out on Monday or Tuesday. Look at the impacts and the headlines and all that, and the pictures and imagery. And, maybe in a video that we do on Ryan's channel, there will be some recap, because this is one of the biggest things we've covered and one of the most complex things we've covered. We'll inevitably have some recap for it, and that will show you the impacts that you think didn't happen. That you're somehow here right now and watching them start and still think that. Honestly, I want to do a psychological segment on that, but I'll have to put my interests aside. But yeah, I encourage you to keep tabs on the storm, even if you're not being impacted directly by it, because it's important that you learn to change your perspective, I would say. It's pretty important. That's a message I always want to get out there. So thank you for being open-minded. If you are, I appreciate it. That's all I got, Ryan. Also,
Awesome.
Dr. Pepper is the most important.
Wait, what?
That was something I saw. I was like, why is all the water gone, not the Dr. Pepper? And I was like, that person's right.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Andy. Matt. And thank you guys for asking questions. And I try to answer some myself as well. I am trying to fix some of the stuff that's going on in the back end, but for the most part, we've got what we need. We've got Andy, we've got the chat, we've got radar, we've got these cameras, and that's really all we need. We're monitoring the situation, right? So that's what's happening. How are you guys doing in Arkansas? It looks like things are definitely going downhill. Looks like things are getting a little bit more intense out there. I'm seeing a lot more white on the roads in Arkansas. The good news is I'm not seeing a lot of people out in Arkansas, so that's nice. Hopefully that will continue to be the case. Remember, we're just getting started, right? The storm is in its infancy right now. This is kind of what the radar looks like at this point. And notice how it's small. Notice how it's small. This is going to likely get much bigger as time goes on. So we're going to see the storm get larger as it moves over towards Kentucky and Tennessee and places like that. Those flakes are going to fly in Memphis, likely around 4 a.m., Nashville 10 a.m., Lexington 4 p.m. tomorrow. And then we have this major ice storm getting ready to happen. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. We're buffering again, aren't we? So y'all all went down? This all makes no sense. Yeah, we're good. We're good. If you refresh, if there's any problems ever, if you're ever watching and something weird like that happens, just refresh and everything fixes. We've got a flash flood warning, by the way, for Bandera County in Texas. So that's just south of Kerrville. We've got a flash flood threat out here, and we officially have a flash flood warning with a considerable damage threat, actually. So that's interesting. So let's go check in on some of these other reports that are coming in. I'm going to turn on shared locations again, and I'm going to go through and turn the MRMS radar back on and just see what people are saying. Somebody up here north and west of Dallas is saying it's sleeting here with a few flurries. Still got people in Oklahoma saying, whoa, 3 inches of snow on the roads in Norman? Dang, it don't look like 3 inches from this angle, but hey, it's that light fluffy stuff. There could be drifts. But hey, listen, you might have 3 inches of snow. I don't know. I'm not there. You are. What about over here in Tulsa? Are we piling up snow over here yet? A little bit. This is what it's going to be like for the first part of this storm. It's going to snow quite lightly in the Oklahoma City to Tulsa area. It's not going to be until late tomorrow that it starts getting heavy, but it's going to pile up the whole time. So slowly but surely, you're going to get a bunch of snow over there. All right, Andy's calling again.
Hey, Ryan. I was just looking at a couple of comments about the Little Rock area up to Conway, Arkansas. And something I wanted to note there is plenty of people in Little Rock are seeing all the precipitation now. Again, it's the same thing. It's really interesting. It's the third place this has happened to now. But what happens is it starts out like real dry right before the precip gets there. And then all that precip is raising the dew point a lot, giving all the moisture down to the surface so that all that snow can then fall. So people are like, oh, in Conway, it's only snowed just a little bit. And I am like, this is nothing's happening yet, even though on the radar, there's a mess all around that area. And it's because the precip that is falling's got to cool down the atmosphere right there and bring that moisture content up. And that way it can reach the surface unimpeded. And then all that snow will come pouring in, or the sleet, or the freezing rain. Right about there, it's going to fall. I think in Conway, it'll probably fall a snow and sleet mixture, whereas your friends down in Hot Spring are still getting freezing rain right now. So that looks to be the maximum of what I'm seeing, but that's the reason why it hasn't happened. And even though it's on your doorstep, it's got to take some time also above you to reach you. So really interesting. It's closing in on you like a wedge. It'll be there soon. So don't you fret. There will be, unfortunately, a major winter storm. It's just going to take its time to get started. Same's going to be true for Memphis, too. I see some pretty dry air over there. Dew points near 0 degrees Fahrenheit, despite it being 25 degrees Fahrenheit in the metro.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're checking in on Little Rock and Fort Smith now, and the snow is really picking up in Fort Smith and Little Rock. I want to check in on a couple of these comments. Snow's coming down good now up here around Alma. Somebody says it just started snowing really good up there. So, yeah, we're going to start watching this pile up here pretty quickly. It's snowing. It's definitely snowing heavier down here than it is a little bit up to the north and west and some of these other cameras we've been looking at. So we should start seeing a couple inches piling up on the ground here before too long. What do you think the total ice accumulation for Russellville, Arkansas will be? I don't think that you'll see a ton of ice. I think that you'll probably end up with more snow, but there will be a little bit of ice that's possible or general vicinity for sure over there. But you've got a little bit more of a mix to worry about, I guess, at the end of the day. The big ice problems are going to be happening over here to your friends to the east. It looks like the precipitation is getting closer to Memphis. Let me know in Memphis the moment you start seeing snow or rain or whatever it is that comes down first, because that's going to be vital information, I think, as we watch this storm come into Mississippi. The first flakes and the first drops of rain are about to fall, and it's only going to get worse from there. Still snowing or freezing, raining, I should say, in Texarkana. The roads have got to be terrible out here at this point, but we've still got people driving. Let's check a couple of these. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be slick out there. I mean, we've had a couple hours now pretty consistently of freezing rain and sleet, and you can see that the roads definitely don't look very nice. But so far, so good. No major power outages from what I can tell as of yet either. Oh, and of course, as soon as I say so far, so good, we pull this up. This is out there in Pine Bluff. So this is what can happen in the ice situation. So this is out there in Pine Bluff right now. I know we had quite a few people watching earlier in that area reporting the first bit of sleet and freezing rain. Now we've got cars and trucks sliding off the road, and it's only going to get worse. Similar scenes will be sought up here around Little Rock as we go forward. Right now it's snow, and it'll stay snow for a while. And it'll switch over to sleet and then freezing rain. But hopefully it stays snow for a longer period of time. Somebody said, this ain't nothing in Tulsa. It's snow, which is what we, that's all we were expecting. I don't know what else you were expecting in Tulsa, but it is snow just like we thought it was going to be. It's a light snow right now. I do think it'll get a little bit heavier, but this is once again, I want to talk about the difference between this and like some memorable storms from the past, even 2011. So it is possible that we get more snow in Tulsa from this storm than we did in 2011. But 2011 probably hit a little bit harder, right? And it was snowing heavier for it, and we got the snow in a shorter amount of time. This one might feel a little bit different, even though technically it's worse. Hello, y'all. Bye. Can you hear me? Y'all bye.
over 1,300 customers just lost power there in Texas. It's ramping up. And on the cold side, Amarillo's got an EMS call for a cold exposure emergency, someone with altered mental status. This storm's pulling no punches.
Okay, thank you so much, y'all bot. So it does look like we are starting to lose some power in Texas, specifically up there in like the northeast side. Yeah, so right around Cass County and Morris County, we're starting to lose power up here. That's just to the west of Texarkana. So yeah, stuff's getting bad around Texarkana. I would say that it's probably not going to be long before we lose power, get a little bit more problems in Texarkana. If we're already losing power just to the west of there, it's coming. Yeah, we got big time ice. Ooh, look at this. Those are roads you definitely don't want to be on right there. Dang. And we still got people. I mean, hey, listen, if you make it home, that's fine. But it doesn't really matter how good of a driver you are. If that is ice, if there's a layer of ice underneath that snow and that sleet, that's going to cause that you're eventually going to lose control. There's nothing you can do about it. It looks like people are going really slow, though. You can tell that the roads are not in perfect condition, that's for sure. All right, let's go up here to Little Rock, where it does look like it's snowing pretty good now. It's coming down pretty good in Little Rock. Let's go back down to Pine Bluff and check in on that incident down there. I think we still got a truck that's kind of wrecked down here. I'm not seeing it yet, but the roads are definitely getting worse down here between Redfield and Pine Bluff. So avoid being on 530 if you can. It's dangerous. Got somebody in Malvern saying freezing rain. Freezing rain. Ooh, my goodness, look at this. This is from South Carolina. This is from the South Carolina National Guard. This is from 2016 with some considerable icing that happened back there. So just to give you an idea of what we could be dealing with as the storm continues to move through. Kendra, thanks for sending this in. This is from Timothy. This is from Kevin. Clay sent this in earlier from Wichita Falls. And this is what it looks like out there in Baldwinsville, New York. Rochester, New York. There we go. We're stocked up. We are stocked up. Nelly, thank you for sending that in. Snow in Shawnee, Oklahoma. We've got the Yolometer ready in Oklahoma as well. We are out. The shelves are empty in the Philly suburbs. This is Delaware. We're out of bread. We're out of milk. We're out of shrimp. We're out of pasta. Sky on the way home from work in Owensboro, Kentucky earlier today. Tammy sent that in. We got some traffic in Travis County, Texas. Lots of empty shelves. Lake effect snow in upstate New York. Amy, thanks for sending that in. This is Sweetwater, Texas. Yep, that's going to be a slippery drive for sure. And yeah, we've got a lot of these are from 4 hours ago. Just getting home after the lake effect in southwest Michigan. Lots of photos coming in from Michigan today. No, we need plenty of eggs for emergency French toast. This is Laurel County, Kentucky. Thank you guys for sending this stuff in. RyanHallYall.com/submit is how you can do this. Snuggled up in Mississippi, waiting on the ice apocalypse in DeSoto County. You might get it. All right, let's pull up some of these cameras here. We're going to clear all, fill all. This is what it looks like across Arkansas right now. Give me just a moment. So this is starting to look a little bit more like a winter storm from some of these Arkansas cameras here. Starting to look a little bit more familiar. Yeah, there is an unbelievable ice threat. Unbelievable ice threat setting up. Some of the model imagery and some of the official forecasts are showing upwards of an inch and a half of ice. And if that happens, pictures that people 50 years from now will be taken and referred to. Like we just looked at some stuff from the 70s of a big ice storm. This will be that caliber of an ice storm if we get that much accumulation. Yeah, we're starting to get some power outage reports, but nothing crazy yet. Honestly, it's kind of a, I guess you could say a slow start, but it is literally just now starting. So it's hard to say that's what's happening. It's a slow start. We're a whole 1% into this storm, and we haven't even had to make French toast yet. So. Let's see here. The music philosophy says gas stations in Nashville have begun to run out of gas. Took me 3 gas stations to find any gas, and it was only premium. Stay safe. Man, this is crazy. $2026 coming in hot. Yeah, this is wild. We're right here at the beginning of this major storm that has sold more bread than any storm in the history of our country. Us weather people, we've trained our whole lives for this moment. This is the kind of storm that will inspire future generations of meteorologists, more than likely. It's fascinating. It's dynamic. It's going to be very impactful to certain areas. And we are just now in the very beginning stages of it. We've got 17,000 customers without power in Texas right now. Not a lot in Oklahoma or Arkansas yet, thank goodness. But we're starting to see some stuff in Arkansas for sure. We've got some, trucks coming off the road. We've got some some roads completely snow and sleet covered in Fort Smith. We've got the whole 9 yards. You can really see the snow coming down in Little Rock, too. And the snow is going to continue to get heavier here. Let's do a tour. Yeah. Give me just a second. Also, I'm being told to say, reminder, do not call 911 asking about the weather or road conditions. I've seen some posts by police departments about that. So, yeah, probably not the best use of 911. Probably not the best use of it. Any major changes to the forecast? From what I can tell so far, no. There are some subtle changes that are happening due to things that we've already talked about, like the expanse, the width of the warm air that's coming up into the Cumberland Plateau and west of the Appalachian Mountains. Stuff like that. But the overall track of the storm and the intensity of it is, for the most part, completely unchanged. Really coming down in Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Look at that. That light is really illuminating some heavy snowfall there. Sleet and flurries now in Minden, Louisiana. So we've officially got, some stuff going on in Louisiana now, north of Shreveport. We've officially got some sleet and freezing rain happening. When's Shreveport going to start getting the freezing rain? It's not going to be long. It's not going to be long. Get ready for it. It's to your north. And this is slowly going to be expanding out east, north, south. Like it's all literally growing like this. So it'll be getting down there pretty soon. Little Rock, I think that we're really going to see a big time bumping of snow here. Before we switch over to freezing rain and sleet, it's going to get wild in Little Rock. Fort Smith, it's already getting kind of wild, but it's going to keep going. Yeah, and we're probably getting pretty close to having some snow in Memphis, so keep me updated on what you guys are seeing in Memphis, okay? Keep me updated. By the way, shout out to y'all for watching today's video. Apparently, our video that we filmed during this live stream and uploaded less than 4 hours ago already has 1 million views. So we're doing a good job of getting the information out there, that's for sure. Let's talk to Andy.
Hey Ryan, the most interesting thing I'm seeing right now that I just found is from the Fort Worth radar. Going through like Gainesville, Texas, there's this really, really thin stripe of pretty heavy looking precipitation, but I don't even know what to think. I saw the Gainesville Surface Observation Station is recording heavy rain, so plus rain with 30-degree Fahrenheit surface temperatures. And I looked at it on radar, and it looks like this. You probably have to bring up a different app to see it, really, but it's like this really thin, heavy rain stripe. it's like a fingernail almost how thin it is. And just looking at it, I can tell that it is bright banded, which is the radar values kind of get overblown when it intersects with mixed precipitation, some unfreezing and freezing precip. And when it hits those, it kind of bounces off and basically just gives us an erroneous value that's higher. So I know that it's not actually as intense there, but the surface station is recording heavy rain. So I'm wondering what exactly is happening on this really narrow axis right there. Yeah, look at that. Like, what? That is so weird to see in a frozen precip environment. Because I think probably a good chunk of that heavier looking rain is falling as freezing rain in those areas, because just on the west side of it is a 23-degree Fahrenheit reading. So I bet something weird is happening there, but it's something that we can explain with science. So I thought that was really cool looking.
It is cool, and it is weird. Hunter Hurley is, well, his marker was near there. I don't know if he still is or not, but maybe we'll reach out to him and tell him, go see what's going on underneath that weird thing. All right, thank you, Andy. So this is what's happening out there around Gainesville. This is what it looks like with the regular reflectivity. And then if I flip over to the winter radar, you can see we see less detail. The painting the radar with these winter colors is just a way to kind of depict where it's sleeting, where it's freezing, raining, where it's raining, and where it's snowing. But whenever we kind of understand what the actual precipitation type is, it's always more valuable to go into reflectivity if you really want to see the details of what's going on. That where the heavier area of precipitation is, all that stuff is much easier to depict usually with your reflectivity color tables. Like, for example, I'm coming over here to Little Rock and I want to see where it's snowing. I know that it's snowing right in here, but now where is it snowing heaviest? If I flip over to reflectivity, it becomes a little bit easier to kind of determine that, I guess. And there you go. It's snowing quite heavily right here in Little Rock. And it's going to keep snowing heavier. This is the one place where I think tonight we will actually see heavy snow. There's a bunch of places where it's going to snow, like in Tulsa right now. It's snowing, but it's not snowing heavily. I think that we'll have situations like that a lot, but in Little Rock, it's going to come down good. Speaking of Little Rock, we do have snow all over the roads here, but look at how quiet it is, man. You can tell that this is normally bumping. But there ain't nothing going on there right now. Heavy sleet in Traskwood, Arkansas. I'm going to switch back to winter mode here. Still live from our igloo. Thanks for keeping us company, Ryan. No problem. The ice is fully underway there. The roads are getting slick down there near Midway. Looks like traffic's moving all right just to the south of that. Arkadelphia, somebody's checking in, says, my milk sandwiches are getting soggy. All right, let's go check in on Mississippi. Some of the freezing rain is starting to move in now between Rosedale and Oxford. Burr, somebody says, bracing for impact. Check back for an update. Absolutely. We've got a bunch of people over here in Oxford that are watching down at the Papa John's that we know of. So hopefully you guys are doing all right and you're getting home, you're getting ready, because once the ice starts, it's not going to stop. It's going to keep going for a long time. So you got to get to where you're needing to go now, or you're not going to be able to get there. Very light sleet in South Haven, Mississippi. So it's starting around Memphis. Somebody said it's getting daggum disrespectful out here. Very windy and cold. Somebody says the wind is wild in here in Bartlett, Tennessee. So it is starting in Memphis now, officially. When could the Memphis area see the transition from snow to sleet to rain? So Memphis will likely continue to see the type of precipitation that it's seeing right now until at least, maybe 9 a.m., 7 a.m. Then we're all sleet. And then I think definitely after 10 a.m. tomorrow, it's going to be all freezing rain for the majority of the storm after that. Tulsa, yeah, we can check back in on Tulsa. Once again, it's snowing lightly now, and it's going to continue to snow lightly for the foreseeable future. And then there might be a little bit of a break tomorrow afternoon, and then the break is going to fill in with some heavy precipitation, and the heaviest snow is going to happen tomorrow evening into early Sunday. So this is what it looks like out there around Tulsa right now. It's a very light snow, but more is on the way. It looks a little bit heavier from this vantage point. This is much further progressed than the models originally thought, right? No, actually, I would say it's pretty much spot on. I mean, if we go and we look at the MRMS radar, this looks pretty much exactly like what we thought it would. The only thing, I think the only place that might look a little bit different is there's a little bit less coverage of precipitation back down in here than maybe what the HRRR was kind of highlighting, but it's not that much less. It's definitely still, freezing, raining in Abilene. I mean, you can tell from looking at the cameras around there. And that precipitation is going to continue to expand as it moves over towards Dallas. There's not a lot going on in Dallas right now, but there will be. There will be. This part of the storm right here is looking pretty much exactly like we thought it would. It's actually a little bit more intense, maybe. With some higher DBZ stuff happening. 30 DBZ snow is definitely nothing to balk at. And we've got light snow from Tulsa and Bentonville all the way up to Topeka and Kansas City, which it should be snowing now in Kansas City. If it's not yet, it's knocking on your door. I mean, it's very close. On the west side of Kansas City, there's probably the first couple of flakes are starting to fall. Bentonville, we got some people over here saying, thanks, Ryan, for making sure we get snow. Hey, no problem. I am, I'm on it. Southwest Rail Cam showing here. I don't think it's working. Snow on the ground in Bentonville already. So this is one of the places, one of the many places where I think we'll end up with a foot of snow. It's going to take us a while to get there. It's not going to happen very quickly, but it will happen. So we're going to keep an eye on that. The most significant part of the storm is probably this right now. This is where we've got all the ice happening. This is where our ice storm is starting. We've got some people down here saying, I dread the power outages, and they are coming, unfortunately. Traffic's still moving down here near Texarkana. It's slow, but it's moving. It won't be long before traffic probably can't move, unfortunately. But as of right now, it seems somewhat manageable anyways. Trying to find a good vantage point here. You really can't see much on these cameras at night, but you can tell for the most part what's going on. Let's see here. CanDrive.gov has hundreds of traffic cameras to view lots of snow-covered roadways here in Kansas. Yes, Kansas, we've got that on our map, and we'll check in on that here in a second. Kansas has got really good traffic cameras, actually. Arkansas, probably up there as one of my favorite states as far as cameras go. Florida's up there. Pennsylvania's up there. Kansas has got good ones, though. Ryan, can you say hi to my mom, Kelly? Yeah, hello, Kelly. That is Grayson's mom. I hear you watch the broadcast a lot. I'm glad that you do. This is our first live stream of many while the storm is actually active. Things are just now really getting started. But things are well underway here. North Alabama. North Alabama should be fine for the most part. There's not too much to worry about. Let's look at the let's look at the Winter Storm Severity Index again. I feel like that was a good index to look at. One of the better indexes, actually. Let me refresh and make sure I've got the latest. Okay. So does everybody know what this is? This is the big red blob map. No, this is the Winter Storm Severity Index, and it kind of puts everything together, and it tells us what kind of impacts we can expect on the ground as a result of whatever kind of winter weather is happening. So this doesn't differentiate between snow and ice, doesn't differentiate between blowing snow and blizzard conditions or ice or sleet, whatever it is. It's just no matter what it is, if it's snow or ice, how much is this going to impact your daily life? And I think this is a good way to kind of quantify who's going to be dealing with what. We expect moderate impacts for the most part in Dallas. Moderate impacts means some traffic accidents, some roads maybe being shut down for a temporary period of time, schools being closed, minor impacts, right? That's what we're talking about in Dallas. And, you know, I think that Dallas should probably be included in the major area. It just depends on how much ice we get. But, you know, if there's isolated power outages, you could be somebody that ends up with power without power for a couple of days, and it's still considered generally minor. So don't think that there's nothing to be paying attention to if you're in the minor zone. There definitely still could be. Austin, San Antonio, you're in that as well. But Oklahoma City, this is where we could see major impacts, major disruptions to your life. This is where roads could be shut down completely. This is where work gets canceled potentially. This is where there's just more long-lasting impacts that are actually, like, you can't avoid them. Same thing up here in Springfield over to Poplar Bluff and the entire Ohio River Valley up past Evansville, Louisville, up to Cincinnati and Columbus. And we do expect major impacts to daily life in Nashville, over to Jackson, back to Memphis, Dyersburg, Clarksville, Pine Bluff, a lot of northern Louisiana, and into eastern portions of Texas. This is because of the ice. And we actually have a strip of extreme impacts. Extreme impacts expected in Greenwood up through Tupelo and Boonville. Okay, so it's not every day that you see this, actually. This is where roads get shut down for an extended period of time. This is where we could have power outages that last maybe even longer than a week. This is where we have problems, and it takes a while to fix them. So though we do expect extreme impacts out here in northern portions of Mississippi up into southern, south central portions of Tennessee. There is going to be isolated pockets of extreme impacts also expected in northern Georgia, southern and southwestern portions, or I guess western portions of North Carolina, northwest South Carolina. All right. So this is where we also expect to see maybe a half inch, 3/4 of an inch of ice. And it's going to be happening in the forest, literally. So our infrastructure is going to be vulnerable. Our canopies are going to be vulnerable. And we are going to have power outages out the wazoo over here. I think it's safe to say. So get ready for that for areas north and east of Atlanta. This includes Greenville, South Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. This includes Asheboro. This includes Henderson, Lawrenceville, Virginia, and Richmond, Virginia. And then up here in Lynchburg, up to Charlottesville, into Washington, D.C., we also expect major impacts. A lot of this is going to be as a result of snow. Okay, it's going to be snow that is the problem for the most part. There will be some ice that sneaks its way in here, but snow is going to be the big problem. When it first hits, it's going to hit hard, and it's going to potentially cause, once again, shut down roads and all kinds of stuff like that. Major impacts continue all the way up into Philadelphia, New York City, Hartford, Providence, Boston, all the way up to Portland. So this is where we are going to have some major impacts, all from snow really on this northern side. Most of it's going to be on the roads too. So that is what we can expect as far as impacts goes. Are there any questions after that? Like, I feel like that covers everything, but maybe not. Ryan, I'm from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Can you cover that area? And can you also say hello to Avery and Landon for me? Yes, absolutely. Hello, Avery and Landon. Let's go into Murfreesboro, Tennessee. You guys are in that moderate impact area. This is where I think we're going to see maybe a couple inches of snow, and then some sleet, maybe some freezing rain, and then we're going to transition over to rain. So before the rain transition, it's actually going to be quite impactful out here. It's going to be hard to travel. We might have some intermittent power outages, but when that rain starts and it starts washing everything away, things will get better quickly. The problem is, though, is when the storm passes, we're going to have that Arctic cold front come through Tuesday morning. It's going to be 0 degrees down here. So any rain that falls is going to freeze, and we are going to have some ice problems in Murfreesboro, guaranteed. Macon, Georgia. Really not expecting much of anything down here. Some rain, a snowflake or 3. Not too concerned in Macon, Georgia. It's coming down good out here in Siloam Springs. Things are looking a little bit more wintry. Look, everybody's following the plow. Smart. That's how it's done right there. If you got to be out on the roads, I guess that's one way to do it. Some of the heavier snow is moving out of Oklahoma now into the Fort Smith area. Andy Hill for president. I agree. Oh, yeah. It's getting crazy out here. We should start getting some reports in soon. Some measurable snowfall will definitely be present. Enough to where you could probably get a measurement here within the next couple of hours for sure. Little Rock, same thing could be said over here. We got some people checking in. As a weatherman in full detail, wait, what? As a weatherman in full detail, how would you rate driving as the storm progresses, even in an emergency? I would rate it a low rating. What are you talking about? How would I rate driving? 0 out of 10 in the middle of a snowstorm. I think that sometimes you have to drive, right? I'm not saying that, like, you know, you lay down and, like, even if you're having an emergency, never drive if it's snowing. Like, just accept your fate, lay down, and don't even worry about it. No, like, sometimes you have to drive, but, like, if there's even, like, the slightest possibility that you don't have to, then don't. How would you rate driving in a snowstorm? What a fantastic way to frame that question. I fly from Fort Wayne, Indiana at noon tomorrow to Charlotte, then Charlotte to Wilmington, North Carolina. I'm landing there by 4 p.m. Should I skirt this right? Listen, guys, either I'm getting tired or you are. What's going on? Should I skirt this right? I'm thinking he means, should I skip this flight? Listen, if the pilots are confident enough to take off, like, you should take the flight. Like, if they're not going to cancel the flight, you should take it. It's honestly, flying in a winter storm, you know, it's whatever. Driving that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to drive. Therefore, I do think you should skirt this right. Skirt it right. Guys, did you guys know it's 1:02 a.m.? I just looked at the clock. It's 1:02 a.m. We've been live now for 9.5 hours. Wow. That's flown by. Everybody in the team chat is like, yes, we know. Well, we are just getting started. You know that, right? What was I going to do? I think I might start getting tired maybe tomorrow halfway through, especially if the ice gets really bad. What keeps me energized, honestly, is when the weather's not that bad. Like if we're just looking at snow photos, you know what? No, I'll tell you what. If there's no bugs with the website or any of our software, I won't even ever get tired. We just stream constantly. That's the real kicker right there. "24-hour stream." You know what? If one of these days, if I can get everything working right, we will do a 24-hour stream, because that's like during a hurricane or during something like this, because I swear I could sit here and do this all day. I love looking at the radar. Whenever I look at the radar, I get like a burst of energy. And I like talking to chat. I like doing what we do here. So it'll happen one day. Somebody said, "Ryan, you and your team are simply the best." I appreciate that. We've really felt the love over the past couple of days. I feel like, if the forecast is maybe a little off in some places, we're going to feel the opposite after the storm. But so far, this has been great. We've had so many new friends, new people join, and like so many tens of millions of people see our stuff, and it's been awesome. But I feel like there's a couple of scenarios that could play out where the pitchforks come out. But so far, everything is going exactly as we thought it would. So the forecast is verifying completely so far. Let's hear y'all about it. What's up?
We've got folks joking about skirt, edibles, and telling you to go to sleep. But here's the highlight. User Blowin' Mind hit us with, "What are the conditions like at Yo Mama's house?" Classic. Also, RJ Till Racing spotted a hole near Chattanooga on the radar, wondering if that's dry air or a glitch. Oh yeah, it's getting wild in here.
Okay, y'all bot. Thank you. Thank you for y'all fun. I don't know where that stuff comes from. Wait, did it say something about Chattanooga? There's not even any rain near Chattanooga. Or are we talking about Memphis? If we're talking about this, yeah, there's a little bit of a dry slot here. It's Andy talked about this earlier. We've got to wait for the air to become saturated all the way to the ground before stuff starts hitting the ground. Sometimes that happens even farther up in the atmosphere, and you can actually see it on radar. So that's what's happening out here. That'll fill in. I mean, yeah, I know it comes from the chat, but like you really you never know what you're going to get whenever you answer a call from y'all bot. Sometimes it's just straight up like honestly professional. And it's like, wow, that was great. That was really informative, y'all bot. Thank you. Sometimes it's whatever that was. Yeah, and sometimes it gives misinfo, and Elijah has to come correct it. There are some reports of power being lost in Watson Chapel in the Pine Bluff area. So far, it seems like a lot of the worst kind of reports and stuff that we're getting are coming from the general Pine Bluff area. We got a viewer down here says, heavy freezing rain down here. This is where that truck's like off the road. It looks like there's not a lot of people on the road, so that's good. And the people that are on the road are taking it slow. If you look closely, I think, this is a very low quality video, but you might be able to see some icing happening on those trees back there. Definitely something going on with this camera. But for the most part, everything looks mostly quiet. Oh, what is this? Okay, we've got sleet like riding along the road here. You notice how everybody's got their flashers on? It's definitely slick out there. And it's going to keep getting worse. Little Rock, how are we doing? Golly, it got covered there quick. Completely covered roads in Little Rock now. We got some people checking in out here. We love being in the transition zone. Yeah, at some point you'll switch over all the way to freezing rain in Little Rock for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Can you explain why weird weather conditions happen in the Washington through Boston area? You noted it previously in a video, and I'm too lazy to research. Yeah, it's so there's a lot of different reasons, and it would be a disservice to those reasons to sit here and try to explain them myself. This is something that would require a longer writing, I guess. But to make it simple as possible. There is a mountain range to the west that really interacts with the flow of warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico. And its interaction with the mountains is very hard to programmatically or algorithmically recreate in a model, right? And then you've got this odd-shaped coast here where you've got warm water and land mass that interacts with air. And you've got the Great Lakes back here. You've got a lot of cold air back up in Canada. And you've just got a lot of different things happening that make this area unique in terms of forecasting in the United States. So the models sometimes have a harder time, getting it right over here. And also, the models are always shifting back and forth 20, 30 miles. And whenever you're talking about the I-95 corridor and the population density between Washington, Philadelphia, New York, and Boston, there's probably some sort of bias where it even just seems like there's a little bit more discrepancy with the models over here, because whenever there is a 20-mile shift, that affects tens of millions of people. Whereas if there's a 10 to 20 mile shift in Oklahoma or Nebraska, it doesn't affect as many people. So maybe we don't notice it as much. But yeah, it is a little bit harder to forecast weather over here because of all of these unique features, geographic features that influence the weather. It's not impossible. The models aren't always wrong over there. It's slightly less good. Are you winning KSR? Also, how much in the Tulsa area? I don't know if I'm going to win the KSR challenge or not. It really just depends on if that warm air column is thick, like I think it's going to be, and Lexington ends up getting some sleet that cuts into their snow totals. I got to find that image again. Yeah, put it back in fast track, and I will just not clear it this. I want to show you guys what I'm talking about, because I am in the most important competition of my life. This is how men are made. Okay, this competition I'm in against all the other Kentucky weathermen. It's gonna make or break my legacy. No, it's awesome. It's a fun opportunity with Kentucky Sports Radio. We're doing a thing for charity where all the weather guys in Kentucky have made a specific prediction for how much snow is going to fall in Louisville, Kentucky at the airport, and Lexington, Kentucky at the airport. And at the end of the storm, whoever is closest to being correct, I guess, wins. And the winner gets to choose a charity of their choice to send $10,000 to. And I just think that's the coolest thing ever. And Kentucky Sports Radio is a pretty big deal in Kentucky, and a lot of people are involved. I've got people that, you know, are like really invested in this. So it's a cool thing, and happy to be a part of it. So it's me and all the other weather guys from Kentucky and Jim Cantori. I don't know how he got in there. Not complaining. We love having Jim Cantori involved. But Jim and I have similar predictions for Lexington. You see Jim Caldwell's got 15 inches in Lexington. Chris Bailey. I love Chris Bailey. I grew up watching Chris Bailey. He's got 14.2 in Lexington, 13.2. Kevin Scott, Mallory's got 11.2. TG Shucks got 10.4. I went low. I went 7.9. Okay. All the models, the vast majority of the models are showing something like 10 to 13 inches for Lexington. So, but I think that there is a chance that the warm air that comes up on the western side of the Appalachian Mountains is a little bit thicker than currently modeled, and that's going to cut into the totals a little bit in Lexington. So I went low. Now, I've said this multiple times during the stream. I think that it is possible that Lexington probably gets maybe 6 to 9 inches, maybe 6 to 10 inches of snow. But it wouldn't be surprising to me if we were on the lower side of that. So I figured in order to differentiate myself from the other esteemed meteorologists here on the KSR Weather Channel, I would go low. And Andy helped me come to that conclusion as well. We worked together on this. We nerded out over it. We looked at a bunch of different models. We strategized. And this is what we came up with. And also 13.7 in Louisville. We went high on Louisville, which actually at this point, it actually doesn't seem like it's that high. that seems like a probably pretty likely in Louisville. Yeah, there was one weather dude in Kentucky that like said no and didn't want to be a part of it. I don't know why, but everybody's like making fun of that guy on Facebook. I feel bad for him. I don't know what the details are there, but like people are not happy with him. No snow yet, but we are at 4 Diet Cokes in. Oh my gosh, this is 5 hours ago. These guys are probably asleep by now. But we pulled out the Yalla meter during the milk and bread run. Wait, I thought, wait, are they buying this pallet of toilet paper or are they just posing in front of it? That's Summersville, West Virginia. Yeah, they're just posing in front of it. How influential will the low pressure system be that forms off the coast of New Jersey with regards to how to the snow amounts along the I-95 corridor in Philly, or is that not a factor at all? It's certainly, I wouldn't say that's not a factor at all. It is a big factor. In fact, it's one of the big reasons why we're talking about snow up there at all. In some of the original model runs, when this signal for this storm first started coming out, we honestly didn't see very much of a low pressure system at all forming anywhere. It was just kind of like an overrunning event. And that was one of the reasons why all of the totals were so far south. And all the energy just kind of skirted off the coast over into the Atlantic Ocean. But as the models got closer to the event and we learned more about it and they became more detailed and more correct in their placement of everything, discovered that there are actually going to be low pressure systems involved. It's not so much of an overrunning event. And one of those low pressure systems is going to curl the energy up the coast like something similar to like a Miller B, a nor'easter type storm. And that's why we're having snow up there at all. So it's not only is it influential, it is consequential or something. My family is from Pikeville, but what about Charlotte, North Carolina? In Charlotte, North Carolina, we are expecting a pretty significant ice storm. We're expecting major impacts from ice specifically tomorrow night into Sunday. Get ready now for power outages and dangerous travel. Traffic cams on WeatherWise are coming. So traffic cameras are a weird thing where it's really not meant for 100,000 people to be using it all at the same time, right? The states set this up for themselves to use internally, and they kind of like, in a lot of cases, they'll just point it at the states on a public website and be like, hey, you can use this. We're so nice. And they've got minimum they've got minimum like bandwidth and stuff to work with. So like if we put the traffic cameras in WeatherWise and there's 100,000 of you guys in the WeatherWise app, and it makes it that much easier to just kind of flip through all the traffic cameras, it might cause us to crash the traffic camera websites, which is something that we don't want to do. So when I'm using that, it's just me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not putting that much of a strain on the system or whatever. So, but we're working on it. There's a plan. There's a plan, and there will be some. Sorry, I froze. There will be some traffic cameras in WeatherWise sooner than later. $45,000 people watching at 1:30 a.m. is awesome. It is kind of plumb wild. There's a lot of us here right now, and I appreciate you. And honestly, at this point, there's not a whole lot of news to relay. So we're kind of just watching the snowfall, and we're waiting for things to get bad enough to have to talk about. And we're going to get there. And at some point here within the next couple of hours, we have to end the stream. We're not going to go longer than 11 hours or so. So we'll end the stream. We'll take a power nap. We'll come back, do another 11, 12-hour stretch tomorrow. I believe tomorrow's will be a lot more, how do I say this? There's going to be a lot more stuff happening. This is definitely just the beginning stages of it. In fact, right when we end the stream, there's probably going to end up being a lot more to talk about. Maybe we should have started later. But I'm glad we got to spend like the first 6 hours of this stream pretty much just talking to everybody out in front of the storm. And now we can kind of just lock in. You know what I mean? We'll follow the storm as it moves through. That's going to get harder to do as the storm gets bigger, though. Eventful. Yeah, that's right. Here's $20 for the traffic camera streaming proxy servers. Thank you. Yeah, that'll help us get that. Yes, that'll help. Thank you. Yo, what about the Tri-Cities in Tennessee? I think we're looking at some minor impacts over there. Let's look at the latest HRRR. Why not? Have we even looked at the latest one yet? Oh, we still don't have 6Z. Okay, well, let's just look at 0 again. Oh man, I don't know why, but I just cracked up. I looked at chat, and the one thing I saw was somebody in all caps, HRRR. Woo! It's 1:30 a.m. on a Saturday morning. And we are pumped up about looking at the HRRR again. If you're in this chat right now, if you're watching this right now, I'm sorry to tell you, but you are a weather weenie. You are a weather nerd. And that's great. We're happy to have you here. HRRR. Woo! Let's go. We're doing the HRRR again. Let's go. All right. This is what the radar will look like around the time that we restart the stream tomorrow. Let's hear what Y'allbot's got to say. What's up, Y'allbot? Hello?
Okay, hey, I'm right here. Let me finish real quick. Second, there's a tech issue. Multiple people are complaining about a loud, piercing noise whenever you switch scenes or cameras. Sounds like an audio glitch. And third, lots of folks are asking why Tulsa is circled in red on your radar. They're confused if that's a storm threat or just a map highlight. So those are the top 3 things we've got.
What was the first one?
The first one's that ground truth report from Tyler, Texas. A record driver in the chat says they're super busy already, confirming the ice storm's hitting hard on the roads.
Okay, thank you, Albot. If you're talking about this thing, that's a mesoscale discussion. The red circle around Tulsa. It's just something from the Storm Prediction Center that kind of outlines some ideas about what may be coming over the next 43 minutes or so. You can actually, in the WeatherWise app, you can click on these and read the entire discussion. It's just some weather service stuff where they're highlighting an area, talking about something potentially happening. In this case, it's heavy snow. So it's just a highlighted area for heavy snow. This one down here is actually going to be your freezing rain discussion. So, yeah, that's that. Somebody said, what do you think will happen next weekend? I don't even know, man. There is another storm that we will probably be covering, but I'm afraid to talk about it right now because people are so hyped up on winter weather that who knows where that'll end up. And honestly, by the time this storm is done, it is possible that this theoretical next one will be gone. And if it's not, then I'll happily talk about it. But if it is, I'll be very glad that I never mentioned it. Okay, so what was we were doing the HRRR, right? First, Brad Willis, thank you for the very generous super chat. I just saw that pop up. What does it say about me that I'm a 52-year-old man and have been either watching Ryan or listening to Ryan since the stream began? And why do I keep telling my son, dude, it's plumb wild? Listen, I think that, you're either a weather weenie, weather nerd, or you just you're really into monitoring the situation. All right. I think that we do a good job of monitoring the situations here. And if you ever want to monitor a situation, you know where to go. And honestly, it's just fun to say plumb wild. I don't know why more people don't say that. All right, let's keep going. This is what the radar could look like by 2 p.m. tomorrow, according to the 0Z HRRR. Nashville, it's going to be snowing. This is going to be the fun part of the storm, I guess. My favorite part of streaming is going to be probably right when we first start up tomorrow, between 10 and noon. Whenever it's snowing in Nashville, all right, and everybody's having a great time in Clarksville. Everybody's having a great time in St. Louis. We've got a huge audience right in here, and they're all going to get hit by snow at the same time. Unfortunately, around that same time, also, a lot of you guys that are watching right now are going to start flipping over to a more significant situation with our ice storm, and we might be dealing with some significant ice in Dallas. So there's going to be a lot happening when we start the stream tomorrow. But it's going to be, we're going to try to squeeze every bit of joy out of the snow as we can. It's also going to be fun because around 2 or 3 p.m., it's going to start snowing very heavily here at the Weather House. So I'm going to have to run out there, try to build a Y'allbot snowman myself. And, it's going to be great for a while. It's going to become a little bit less great once the ice makes it into Nashville. Because by the time the ice makes it into Nashville by 8 p.m. tomorrow night, we are going to have a very significant icing situation taking place between Dallas and Memphis, Florence, Alabama, Tupelo, Monroe, and Shreveport. This is when we will start having multiple power outages. The roads are going to be a mess. And then also at the same time, it's going to be a mess up here in Nashville and Knoxville as that snow gets pushed out of the way by the freezing rain. And this is, at this point right here, we might be covering more traffic accidents at one time than we ever have before, or that may have, as if people don't stay off the roads, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be a nightmare. It's going to be unbelievable how much problems there's going to be on the roads during this time. Not just because of the ice, but also because of the snow and the transition over to freezing rain. Yeah, there's no way we're going to be able to keep up with the scanners and stuff tomorrow. We're just going to be running around, trying our best to keep up. But around this time is when the snow is going to get pretty heavy up here in my area. Looks like we don't switch over to sleet until 1 a.m. Wow. So we're going to have from about 2 p.m. to 1 a.m. of snow. But it's all going to get washed away. We're staying all snow, though, in Louisville and Cincinnati. Louisville and Cincinnati, I still think we're dead set on getting 13, 14 inches of snow up there, maybe even close to 10 inches in Indianapolis. Lexington, Kentucky, remember my big prediction in the KSR channel is that Lexington, Kentucky may underperform with the icing. So keep that in mind as we continue to watch the storm move up into Charleston. We're going to have potential freezing rain in Charleston all the way up into Morgantown. And then, of course, our coverage is going to transition over to the East Coast, especially on Sunday. Outside of also talking about the ice here, we're going to be talking about the ice over here and the major snowstorm on the East Coast. This is going to be a thumper for New York City and Boston. Somebody in there is going to get 2 feet of snow, probably Boston. All right, let's take a look at that suggested camera. Oh, you can kind of see the ice hanging off of the lines here. You see that? We've got accumulating ice here. Oh, wait, you can't see that because I'm in the way. Here, let me just turn myself off. Right here. Oh, turn on the audio? Oh, can you guys hear that? Now that's plumb wild. We are deep in the throes of an ice storm here in Texarkana. Wow, that tree's got all of its leaves. So there are plenty of trees that have the full foliage, full canopy. So that'll make them easier to take down, for the ice. The hot sauce names are perfect. Yeah, I feel like I could sleep to this. I mean, this is somewhat of an ominous sound because we know what it's what it's doing. But this is nice, man. Every night my wife and I we played, what is it called, brown noise or whatever, because we have a bunch of kids and they use the little noise things, and then we got used to it. I think I could listen to freezing rain and go right to sleep. Brown noise, that's really what it's called. It's not white noise. White noise is like... Brown noise is like... It's more... it's more suitable for sleeping. Listen, you guys are the ones that don't know what you're talking about, okay? I know about my colored sounding noise. Yeah, it kind of does sound like a crackling fire. Is it snowing in Memphis yet? Not really. Yeah, not really. If we go over here just to the west of Forest City, can we see anything? Yeah, it's snowing a little bit over here, but nothing crazy. It'll probably be over an hour before we see anything in Memphis that's notable. All right, so what's the plan for tomorrow? What do you guys think? Should we start early? Because we are limited. I don't want to do more than 11 hours at a time, right? Or 11 and a half hours, however much it is. So we're limited by that. So if we start early, then that means we technically have to end early. Let's say, for example, we started at 9 a.m., we got to end by 10 p.m. And I think that tomorrow, the peak of the storm that I guess that we'd want to be live for, it's weird with the ice and snow too, because you kind of want to be there for the beginning of it and the end. That makes sense. Let me look at the her. Let's go. We're doing the A-Strip-Lore again. Let's go. That guy's so excited right now. Okay, so I want to be live at 3 p.m. That's no problem. But should we start at 3 p.m. and then go to 3 a.m.? Or should we go to 1 to 1? Or do we go 10 to 10? You see, if we went 10 to 10, I could, stop streaming right when we have maximum snowfall on the ground, go home, wake up my son, and we could maybe enjoy it a little bit before the ice comes in. And then, let's see. And then we would do, maybe we would do early the next day. So we would do maybe 8 a.m. the next day. Yeah, 10 to 10 might be good. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll be live at some point tomorrow. Yeah, there's also a lot of stuff I need to fix. So I need some time to work on that. So maybe 1 to 1. I don't know. We'll figure it out though. Yeah, and hopefully notifications work tomorrow. It's a wonder that we had the viewership that we had today. We had 80,000 viewers for a period of time. When we went live, YouTube did not send a notification. That's crazy. It's the first time that's ever happened when we went live. So very thankful that you guys found us, despite the fact that there wasn't a lot of, I guess people just kind of stumbled in to the live stream slowly over time. But we reached 2.4 million people with this live stream today. I think we did a good job of covering the initial impacts of the ice and the snow. And also, the main part of this was just to go over the forecast a million times, answer a bunch of questions, make sure people understand the seriousness of the ice before Plum Wild mode tomorrow. It only sends 3 notifications in a 24-hour period. Oh. So it's our fault. Well, guess what? We don't even have to follow the rules because we still had 80,000 viewers and we didn't even have notifications. So wait, how many times have we posted in the past 24 hours? If we wanted to make sure that we sent out a notification tomorrow, how long do we have to wait? What's up?
Hey, I just found our first iteration of thunder freezing rain, and it's southeast of San Angelo, Texas, actually. So I see some lightning strikes down there near Menard, and that pretty much confirms it. We're gonna have thunder, sleet, thunder, freezing rain, and thus the convection blowing up on top of that really cold air at the surface, meaning we could see some exaggerated rates of freezing rain and sleet accumulation with any of these that develop through the night and through tomorrow, especially in the deep south.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. I think we're probably going to have a lot of that over the next little bit. We're already seeing thunder, sleet, thunder, freezing rain. More's on the way. What time was our first video? So it sounds to me like we've got to wait until at least after the time that we posted the first video today, tomorrow. 12:49 p.m. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, that's we could probably that means we're probably going to do 1-to-1 then. Yeah, just expect that we'll be live from 1-to-1 tomorrow. Yeah, we're uploading too much daggone content. It was that short. Yesterday we didn't upload the short to YouTube. We only did TikTok and everything else. Today we did. So that's what did it. That's what done did it. When does it start getting bad in DFW? Probably not until tomorrow during the day, afternoon. That's when it'll be getting kind of bad in Dallas-Fort Worth area. But there is some places that's already having some decent amount of sleet right now in and around the Fort Worth area. So it might not take that long. Depends on what your definition of bad is, if it's relative to how bad it's going to be later. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of pictures online of ice in Decatur, Texas. Y'allbot's calling. Hello, Y'allbot.
Hey Ryan, not sure if you're seeing the chat right now, but they're trying to plan your life for you. They're split. Some want you up at 10 a.m., others want you to catch more sleep. Biggest request, run a poll and let the Y'all Squad vote on tomorrow's start time. By the way, while you set that up, sleet's officially falling in Florence, Alabama, and snow's coming down in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
All right, Y'allbot, what do you think we should do as far as the schedule tomorrow? We've uploaded, we've sent out a total of, I guess, 4 notifications, theoretic, or 3 notifications in the past 24 hours. We uploaded a video today at 12:49, so we've got to wait until at least 12:49 to go live tomorrow. So based off of all of your information, do you think 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. is a good time frame?
Here's the scoop. The chat's buzzing. They're leaning toward that 1 p.m. start time, especially since you've got that notification timing constraint. Gotta keep that momentum and let folks know when to tune in. My take? Lock in 1 p.m. to 1 a.m., and let's get a poll rolling to back it up with some solid Y'all Squad votes.
Thank you, Y'allbot.
You got it. Later.
It's starting to look like a winter wonderland in some of these Little Rock cameras, though. Updated snow totals for Nashville. It seems the storm is trending more southward now. What? Oh, you know what I got to do? I got to fix Y'allbot. Yeah, so the ice is really just now starting to get going. We should have started later today. That would have fixed our notification problem, and it would have set us up perfectly to be in a perfect cycle. And we would have caught more of the icing, the onset of the icing. Hey, thank you, 345 Girly. Thank you so much for that. How long have you been live? I've only been live for 10 hours. 10 hours today. What was we live for? 4 hours yesterday. We got 10, 11, 12 hours tomorrow. We're just getting started here, Bulls. The goal is to be live during the height of the storm to especially tomorrow, where we're going to have so many storm chasers. We just want to show everybody everything that's going on so that they don't have to go out there and try to see for themselves, which is something that people often try to do. Give you updates on road closures, power outages. Tomorrow will be a little bit different than most winter streams, where a lot of times we just kind of look at fun snow pictures and stuff, and there will be a lot of that. But we've really got to keep up with the power outages and the shelters and all that kind of stuff with the ice that'll be going on. Would you be able to start a new stream if you needed to go earlier than you do? The goal is to just keep one stream, like one 11-hour stream. That would be the ultimate goal. All right, I'm going to open up the remote computer for Y'allbot, and you guys tell me if what you see on your end. Did that change anything when I did that? Yes, okay. All right, so I'm going to have to pull this. I'm going to have to do this while I fix Y'allbot. So give me just a moment. How do I fix Y'allbot? I forgot. Okay, I remembered. Okay, Y'allbot should be going now on the Y'allbot channel. So that was simple enough. Over here to radar program. Get some sleep, and Lexington is going to get over a foot. Listen, normally I am rooting for everybody to get the most snow, but if you're in Lexington, you might not like me at the end of this because I'm kind of rooting for you to not get a bunch of snow. I'm sorry. But I need to win the KSR Weatherman Challenge. It's very important to me. And in order for that to happen, you're going to have to not get snow. All right, so I think we're going to go ahead and end it. What do you guys, any objections in the office chat? I think we're good, right? Yeah, so I'm going to try to fix a couple of these bugs tonight. Get some decent sleep. Come in here 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll go 12 hours. And hopefully by the end of tomorrow's stream, it seems like this was a busted forecast. But I've got a bad feeling that that's not what's going to happen. So everybody stay safe and get some rest yourselves as well. And I will see you all tomorrow. And if you want to continue watching the weather tonight, YallBot will be able to guide you through. In fact, that's where we're going to send you all to. And if you don't automatically get teleported over to YallBot, just search up YallBot on YouTube and you'll find the channel, okay? Thank you guys for watching tonight. I will see you tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.